Yo! How's it going, everybody? How's it going? We're back just 15 hours after going offline. How are we all doing? Captain Cuddles, Press, Escape, Endo. Yeah, we're not having any babies, Endo. But anyway, welcome in. Ank, Zoe, Nemesis, Neil, Hyru, Nadine. Who else we got? We got Polymix. We got Super Hash Bros. I think I got everyone there. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Super Hash Bros, thank you so much for the resub as well, by the way. 3 months. If you're still here, give me a bean number. Great way to start a stream. I hope everyone's good. We have got the Season 11 Diablo 4 news dropped, and they literally just posted the blogs. I've booted them up on my browser. I have not read through anything yet. So we'll be going through that very, very shortly. Zoe, good, and you? Yeah, I'm good. I've got a little bit of a head cold, actually, but I'm okay. You know when you feel like you've got something coming on, so I'm hoping it'll just go away. You're reading the news, Press Escape. Well, we'll be doing that in a second. It's literally just gone live. I was refreshing while in my start screen. Where's the baby? There is no baby. No. How you doing, Endo? You good? How's everyone else doing? How's everyone else doing? Is everyone excited for the new news of you Diablo degenerates? I'm excited to read this. I hope it's good. They've been bigging it up. I hope it's good. You're okay? Getting annoyed with Diablo? Spent all day doing various things and cannot get the chaos piece I need? A Polymix, you're speaking to my soul. That was my stream last night. I still haven't got a chaos Ophidian Iris yet. So, yes, I feel your pain. Trust me. It's, yeah. The search for chaos items can be painful. Gaming, how's it going? I know, right? It does. It involves me leaving the house. I don't really do that enough to be able to do these things, Endo. You should know this by now. Hey, Buens. How's it going, man? How's it going? You just started the season 2 days ago and got 2 chaos pieces yesterday. Nice! Yeah, I think a Polymix was more speaking. She wants a specific one in a specific place, right? So it's that's where it gets tricky. It's full RNG, and I'm in the same boat. Although I don't care what slot it's in. I just want I just want an Ophidian Iris Chaos item. You just finished work, man. What a busy shift. Had a funeral wake service in, so was extremely busy. Made £30 in tips. Nice. Gotta love the tips. I'm glad you had a good day. We're about to go through the news in a minute, and then we're going to join the Discord and listen to what they've got to say. You're going to have to help me out, guys, to make sure that you can hear, because I haven't run Discord through my gaming PC into your stream before. Now, it should work. If it's not, I'll jump and watch someone else's stream. But anyway, it should work. I set it all up, so hopefully it works okay. We might need to adjust the volume, but I've got all that set up to do as well, so that's no problem. All easy peasy. You got 3 pieces that I can mix around. I just need the Malefic Crescent. Anywhere but the chest piece. Fair. Well, I send you all of my RNG luck and hope that you get it today. No, we're good for now, Mark White. We could just wait until we get there. It's fine. Like I say, if we get real technical issues, I'll just go and jump and watch someone else's stream. But it should be okay. It should work. It's pretty straightforward from this end. It's more just adjusting the volume, I think. I need it. Been farming for it for 3 days. I feel your pain. I've been farming for that Chaos Ophidian for about 2 or 3 days, so I feel your pain. All right, I tell you what, guys. I really want to read through these notes, so let's bump over to these notes and see what we've got in stock, right? Let's click over. Which screen are we going over to here? Let's have a look. Let's go to this one. Same with the kilt in the chest slot. Yeah, I feel ya. Okay, we'll read this one first. There's actually 2 posts. We'll quickly browse through this post first. PTR 2.5. So this is the next update, Season 11 for PTR. What you need to know. As I expected, it is going to be from next Tuesday to the Tuesday afterwards. So I will be basically degenning that for a week. Because I need to. Okay. Item journey reworks, tempering and masterworking. We are changing the item journey in a big way based on community feedback. Well, that's obvious. Like, tempering just was a bit frustrating, right? It's changed in a few significant ways. Tempering is no longer randomly applied. Hooray! RNG is gone. Nice. Well, that's what they say. Masterworking has a more distinct and linear path. Cool. Leading on a far more direct item journey relative to the power you seek. Good. So tempering and masterworking have been refocused around their most core elements, customization and prestige. Players now always get their desired tempered affix, and masterworking has a direct path towards perfection. Okay, so it sounds to me like it is a bit more like it's probably going to be much more resource heavy, but you've got a bit more control over it, which, to be honest, is what we were asking for, right? Tempering. You can now select which specific affix you want to apply to your item. That's great, because RNG just sucked balls, right? Items can now only have one tempered affix. Okay, so you can only temper one thing onto items. That's a pretty significant change. Yeah, that's significant, but you can guarantee what goes on there. Tempering charges can be restored indefinitely. There you go. So you have to choose what you want on there, one out of two. But you can guarantee which one you're going to get, and you can just infinitely go and get your best thing. Okay, that's interesting. I'll be interested to see how they're countering the fact that we can't have two different tempered affixes. I'm sure they'll go into this. Masterworking no longer increases your item's affix values. Instead, it improves the quality of an item, which gives a bonus to the base damage, armor, or resistance of an item. Interesting. That's pretty significant, because that means HP is going to go down a lot. You won't be able to get as much intelligence, max life, or, you know, I mean, you won't get extra ranks and stuff. That's like, that's a major change. That's a real significant reduction in damage, HP, etc. Items can be masterworked to a maximum quality threshold of 20. Okay. Each time you masterwork the item, it adds a random amount of quality to the item from 2 to 5 levels. Okay. Once at maximum quality, you can roll at one. It's one last time for a capstone bonus. Right. The capstone bonus upgrades a random non-greater affix on. It upgrades a random non-greater affix on your item into a greater affix. So what happens if your item's all greater affixes to begin with? Do they specify this? You can then choose to reroll the masterworked greater affix without resetting your masterworking quality. Rerolling the current masterworks affix will cost Obusite and Neothyron. Oh god, they brought back multiple resources again. They took that away, the multiple resources, to make it simpler. They've brought back multiple resources again, but okay. I'm intrigued to know, though, what happens with these capstones when you've got all greater affixes to begin with. Additionally, we're increasing the amount of base affixes found on non-unique items from 3 to 4. Okay, so they're changing items back to 4 items again. 4 affixes again rather than 3. I guess they're anticipating that would counter some of the loss in power. It probably won't, to be honest. But it does open up a bit more flexibility of what you can stick on an item. Well, we'll have to see what the PTR feels like, right? Sanctification. Okay. Reach untold heights with sanctification. Your deeds in protecting the downtrodden have not gone unnoticed, Wanderer. A fraction of power from the high heavens has become available for your plight in the upcoming season. Okay, so sanctification, I believe, was something they did in Diablo 3. Sanctification is your opportunity to take the ascendant power of the angels and imbue that into your items. So this is probably going to give us crazy power, to be honest. Sanctifying your item has the chance to apply a bonus legendary power, improve an affix into a greater affix, add a bonus affix from a pool of special sanctification affixes, replace an existing affix with a random sanctification affix, or make your item indestructible, preventing it from losing durability. I mean, that's useless. Why is that even in the game? Like, we don't care about durability. I mean, for hardcore, that's useless. Like, why? In this game, items being indestructible, unless there's something else further down, that's useless. So I don't understand why that's there. Sanctifying your items makes it unmodifiable. Okay. Ending that item's journey. This should be the last upgrade you make. Okay, so once you sanctify an item, it cannot be changed again. So it is a brick. They have added another bricking system, but I guess there's got to be some RNG, otherwise everyone will just have the best stuff, won't they? Hey, Jester, how's it going? Maybe. We'll get further down. We'll see what's happening. There are a couple different ways to attain this celestial improvement. In pre-torment difficulties, after defeating a lesser evil with one of the game modes they're taken over, such as Helltide, you'll have a rare chance to sanctify an item at the Heavenly Anvil. If you choose not to use this at the time of invitation, you will not have the option to sanctify your item again until you receive another invitation. Okay. You can also obtain Heavenly Sigils, which can be used at will to transport you to the Heavenly Forge to undergo sanctification. Okay, so there's going to be a resource we can get, or the ability to be invited to sanctify items. You're not just going to be able to do that on demand. So that is going to be, to some degree, loot chase, I guess. And you're going to have to farm for the opportunity to sanctify your items, and you're going to have to hope you get the right things. I mean, just looking at this now, applying a bonus legendary power. If you've got all greater affixes on your items anyway, assuming that's still possible, you're either going to want the bonus legendary power, or you're going to want one of these special sanctification affixes. And you're going to want it to add a bonus affix as opposed to replace one. Probably. But it's RNG, right? These are only needed to sanctify items at ancestral quality. Okay, so the Heavenly Sigils have to be used on Ancestrals. Fine. Monster combat evolved. Okay, this is interesting. This is the stuff they were talking about. Monsters will better react and adapt to combat in their expressed desire to end your life. Okay. Each monster should now have its own clear role and own identity when fighting. Monster behavior was previously too predictable. They'll now be more dynamic in how they respond to you in combat. Okay, I'll be very interested to see how that feels. Does that mean they're going to adapt to you as you play? Who knows? Maybe. Maybe they've added some AI to it. They might have done. It's the way the world's going. Deadlier enemies lurk. Expect your defenses to be regularly tested by enemies. You'll be regularly dealt damage from these intelligent packs. Monster affixes will also be more powerful, making them more necessary to deal with before moving on to other less important enemies. Monster packs will also group up less, making them harder to take out in one fell swoop. Their tactics have improved, and so should yours. Champion enemy rarity has been reworked to form champion packs. Okay. So they're bringing champion packs back in as well as elite packs. Similar to D3, I guess. Elite enemy updates. There are 20 plus new monster affixes to learn and conquer. Okay, wow. That's a lot of new affixes. Elites now spawn with minions that inherit some of their affixes. We've updated enemy affixes to be more engaging, reduced overlap in their designs, and made some visual clarity improvements. Okay, interesting. And these changes apply to all monsters, apparently. System updates. Defense, health, and renown. This will be interesting. I'm going to be highly interested in this. In an effort to better equalize effective health across classes and builds, we're making several changes to the way effective health interacts with damage reduction and how these individual stats are calculated. Okay. Our goal is to properly test you defensively as you climb through difficulty tiers. Not a bad thing, because that stops you from going glass cannon like everyone does all the time, because that's all you do. Putting more emphasis on gearing your builds towards survivability. I actually like that. Some people will hate this, but I like this because it means it's not going to be glass cannon and that is the best build for the season. Necessarily. Well, we'll see. Maybe some people will still figure that out, but you know. Armor resistances will both become rating systems with diminishing returns at higher values. Makes sense. Armor now reduces all damage taken, both physical and non-physical. Okay. We're introducing a new type of damage resistance. Physical damage makes sense. The armor and resistance penalties per torment tiers have been removed. Okay. So you're not going to get the typical D2 resistance penalties anymore. You're getting I guess it's just going to be diminishing returns and things are just going to hit you harder. Skills and Paragon nodes are being reworked with these changes in mind. Paragon nodes and skills that previously provided various forms of damage reduction now grant a multiplicative bonus to your armor or all resistances. Okay. So I'm guessing this is like, you know, your armor is like your first form of damage reduction, and then you need your individual resistances as a second form of damage reduction to take. So like if you've got like 70% damage reduction on your armor, and then you've got 50% on your fire resistance, you'll take 15% fire damage in theory, something like this, and so on. So, but it means you're going to have to gear up on your individual resistances, and it means armor will just work on everything. I guess for a lot of people that will be simpler to understand in a way. It does mean they can also do a toughness calculation across all characters. It does mean that, yeah, I understand why they're doing this, because it means at the moment it's like, for some classes it's really easy to solve physical damage reduction, some like armor, and some it's really easy to solve your resistances and so on. Like this will just show your general toughness. You can actually compare how tough defensively your barbarian is against, say, a sorceress, and that rating, I guess, will scale by max life, armor resistance, and all the things bakes in mind. This is how they did it in D3, and it makes sense if you want to make it simpler for people to understand. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a big learning curve, but I don't mind a learning curve, honestly. It probably won't take me. It sounds quite similar to D3 in the sense of the way they've done it, and I don't think that's a bad thing, because D3 in terms of their UI and understanding your toughness and damage and stuff, it actually works, right? Attack damage in this game right now doesn't work very well, and you can't just give us a toughness calculation because there's too many different forms of damage reduction and such. You can't really compare. Healing updates. Potions are changing significantly to make their use more impactful and tactical. These changes go in tandem with the renown changes, okay? Base potion capacity has been reduced to 4, regardless of previous renown progress, okay? Potion healing is now instant percentage-based healing, okay? Using a potion heals you for 35% of your health immediately for use. In addition to the potions you pick up, you'll also slowly regenerate a potion every 30 seconds. This sounds similar to Titan Quest 2. That's what Titan Quest 2 does. You only get like 1 or 2, or you get X amount of potions, but they recharge by kills and over time, that sort of thing. Life on hit has been improved and re-added as a potential affix. Okay, they've added life on hit back into the game. This is reminding me of D3 big time. Life on hit was very strong in D3 on certain builds. You make it so you just hit really fast and you're just going to stay alive because you can generate so much life that way. So it generates a crazy amount of effective HP, essentially. Yeah. We've also increased values for life regeneration, life on kill, healing percent, and made them more readily available. There you go. Yeah, this is heading towards D3 in terms of life regen and such. Because you could stack a lot of life regen in D3, like almost indestructible amounts on some classes and builds. Healing potion upgrades have been removed. Consider potions are now a portion. All right, nice. So you don't have to do... So everyone's going to be happy now that everyone sits there whinging at me because I don't ever upgrade my potions. You will never have to worry about that again, because next season that's gone. No more OCD for all of you. Fortify redesign. To work in tandem with the changes, Fortify is shifting from a type of damage reduction to an additional reservoir of life that's drained to heal you over time. Okay, interesting. When that's a pretty significant change, because a lot of classes right now rely on Fortify damage reduction. You know, Necros and Druids and Barbarians, but I suppose if they're shifting survivability more from just straight up damage reduction into life sustain, then it'll be fine. It really depends how much life we can stack, and obviously we can't scale our max life anymore. But they might have just changed how much the affixes are to begin with. Like max life might just be double by default now. We'll have to wait and see. When you now gain Fortify, it will stack up to your maximum life. When you have Fortify under maximum life, you'll heal for a percentage of your maximum life per second in exchange for an equal amount of Fortify. Okay, so it's just a way of, you stack up your Fortify and it will just, when your life goes lower, your Fortify will just heal you back up and it will drain your Fortify. So it's just a way of getting more life regen, essentially, I think, by the sounds of it. Another mechanic for it. You'll be considered fortified as long as you have any amount of fortify. Okay, so that's actually a really nice change, because a lot of these mechanics where it's like you have to be fortified, you really needed to be like just constantly generating fortified to the point where you'll always be at maximum. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fortified. This just means as long as you've got at least one fortifier, you'll be fortified, which means anything that's contingent on that conditional will be better. Specific changes to skills, passives, and items related to Fortify are detailed. Okay. Beat back the lesser evils. Okay. Ah, interesting. That's Azmodan. Cool. The lesser evils have been patient with their plans. Is that what they're bringing back? Sanctuary invaded. Hellish game modes have been invaded by these powerful lesser evils. Is it actually Azmodan, or is it... It looks like him. Imbuing them with their distinct malice. Each of the lesser evils dominates a different game mode. Duriel in Helltide, Belial in the Pit, and Dariel in the Cuirassed and Undercity, and Azmodan stalks across Sanctuary, appearing as a formidable new world boss in multiple locations. Oh, that's cool. He's a new world boss. I mean, even if he just becomes one-shottable eventually, at least there'll be some nostalgia there, because Azmodan was a sick boss in Diablo 3. He was cool. And until you knew how to beat him, he was actually quite dangerous. It was easy once you knew him, but he's, yeah, he was a cool boss. In addition to appearing as one of the world bosses, in an area just south of Zarbinzet, Azmodan can also be summoned at will. You'll find 3 summoning altars to call Azmodan forth. Each summoning altar will invoke Azmodan with powers from one of the other 3 lesser evils. Okay. Select one of the summoning altars to summon Azmodan, who will be influenced by powers from one of the other lesser evils. Defeating the enemies that initially spawn to summon Azmodan. After slaying him, you'll find chests in his summoning area that can be opened with corrupted essence. Okay. Duriel Baru. Okay, Duriel is in the Helltide, apparently. Instead of the Blood Maiden, Duriel can be summoned within Helltide. Okay. Cool. Upon reaching maximum threat level, Pangs of Duriel will spawn instead of the Hellborn. Okay, that's very cool. These Pangs of Duriel will be ever present in Helltide. Symptoms of Duriel's much lamented takeover. Okay, so it looks like they've removed the Blood Maiden and Hellborns in the Helltide. Monster packs in Helltide will feature monster family maggots. Okay. So it's just lots of Duriel-based stuff in the Helltide. Belial's in the Pit, so I guess we're just going to have loads of Belial-focused enemies with the eye and everything. Destroying several eyes during your run will replace the final boss with Belial himself. Killing him grants an additional glyph upgrade and rewards. Cool. And Dariel in the Cuirassed Undercity. And Dariel, she can spawn as the final boss in the Undercity, who can be defeated to grant extra rewards as well. Earn divine gifts. This is going to be powers, is it? In this season, the angel Hadriel has returned to Sanctuary to grant rare boons in the fight against the newly returned lesser evils. Hadriel provides a fraction of the power with which high heavens possess, which manifest as divine gifts. These boons imbue you with great reward and great opportunity, okay? Each divine gift has 3 components: a reward, a corrupted gift, and a purified gift. Okay. Within the divine gifts panel, within your inventory, divine gifts can be slotted in the interior to activate the purified gift, or the exterior to activate the corrupted gift. So this is similar to what we had in the boss powers one, where they had different components to them, and depending where you slot them in your puzzle, it'll give you different parts of that power, I guess. When slotted, the divine gift will activate the reward bonus associated with each gift, increasing the rewards for that specific divine gift. Okay? Corrupted gifts will make each activity they relate to more difficult, but still grant the reward bonus on the divine gift. Purified gifts remove the negative effect, add a positive effect, and double the reward gained. Okay? Each corrupted gift... I mean, this will make more sense when we actually get a chance to use it, right? Each corrupted gift slots are unlocked automatically. Progress through the seasonal reputation board to unlock the purified gift slots found for the divine gifts. So I'm guessing, yeah. I'm just trying to read. Let's have a look at this image. Essence of Pain. Rewards. Pangs of Duriel can drop socketables in Helltide, doubled while purified. Okay, so if you're looking for socketables, this will make it... This is a way... Okay, so they've given us a way. They've given us a way here to make it so you can target farm stuff here. That's pretty cool. And then you also, when it's doubled while purified, and then if it's in the purified section, briefly gain maximum barrier after becoming injured every 20 seconds. So I don't know, they'll have their own powers, I guess. And then if it goes in the corrupted zone, I think if you put it in a corrupted zone, you get the rewards, and then if you put it in a purified zone, it purifies the one that's in the corrupted. I think that's what I was understanding from it. Pangs of Duriel ambush you more often and have a 100% chance to shatter your barriers or fortified life with their attacks. That's obviously very bad for anything relying on barriers or fortified life, but if you're not, it wouldn't do anything to you. So, good. Okay. The purified gift slots are unlocked at following divine favor ranks. Rank 2, rank 4, rank 6, rank 8. Killing a lesser evil for the first time drops their corrupted essence. Returning this essence to Hadriel will unlock the 2 divine gifts associated with that lesser evil. Okay. So you've got to beat Duriel, Andariel, Azmodan, and Ballard to get all your divine gifts. Okay, Essence of Pain. We've gone through that one. Essence of Squalor. Hey, Gorsh, how's it going? No, they haven't got capstones again. Well, actually, no, I haven't read the whole thing yet, so let me get through the whole notes first. I haven't gotten to, if there is capstones, I haven't gotten to that part yet. Maggots in Helltide can drop experience globes. Double while purified. So that's going to be great for leveling. Well, maybe. Refill a healing potion every 20 seconds. Okay, well, we don't care about potions. That's not so bad. Chance for an extra upgrade in the pit. Okay. Vanquish the pit to earn immense amounts of gold. So that's, yeah, so these are just ways. You can use this as a way to target farm gold, glyph levels, etc. That sounds really cool. And then they do actually have a power associated with them in the purified section. Although they don't seem half as powerful as before. The Fortify for 1% of your maximum life a second could be very good. Depends how good Fortify is. Gain 20% increased armor. That seems very strong. Survive world boss encounters to earn activity keys. Doubled while purified. Okay. Whatever the activity keys are. Lair boss keys. Stunning. 30% movement speed could be very nice. Obols. Salvage materials, that could be really nice as well. 20% increased resistance. I can see that one being used a lot because I imagine resistances will be way more important here. Ascend the tower and leaderboards. Okay. A new challenge arrives to test the mettle of the most battle-hardened warriors. Thank freaking God. Okay, that's cool. The tower is a multi-stage timed dungeon that is meant to only be bested by the most elite of wanderers. While the pit descends you to the greatest depths to galvanize your strength, the tower rises in challenge to match you against others who think themselves worthy. Our plan is to update the tower and leaderboards for multiple seasons to come. This introduction of the tower should be considered the first iteration of this game mode. We look forward to reading your feedback. Yeah, I've seen something like this before in a previous game where you just keep going up and up and it gets harder and harder and you just do as much as you can within your time. And that'll be another... And there's leaderboards associated, so that'll be a way of gauging your build. I mean, if they have like loads of hazards and stuff that do loads of damage to you and you can't just glass cannon it, then that is going to put an emphasis on building a more well-rounded build. And it's also going to give another way of tiering the build, so that's pretty cool. How you doing, Bleed? How you doing, Violent? You good? The tower was distinctly built with the new monsters combat changes in mind. Become an expert at outwitting the new tactics. Yep, makes sense. 10 minutes from exiting the starting circle to complete the entire dungeon. Okay. Here's how to master the dungeon. Fight through multiple floors. Earn progress by killing monsters and collecting orbs. During your run, pylons will appear after destroying towers found throughout the level. You're guaranteed to see 4 pylons across your tower run. Use these to tactically empower you for short duration. Okay. You can also collect orbs to earn progress in the tower. Fair enough. And then, yeah, leaderboards associated with this. Ah, and they've got it for solo. And it looks like, oh, right, nice. They've got it for solo classes, but they've also got it for 2-man, 3-man, and 4-man. So this is similar to D3 leaderboards in that sense. So that's really nice. Okay, good. So that is at least an attempt to put in another endgame mechanic. I wasn't expecting that for Season 11, I've got to be honest. The leaderboard will be active for the duration of the PTR. Interesting. Upon completing your tower run, you'll see the tower tier you've completed and the final time. Okay, nice. Yeah. They'll show your rank, player name, tier, completed time and date. And you can filter by platform or platforms or PC only, hardcore, normal, friends, and clan. Okay. Introducing season rank. The season journey is now shifting into a more challenging version, stocked with even greater rewards, seasonal rank. Each rank now requires you to complete a capstone dungeon before progressing to the next rank. Similar to previous capstone dungeons, these can be attempted before the recommended level and difficulty. Okay, well this is tied to your season rank in your journey, right? That might not hold you up in leveling and going into different difficulties as per these can be attempted before the recommended level and difficulty, right? So it sounds to me like you can still go up your difficulty. This is probably just season based. Renown is changing in a big way on the seasonal realm, as it's being removed in exchange for the season rank system. Completing optional objectives with the season rank will okay. Completing optional objectives with the season rank to earn skill points, smoldering ashes, and cosmetics. That is a pretty big change, and that may annoy some people because you're not going to start with all your skill points at the start. We'll have to see when we boot it up. Your renown will now only stand permanently in the Eternal Realm. Within the seasonal realm, you can still earn additional benefits with the former renown system based on your progress. Okay. Season rank rewards additional skill points at rank 1, 2, and 3. Season rank awards additional Paragon points at rank 3, 4, 5, and 6. Extra potion capacity has been removed from the renown reward tracks and replaced with a different bonus. Altars of Lilith and Tenets of Akarat will still grant some experience and minor rewards rather than permanent stats and power. So they've just removed the entire purpose of the Altars of Lilith and Tenets of Akarat, basically. Okay, good. Interesting. Capstone dungeons return. The capstone dungeons have returned, aim to challenge your progress through the many difficulty tiers as you gain power through your journey. Note that despite capstone dungeons stating a suggested level to attempt them, they do not scale in difficulty with your current level. Yeah, so, okay. And there's 5 of them. Level 30, 50, 60, Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3. Okay. We're going to have to see how that plays. It's hard to tell until we actually get a chance to play it, really. Well, it's obviously going to be this is going to be very different, right? It is just going to be different, isn't it? It does feel like they're going back to... Well, yeah, I've got to be honest. That does sound like you're going to have to farm renown. Well, you don't farm renown. You do your season journey, and then you get your skill points and stuff. That's what it's sounding like. And it does sound like that is intended to be done every season. It doesn't sound like it will, because otherwise the whole system is busted. But I guess we'll find out. Well, I don't know, Gorsh. I'm not going to say it's stepping backwards till I can play it. I will reserve judgment until I can play it, because we need to see how it feels. You know, it's very hard to say how it's playing and how it's feeling until we actually get a chance to actually boot it up and have a look, right? New unique items. Barbarian, Chain Scourge Mail, Brawling skills, cooldown reduction, cool. Druids, unique boots, focused on nature magic and bad omen. I can't for the life of me remember what bad omen does. But they're boots, interesting. Damaging 2 to 100 HP storm skills grants a charge. Cast a different skill will grant maximum movement speed and unhindered. Okay, that isn't sounding insane, but then the whole game is changing, so who knows? Rogue, they're getting a Dance of Knives unique. Dance of Knives drops knives from enemies hit. Picking them up grants you a charge, increasing your... Okay, so that sounds a lot better. That Dance of Knives unique sounds like it'll be a lot better. Necromancer, they're getting a one-handed mace for golems, so they're getting a golem-specific unique, so that'll be very cool. I think some people will be happy with that. Sorcerer getting a one-handed mace? Really? Interesting. Core skill focused. For each defensive skill not on your action bar, you deal 40% increased damage and gain its associated enchantment effect. So this plays it like... Okay, do you know what's really funny about this one, guys? That is legit perfect for the way I play Hydra. You put the Ophidian Iris on your amulet to make your Hydra core skills. You get bonus from your core skills here. And I always played it with Tenuous Destruction, didn't I? Where that's, if that still exists, that's the one that's like, if you've got no defensive skills in your bar, you'll get loads of damage. And this one is now going to give you even more damage for each non-defensive skill in your bar. And it's going to give you its enchantment effect as well. So you'll get Ice Armor's enchantment effect, fire, you know, Flame Wall and Frost Nova and all that. You get all those enchantment effects for free. Teleport as well. I mean, that's going to be cracks for Hydra. To be honest, unless some other things change, that is going to be absolutely cracks for Hydra. You will play that on Hydra and you'll pot Tenuous Destruction on. I mean, it's a mace, but you got to remember, look, if you look at this, it hasn't got overpower on it. They changed it so the items have different things. So that sounds very strong to me. That's going to be really good, I think. Spiritborn boots for core skill ranks. Okay. With core skill damage, movement speed. Oh, wow. That's got a lot of movement speed on it. Holy hell. That's one of the things that Spiritborn really suffers with, movement speed. That got up to 55% movement speed. That's cracked. Every 12 to 4 meters you move, invoke a core skill from your primary spirit hall. Oh, they're making this to be focused towards flipping evade again, though. Look. Or something. So every time you go 4 meters, you're going to invoke a core skill from your primary spirit hall. So if you put both eagles on, you're just going to be summoning your eagle constantly. But yeah, we'll play around with it. I mean, that sounds good to me, though, to be honest. I mean, that'll be very good for evade. It could be very good for Jaguar with the Jaguar ultimate because that jumps you quite a long distance. Yeah, we'll have a play around with it. Obviously, it boosts all your core skills, so they've gone all in on core skills again here. Features offered for testing. PTR, oh yeah, it's all the boosting and stuff. Okay, so that's some pretty significant changes. Rushing Claw 2. Yes, Ank. No. It invokes a core skill. So unless you can convert Rushing Claw to a core skill, no. Misery, how's it going? We're going to have to see how it plays. I mean, I agree. Some of it sounds like it's going to be a bit like going back to how things were. But until we can play it, I'm going to reserve judgment so I can play it. This is the PTR stuff, Misery, yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah, a crazy amount of movement for that. Dance of Knives pants, yeah. Well, yeah, gosh, but then this is probably moving towards more what the expansion's going to be. I don't know. Let's see how it plays. There's obviously significant change here, right? They obviously want to change the game so it's not just build glass cannon and that's it. And I actually don't think that's a bad thing. In terms of the renown changes, I don't know. It's a tricky one because they did get rid of the capstones. But then there are a lot of people that asked for them to come back because there was no specific, like, quite obvious way to say, yes, I'm ready for this level now. You just did the pits and that's it. I guess this will be better for that, in a way. But it does sound like this. I don't know if this actually prevents you from getting into the next difficulty or whether it's just a way. I think the way this sounded is, I think you can still go up the difficulties. You just do this to get your seasonal journey stuff, which is where you get your extra skill points and paragons from. But obviously not starting with all your extra skill points will be a pretty significant change at the start of a season. You won't just be able to Giga Blast from the very start. The new tower thing sounds cool. The powers sound okay. We need to see... I mean, defensive stats might be a lot harder to solve. Like, you might actually have to build more defensively. Only having one temper on your items, we'll have to see. They might have changed all the tempers. Right, there was this other post here. Itemization changes. Or is this the same? Oh, it's the same. It's just a smaller version for some reason. Oh, okay. I don't really know why they did two different posts here. That's just... This is the main one. Okay, so that's the main one. There's a new expansion next year, Boohens, yeah. Well, I think we're still going to be blasting and getting loot, Gorsh. Honestly, I would really reserve judgment until we can play it. I'm not going to sit here and say it's bad until I've actually played it, because that's just unfair. We haven't even given it a chance. What it sounds like, it might actually play a lot better than it sounds, because you've got to remember they've balanced the whole game. Like, all the enemies have changed. There's loads of new affixes. There's champions and elites now. There's new bosses everywhere. It might be that the progression in the difficulties is more noticeable. The loot's going to have more affixes on it. You know, I don't know. We need to see how it plays. So I've got to reserve judgment. It does sound like they're taking away a lot of offensive power. So we'll have to see how they've scaled it. I mean, for far too long, the damage numbers have been way too high, let's be honest. I mean, you're in the trillions. It's pretty nearly... You get in the quadrillions this season. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. So, honestly... Yeah. Just from the start there, unless someone finds something really cracked, that Sorc weapon's very strong. And it will be very good for Hydra, for sure. All right, we'll see what they say in the chat, because they might cover this in a bit more detail, you know? There is no altars, Mark. I don't think we have to do the altars again. I think they're saying if you've got the altars and the tenets of Akarat, you'll still get your rewards. But they don't give you extra stats like they did before, and they don't give you the skill points or the paragon points or whatever, I don't think. That's what they're saying. So if you've done them already, I imagine they're done, right? That's done. I think. Don't hold me to that, because I haven't played it yet. But that's what I'm understanding from it. The renown changes is more... You've now got to beat these... where is it? Renown. Yeah, where's the renown changes? What the... I mean, I read it. So that's defense, healing, fortify. I can't even remember where it was in here now, honestly. But it sounds to me like you've got to beat these capstones to unlock your season journey. Your season journey is where you're going to get what your renown rewards were before. Here we go. Within the seasonal realm, you can still earn additional benefits associated with the former renown system based on your progress in the new season rank system. So you go up your season ranks by beating these, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 7 of those. So I don't understand. You have to see what the season journey is. It's actually, they're giving you a reason to do your season journey, but it does mean you're not going to start with all your skill points at the start, probably. But maybe your first few are really easy to do, but it might be tedious to do. I don't know. But we're going to test this in the PTR and we'll give feedback, right? Altars of Lilith and Tenets of Accurate will still grant experience and minor rewards rather than permanent stats and power. So they won't give you they won't give you Paragon points or stats anymore. They'll just give you experience and rewards. So if you've not done them, it's not really the end of the world. It doesn't matter. So you don't even need to do them. But if you've done them, I assume they'll just still be done, you know? They're just talking, I think, but there is a Q&A at the end. But I don't think you'll have direct chat to it, Press Escape. Not this time. Changes what you get for them, yeah. It's mostly good this season, yeah. The RNG, they've had an inherent problem in Diablo 4 since the beginning of time of the game. They've just got too much full RNG in the game. Full RNG with no way of controlling it always feels bad. Eventually. And when you've got that in context of just about every mechanic in the game, it starts to feel really horrible to play. Well, we're not getting Chaos Gear next season, I don't believe. So we're just going to have to see how it plays. Like I say, I'm going to reserve judgment. The game's pretty much changing entirely. Because the whole game is changing, the way you build your characters is going to change completely. You got... Every item's going to be different, essentially, because they're going to have more affixes on them. And because you can't have as many tempers, you're going to have to think more about that. So there probably still will be diversity. We'll just have to see how that plays. I think it's a week long. It's Tuesday to Tuesday, but yeah, it's not a lot of time. It's going to be pretty full on. How will the changes affect Mythics? No idea. Guess we'll see, right? They haven't specified. Maybe that'll get asked in a few minutes. Well, exactly, Earthfire, yeah. We'll have to see, right? It does seem that way. Right, let's see if we can join this. Yeah, we can. Right, let's turn the music down a second here, if I can remember how to do that. Okay. And then we'll join this. We need to see... I don't know if we'll be able to hear anything yet. Can you guys hear that music? And can you let me know how loud it is? How loud is it your end? It's fine, okay. Sweet. You're at the same volume as me, theoretically. Alright. Alright, if it's not loud enough or too loud when they start talking, just let me know. We can mute that music. We don't need that music on, that's for sure. Yeah. That's going to be starting in a few minutes, so... we can turn that back up for the time being. So I'm going to reserve judgment. There's a lot in there. I'm probably going to have to read that again off stream at some point and divulge it all. I've got so much testing to do. It's not even funny. Goodness me. I mean, look. Well, theory crafters will be going insane, yeah. It does sound like there's a few things in there that might be tedious, and that's what we'll find in the PTR, and we'll feed that back and hopefully get it fixed for the time Season 11 comes out. But I like the fact that I wasn't expecting leaderboards, and I wasn't expecting an endgame system, to be honest. I wasn't expecting any form of leaderboard or endgame system to come with this season. So that to me is already more than I was expecting, to be honest. I like how I read it and it didn't make sense, then you made it make sense. Well, that's good. I mean, some of it only half made sense to me as well. So I had to sit there and think about it for a minute. But obviously, it's only my intuition. I haven't played it. So it sounds to me like they're heading towards a D3 direction on the mechanics of defenses and stuff, so that they can make it easier to understand how your barb is toughness-wise against a Spiritborn. Kind of makes sense. We haven't seen the new Paragon boards. And all the skill trees. They're all changing to match up with the all the changes in defenses and stuff. There could be some pretty significant changes in those. Obviously, only being able to put one temper on an item, but guaranteeing what you've got on there and just unlimited reworks. I think the big denominating factor will be the sanctification. I think we haven't got a clue what sanctification affixes there are, or anything like that. They could be absolutely insane for all we know. So the PTR starts on Tuesday, Licks, and that'll be for a week. And so that'll finish at the end of October. My guess is the new season starts at the beginning of December. Somewhere around there. Yeah, it's like I'm coming. Yeah. I agree. I agree. But yeah. Spin to win. So another month, give or take, Lick. Spin to win. Goodness me. All right, we'll spin. Why not? Are you happy, Licks? So I probably won't do too many Spiritborn builds, Theory Crafts, before the start of Season 11, because I've got way too much to do for Spiritborn. But I probably will put the Burn Hydra together, because that weapon is perfect. Absolutely perfect for how I play Hydra. I've always played it with Tenuous Destruction, apart from my hardcore run. No defense skill for Hydra. I've always done that for a long time. You guys know I have. And that weapon is absolutely perfect for it. Like, it's insane. You can't use a staff, and you won't be able to get as many Hydra heads, but then you're gaining so much damage from that weapon, it makes up for it, and the core skill rank. So it's probably worth it overall. You lose your multiplier from the Ophidian, but you'll gain so much from the damage on the weapon, it'll probably make up for it. Yeah, it's cracked. But you can also just straight up use it for core skills in general. But it's trying to force you towards... So you'll still have teleport on your enchant, but they're trying to force you towards not using any like ice armor and stuff, I guess. Right, let's turn the music off, because I think this is going to start in a minute. Hopefully we'll hear it when it starts. It's the effort that counts, Licks, yeah. I tried. What can I say? Well, it should be starting pretty soon. There is a chat in here somewhere, is there? Here it is. I mean, they should be starting anytime soon now. This isn't the pub, Eddie. No, it's not. Just realised, nearly my birthday, getting old already. Got grey hairs, Licks. I've got no hairs, so you're doing better than me. Down to the last minute minute detail. Oh, it's very, very useful for a Tenuous Destruction base build, yeah. Dom's that old, he lost all his hair. I'll be there soon. Yeah, Eddie. Pretty much. It's all falling out. What can I say? Hey, Jesus, over on YouTube. How you doing, man? Sorry, I've just seen your message. I hope you're well, dudes. We're just waiting for this to start. I guess they'll be starting anytime soon now. We'll pay gold for the Heraldric Materials Reserve Sigil runs. Misery. I'm sure some people might be able to help you out. I think they definitely want to make Obgisite harder to get than this season. Obgisite's been crazy this season, hasn't it? It hasn't started yet. They said it will start soon. I get what they're doing in the background is they're probably just double checking things are actually working before going live this time, because last time it didn't all just work, did it? There will be no Chaos Armors next season, I don't think. Right, here we go. Looks like they're getting ready to go. Here we go. That is very loud. That is very quiet. Oh.
And if anyone finds Art Peshkov's name familiar, or my D3
let me know if it's too loud or too quiet, guys.
The Eye of Peshkov monk item that was named after you. You've been on Team 3 quite a while, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Way back, way back. All right, folks, and right after this video finishes, you can go ask your questions to these three individuals. They'll be on the Sanctuary Discord, again, to answer any follow-up questions as soon as this is no longer live. And right now, folks, you're finding Twitch drops until October 17th at 11 a.m. PDT by watching 30 minutes of anyone live streaming in the Diablo 4 category on twitch.tv.
Is that better?
So now, right off the bat, tempering, this has been a hot topic in the community for quite a while. People, you know, I've mentioned it a couple times in my videos, the topic of bricking items and resetting tempering. So what is the good word on tempering?
Oh, I mean, I've been right there with you, sitting there bricking my 3 GAs and crying in town. Well, I guess the the good news is that you're no longer going to be able to brick your items with tempering. Right? The kind of the big change that we'd like to highlight is that tempering recipes no longer roll from a pool of affixes. You get to just directly pick the affix that you want. It's still going to roll within a range, but yeah, you just get to deterministically pick whatever affix you want, put it on your item. To account for this kind of increase in determinism, we're lowering the max number of tempered affixes from 2 to 1, but we're also removing the limit on resetting tempers. So currently you can only do it once, but you'll be able to reset as many times as you want. And to account for the fact that we've removed a tempering affix, we're adding one more base affix back to non-unique items into the pool, so you're not down in affix in terms of raw item power.
There you go. So right off the bat, this is, I'm sure you've just made a lot of people very, very happy. And alongside this, right, masterworking, you know, people were been complaining about having to reset at 12 and the cost of, you know, they're trying to get their triple crits. We got a huge overhaul to masterworking. It is basically just masterworking in name only now.
Yeah, but they're giving us an extra affix, Eddie.
Work as of season 11.
Right. So yeah, we've completely redone the way masterworking works. At a high level, masterworking is no longer going to increase an item's affix values, and the 12 discrete stages are gone. So like no more 5% to all affixes, 25% to one affix stuff. That's completely gone. Instead, you can kind of conceptualize masterworking in 3 different stages. The first stage is the quality stage. When you masterwork an item, you're going to apply a new stat to it called quality. You're going to apply a random amount every time you masterwork. And what quality does is it just gives a multiplicative bonus to the base stat of an item. So for weapons, it's the damage. For armor, it's the armor. And for your jewelry, it's the resist all. Items can be masterworked up to a maximum quality threshold, which is 20%. and once you've hit that 20% quality, you're done with this part of masterworking. So as an example, if you have a 1000 DPS weapon, you quality it all the way up to max, you'll have a 1200 DPS weapon.
Yep, Eddie.
Once you're done with that, you can masterwork your item one more time, and we like to call this the masterworking capstone. And what this does is it just GAs a non-GA affix on your item, right? And this can hit tempered affixes too, by the way, so your weapon tempers. And once you've done this masterworking capstone, we allow you to re-roll the specific affix that was GA'd for a cost, of course, but you're able to re-roll the masterworked GA without resetting the quality level back to 0.
So all we're doing is now resetting the capstone as opposed to having to build it all the way back
Hey,
up.
Chrono, how you
1,
doing,
2,
man?
3, 4. Pray to get the 3
Right,
crits on
yeah,
the right affix.
Yeah, no more waiting for the cosmos to align and being like 750,000 gold or million gold down and not getting what you want.
So the cost of trying again on that capstone, roughly how is that going to compare to the cost of resetting your 12 rank masterwork? Is it going to be more or less, about the same?
Well, it's going to be significantly easier. Like we're still kind of landing on the final cost, but in terms of probability, right? If you think about the old system, if you're masterworking a legendary item, you have a 20% chance to get the affix that you want, and you have to do this 3 times, right? So
Yeah,
I think
Mark, yeah.
it's 25 masterwork resets on average to get a double crit, and 125 to get a triple crit, right? With the new system, hitting the affix that you want is significantly easier, right? So if you take a 1 GA item in the new system, right, and you trying to masterwork it, you have a 1 out of 4 chance of hitting the affix that you want. So statistically, like you're gonna get it. You have a 99% chance of getting it within like 10 or 11 resets. So it's gonna be much easier. The other cool thing about this system is that like the better quality your item is, the easier it is to do this, right? Because if you go in there with a 1 GA, it's a 1 out of 4. But if you go in there with a 3 GA, it's only 1 out of 2.
Bingo. Awesome. Now, prior to Season 4 and the introduction of masterworking and tempering, we did have a crafting system that I think operated kind of similar, at least prior to the capstone, where I think we were like 10 discrete steps of, was it increasing item power, I believe, or item level?
Yeah, there's some similarities to the old system. You're right in that you were able to upgrade it. I can't remember how
Hey,
many
Joe,
discrete
how you
steps,
doing, man?
was it 5 or 10? But it would increase the item power,
Just watching
which
the
had some
updates to
other
the
kind of side
D4
effects
Season
in our
11 stuff.
system, right? In terms of scaling affix values, and it was really kind of an enclosed system. This kind of is a much more elegant version. We think quality is really cool, and we might find other applications for it.
You can join ours, Boohen.
Yeah, I think it's also like a system with a much longer possibility space of, or like being able to make an item even cooler and stronger than before, certainly with the system that existed before Season of Blue Reborn. So you'll have way more space to like turn an item into something so much more powerful than what it was. So yeah.
All right. Now, again, tempering, masterworking, these have been topics that the community's been discussing for a year plus, and something that you folks keep reiterating in the dev streams is feedback. We're listening to feedback, and for those paying attention and following along, we do see 6 months or 12 months later, feedback does get implemented. But to some people, it might give the perception of, oh well, they're not actually listening to feedback. Why do we feel it could be so long between feedback and implementation or acting from your part?
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it really just comes down to the fact that we want to be really sure that we're making the right changes. We don't want to be making like, quick fixes or knee-jerk reactions, especially when it comes to like these core foundational systems. I feel like, when you are touching systems like this, you really have to like measure a bunch of times before you cut. It'd be pretty irresponsible to kind of like, let's rework tempering based on the whim and ebb and flow of like one particular season's meta or something like that, right? So.
Yeah, I also think it just highlights the importance of the upcoming PTR and why it's so great to get your feedback now, because, hey, maybe we hit the mark, maybe we didn't, right? And the only way for us to know that is for folks to play it and give us that feedback, which is so helpful.
Now, that's not the only crafting things happening. For Season 11 specifically, we got a new crafting mechanic sanctification. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, sanctification
Yeah, I think so,
is
Mark,
really
yeah.
cool. So ultimately, sanctification is kind of like your last big swing at making your item super cool. It sits at the very end of the item journey, and really you kind of get one shot to make your item as awesome as possible. There's a lot of variance in the system, but once you sanctify your item, you get one of a number of random things that can happen to it, and then that item is done. Like you can't modify it any further at all. You can't enchant it, you can't temper it, you can't masterwork it. The only thing that we're going to let you do is swap out the socketables in a sanctified item. But sanctification properties can be very, very, very powerful.
So this is sort of like it's a one-time slam. You're gambling to complete this item, and you're hoping for one of those multiple outcomes. What are some of the most exciting outcomes that people can get?
Oh man, well I think the grand prize is you can get an additional legendary power on your item, and yeah, I mean this can be a legendary. This
Oh
could
crap!
be
You can
a
do it so
unique,
uniques
this
as
could
well,
be a
and
mythic, right?
mythics.
Like,
Oh
you
god!
can get some pretty
Look
insane
at that!
outcomes.
Shroud of
in that
False
regard.
Death, sanctified.
There's a bunch of other really cool stuff.
That's cool.
But I'll highlight an example from a recent playthrough that I had. I was playing a Hydra Sorc, and I slammed an amulet, and I got Orange Herald on it.
Hey, body shot,
so
saved
I
it,
was
man.
like, oh, okay, this is great. This is like utterly amazing, and I used it for the next like 30 levels. So
That is sounding cool. I'm really
Awesome.
liking the sound of the sanctification stuff.
And to sanctify,
That makes me
we're
moist.
using a resource called Heavenly Sigils.
Yep.
Is that right?
right.
Yeah, good body
so
shots.
Heavenly Sigils are used to sanctify endgame items, as I Power 750s and Ancestrals. Pre-Torment, there will be a slightly different loop where you earn a chance to sanctify your items when you complete activities. But once you're in Torment, you'll earn these sigils, which you will be able to kind of bank up and use whenever you want to sanctify stuff whenever you want.
So this is a consumable item, and do we get it via a drop? Are we earning it via an activity?
Both. Well, it's used as a crafting currency. You can also use it in your inventory to teleport to the place where you do sanctification. It's a little quality of life thing. But yeah, you're earning it as a material. There are a few guaranteed sources of heavenly sigils. I think they are Bartok, Giga Belial, the ultimate layer boss Belial, and then Astaroth. We also have a few chance-based sources, including the Belial Ambush and the Seasonal Pit Belial. I think there's a low chance to drop off of elites and Nightmare Dungeon bosses as well.
So we're going to be a lot more powerful in Season 11 thanks to the new sanctification crafting system, but the game is also getting more challenging via an overhaul to monster combat. Do you want to tell
Thanks
us
for the
more
raid,
about that?
Chalosia. Welcome in, guys.
Yeah,
Welcome
absolutely.
in.
So we're calling it Evolve
We're
Monster
watching the
Combat,
D4 updates.
And at its core is we're taking a look holistically
Appreciate
at
you,
the
though.
monsters in our game and seeing that, from where we started in base game to where we are now, monsters really haven't changed that much. So it's about bringing our monsters up to speed with the speed of the player and changing a lot about each of our individual monsters, but focusing on hit reliability and overall pacing in general of base combat. So that comes
Of course,
from
100%, but
improved
thank you.
monster AI. It comes to more distinct roles for our monsters. Their ability to hit you is a lot more reliable. Like they turn to face you more. It's harder to dodge. You can't just run through mobs and survive anymore. Getting surrounded
Thanks for the
has
follow,
meaning.
Aris. Appreciate it.
And then we're also doing a lot of work around monster rarities. So, our base monster
I don't
rarities.
know,
are
Eddie. We'll
normal
have to
monsters.
see.
Then we have minions, champions, and elites. And then there's a couple other super elites, unique elites. But those are the ones we're focusing on. So elites previously were kind of a slightly harder unit. They had a few affixes on them. And maybe when you fought them, you took notice. Maybe you just kind of wiped them off the face of the planet and didn't
I
even
want
notice.
these to be harder.
But now we're boosting the difficulty of those encounters fairly considerably.
Good.
So before you might have a single monster show up, or single elite, maybe two elites show up at a given time.
There's
and
20
they've
new
got
affixes.
2, 3 affixes on them. But now what happens is when an elite rolls, you'll get one large monster, the elite, and he will spawn with 5 minions. And all of those monsters will share affixes. So you'll have a pack of 6 monsters throwing mortar at you, throwing frozen at you, throwing all sorts of affixes at you at the same time.
Oh, no.
So that's going to represent a meaningful increase in difficulty. And with that,
Okay.
we're also
I thought
going to
they'd
sort
put
of
Infernal
adjust the
Minions
pacing a
back
little
on
bit.
again
So
like
you're
they
not
had
gonna run
D3.
into
That
elite back to
sucks.
back to back to back, 'cause that would just
They
be
haven't, it's
horribly
okay.
harder. But it's about creating a meaningful spike in difficulty that gets you out of your chair.
That
and
looks
taking
cracked.
notice, right? So you don't sort of
Oh,
just
I'm liking
sit
that.
and smoke everything. So
I'm excited. New
harder elite
gameplay.
counters, but less often, if that makes sense.
I'm good, Shaloshi.
That
I
makes
hope you're well
sense.
too.
So, I mean, currently we kind of play the
Maybe
game
Butcher
on
will be scary
two
again,
speeds.
yeah.
There's speed farming, which at end game, I mean, there's speed farming where we're mowing through things. Then there's like kind of pit pushing where we're testing our metal
wait,
and
Eddie.
the combat does slow
Get your
down.
lube ready.
Do you anticipate we're going to feel, or is the design intent for us to feel these changes just like when we're pit pushing or also just when we're speed farming?
I think, since we touched every single monster and all their behaviors are different, you will feel them everywhere. I think we made meaningful changes to a lot of different monster families. To quote Art, this is Diablo, and you can outmath monsters, so you can be strong enough. If you're two difficulties higher than or lower than you probably should be, you're just gonna wipe the screen, and that's fine. That's part of the fun, right? You got your character that strong.
We'll see, Eddie.
But yeah,
we'll see.
when you're pushing and you don't have that, you will 100% feel it. So I would say it's unavoidable. No matter what, you're gonna.
Hey,
run into
Ryzen,
this,
how's it going, man?
hopefully we'll make
Welcome in,
combat
welcome in.
more fun for everybody.
And the AI and behavioral changes to the monsters, is that something that ramps up with difficulty, or are we feeling it from level 1?
You will feel the sort of more intelligence in their behavior from level 1, but
Glad
there
to
are
hear it,
certain
glad to hear it.
aspects of monsters that will increase as Torment goes up. Things like move speed, attack speed, their ability to target you intelligently, like with their aiming and things like that. They're all based on a system that increases as difficulty tiers go up. But the baseline behaviors of like, oh, okay, they know
won't
not
be in
to group
season
up,
11,
they
Eddie, I
know to
don't think.
flank you, they know to spread out. Like, that's going to be everywhere.
And speaking about the champions and elites specifically,
We'll find out next week, buddy.
if you can give some measure to like how much more challenging there are, like by some factor compared to how they've been.
Sure, it's hard to quantify because it varies greatly depending on the difficulty that you're at.
Monk.
We
It
want to
does.
increase the difficulty for higher world tiers because that's the players who are very skilled at the game and have been practicing that sort of thing. But we don't really want to push it that much higher for the new players. So I wouldn't consider it exponentially more difficult or anything like that on normal, intentionally so. But as you get going, when you would fight one elite, now you're fighting 6 things with affixes. I don't want to say it's 6 times more difficult or anything like that, but somewhere in the 3 to 4 times more difficult range, just based on the number of elites or monsters with affixes that show up. Not only that, but we're also increasing the number of affixes that roll on minions and elites as the world tiers go up. So when you get to Torment 1,
Let us finish this, Ryzen, and then
elite
I'm
will
sure
have
someone
4
will come and help.
affixes, where previously they might have only had 3, and minions can possibly roll up to 4 if you get really unlucky. Certain affixes do get inherited, some do not, just because the nature of certain affixes are much louder. Like you wouldn't want, 6 things casting Orbiter. That means nothing because nobody's seen Orbiter, but it's a new affix that's really exciting. Maybe you remember it from D3. So yeah, it'll definitely ramp and get much more difficult in the higher difficulty tiers, but still be manageable in the lower difficulty tiers.
Yeah, so I think that
No worries,
difficulty of
Shaloshi.
any
Thank you so much
individual
again.
group
Sorry,
of,
didn't do a
elites you run
grand
across is
hello,
gonna
but I really
vary
appreciate you.
depending on the combinatorics of what your build is exceptionally good at dealing with and
Yeah,
what
Ryzen,
they
do it.
roll. And sometimes you're probably going to come across a group and they're going to have a combination that just destroys you, and you're going to be super surprised,
Psycho,
or
how you doing, man?
maybe you won't. Maybe you've seen it before and you're ready for it, and that's where part of the mastery comes in.
Yeah, and I think what Aislinn is hitting on is one of our philosophies going into Evolved Monster Combat was creating memorable moments. So I was playing through Season 11 the other day, just testing out the PTR build, and I was running through Helltide, and I turned the corner, and there was an elite giant maggot who's a new monster in Season 11, and he had 5 giant maggot minions, and they just beat the bejesus out of me. So I was just getting my ass kicked, and I'm like, no, F this, I'm out. And I start running, and then Vortex, one of the elite affixes, just sucked me right back into him. And I'm like, oh my God. And like that, it's funny. It's this small moment, but it was like so memorable to me. And I was like, I got on chat and just bragged to the designers about how great a job they did making that, and it was just a really cool thing. So that's what we're kind of hoping for folks, is to create, with all these crazy random elements that can roll, sometimes you're going to get one that's like, holy crap, that just happened. And I think that's part of the fun of it.
I think one of the key takeaways here is that this is an increase in difficulty that is not just bigger numbers. It's not that they deal more damage, they have more life. It is the affixes, it is the AI. You've name dropped a couple new affixes. How many new monster affixes roughly are we getting?
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite things being encounter lead is we haven't added monster affixes at all until this point, and we're adding 20 plus. I think we're going into PTR with 25 new monster affixes. Some are totally new, you've never seen them before, and some are inspired by the D3 ones that you might know and love. So seeing some of your returning favorites come back should hopefully be fun for fans of those games.
I've
Fantastic.
definitely been melted by fire chains.
Yeah, Fire Chains is one of them. Lifelink is another T3 one. There's a couple of them there.
Fire chains. My nemesis. Sorry, I'm just getting flashbacks.
Now, speaking of affixes, do you guys have opinions on like damage reduction affixes?
Sure. So the champions in pre-season 11, as you probably remember, them had the damage resist aura. So if you're not familiar with that, folks, it's the big glowing purple aura around the dude, and it provides DR to everybody around it. We actually took that out entirely. Champions don't do that
Nice.
anymore.
Damage resistance
And I'll
mobs are gone.
talk
Thank
about-
you.
Well, we'll talk about what they are now, and then I'll talk about why we took it out. So what they are now is they will spawn in packs. So you'll get packs of champions, either 3 or 5, and they will have their own monster affixes as well. So they'll pull from that same pool that elites pull from, except they'll also have affixes that are specific to champions. Lifelink is one. Again, that's a D3 one if you remember. Fire Chains is one. We have one called Vengeance, where if you kill one member, the rest get stronger. So they'll have their own unique behaviors, and they'll fill their own unique combat role. They're gonna probably be equally difficult to elites. That's sort of our target. It'll just be a different flavor of combat. So instead of like a single targeting thing or managing a group, it's just now it's group dynamic stuff. So why? So now to the previous part. Why? How do I feel about damage resist? We took it out. We took it out specifically because the champion aura was fundamentally a single targeting check, and that's not how most people play Diablo. We don't often do single target builds. A lot of people just dump a bunch of AoEs. So when you're just dumping a bunch of AoEs, that doesn't actually create any sort of meaningful combat. It doesn't change up your behavior in any way. It's just this fight lasts slightly longer, and that's not something that we find value in, right? So we'd rather have you be challenged in a fun and engaging way of things you need to dodge or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of why we took it out, and I
agree.
don't know
Good.
many people will miss it.
No.
Awesome. Great to hear. Great to hear. Now we're also getting, well, I don't know if this is going to be more difficult or less difficult. And I think we're going to need help understanding exactly the significance of this change, but we're getting massive changes to defenses, right?
Right. Yeah. We're kind of really, with the increased power you'll be able to get through the new crafting system and the increased challenges that you'll be taking on with the harder monsters, we really wanted to kind of evaluate the state of like player defenses and healing and player damage reduction. Because really, if you think about it, like there's a pretty huge disparity in effective HP when you look across builds, right? Like some builds will have like 10k HP and then they proc their stuff and they go up to 200,000. It's wild. And this creates a lot of difficulty in kind of tuning the game up to be more difficult as you progress.
All
it
of
also
the
creates
stuff.
a lot of
I will
confusion
recap at the end.
for the player into understanding like how did all these layers of defenses actually work? Like how tanky am I? ? So we've reworked a couple things. Starting at the top, we're changing armor and resistance to be rating systems, which means that you can continue to invest in these for more and more damage reduction, but they have diminishing returns at higher values. We're also changing armor from being a source of physical damage reduction to being a layer of all damage reduction. So it's not just physical against the physical damage type, it's against all damage types. To pair with that change, we're adding a new resistance type called physical resistance, right? So you'll go from having 5 elemental resistances to now having 6 resistances with physical resist. And the kind of end goal here is that armor and resistance are your two primary defensive layers that you're kind of balancing against. The other thing that we've done is we've really evaluated the use of all of the various damage reduction affixes, right? There's unconditional damage reduction. There's like 20,000 flavors of conditional damage reduction. We found that this leads to a really inconsistent experience. Like, your buffs will fall off in mid pack, or you're going from pack to pack and suddenly you're like 7 times less tanky and you get one tapped, right? It just feels really bad. So we're really trying to kind of make defenses a lot more predictable and understandable. Largely, we've removed a lot of conditional DRs and made them non-conditional. So your defenses will be.
I think it
much
sounds
more
good. This sounds
predictable.
fine, Top Monk. Honestly. I can
to kind of
elaborate
help
at the
the
end.
player understand all this, we've introduced a new thing on the character sheet called toughness. Toughness itself is not a real stat. It doesn't do anything for you, but toughness is a mathematical representation of
Mhm.
your effective HP. So what it does is basically we calculate for you how much HP you have per damage type after your armor, after your resistances, and after any other
I'll
sources of
elaborate at the
DR,
end, Top Monk.
so that you can look at this number and get a general sense of
Why
how
does it keep
tanky you
doing
are.
that?
And if you're like, you got a new piece of gear, you
It
put
keeps
it on.
on
If
the
you see
full
that number
screening
go
me,
up,
which is
that means
weird.
you're more tanky.
I don't know why. it's
So
doing
just
that.
to ensure I'm understanding, does this mean that now armor and resistance no longer have a cap? The numbers just go higher, and we like asymptotically approach 100%, but never reach 100% damage reduction from resistance and armor?
Yeah, more or less.
So if I remember correctly, that's kind of the system we had at launch, and then we had like a rework in season 2 where resistances changed to being more like Diablo 2 style, where the cap is 70%, and you can get 15% on your gear meant 15%, and then armor as well. Now we had the cap of 1,000, so it sort of introduced this itemization puzzle for us all to solve, where we know, okay, I only need 1,000 armor. How do I?
I think they're
going to
get
it?
that
I only
shortly,
need X
buddy.
amount of resistance. How do I get it? And I thought that change was really well received by the community. So why are we now moving away from that?
Right. So the system that we have right now created a few problems, namely for how we are able to scale up damage. If you think about, again, the HP disparity between some builds, we can't really reliably scale up damage past a certain point because some builds would start getting one shot while other builds wouldn't. This is largely because with a capped system, players, to get more tanky, players had to rely on all these other sources of various conditional DRs coming from your uniques and all that kind of stuff. Going back to a rating system is going to give us much more control. It's going to give you, the player, a lot more control on how you scale your defenses. Ultimately, the math behind this new system is a lot more sound and scalable for the future.
All right, fair enough. So does that mean we're also going to be seeing a great reduction in sources of damage reduction, like just across the board on items and Paragon and everything?
Yeah, in terms of like flat damage reduction, you are still
Yeah,
going to
Psycho.
see it. You're still going to see it
PTRs
on
next
skills.
Tuesday.
You're still going to see it on like uniques and stuff like that. But we really want it to feel like more special than it is. Right? Like if you see something that says reduces my
think this'll be
damage,
fine, trust
reduces
me.
damage taken by 30%, you should be like, oh my god, that's crazy.
I'll
Not like,
elaborate at the
nah,
end.
throw it in the pile, whatever. Don't care.
Yeah, I think that's something that ended up happening and kind of building on itself and created, like, kind of turned into baggage in the current version of the game, which was I think for a while we didn't have a fantastic grasp of just how powerful these DR sources were going to turn out to be, and it ended up feeling like there was just like a bunch of arbitrary DR just kind of specked throughout the game, not necessarily very intentionally done. And now, like Art was saying, it should feel a lot more intentional when you do find something that gives you DR, because that is a very valuable thing to have.
Now, that's not the only side of defenses being reworked. We got healing, potions, that kind of stuff is also being revisited. What's going on there?
Yeah. So we wanted to look at the healing side of things along with the defensive side of things. We for the potion, we kind of didn't really like the state of the potion. Right, your potion cap is so high. You're constantly getting them. So the net effect is that you just kind of spam your potion whenever you want it and need it. You're going, you're going, you're fine. You're taking damage. Hit Q, instantly full. Don't care. Move on. Right. We kind of, to go along with the more intentional monster combat and difficulty, we wanted your use of the potion to be a little bit more tactical. So we've the first thing we've done is we've removed the bonus potion charges that you can get from Renown. So you can have a base of 4 potions, or a maximum of 4 potions. We've improved the potion healing itself. Right now, it's like this completely worthless flat heal and then a percentage-based heal over 4 seconds, I think. We've just made this a flat, a percentage-based instant heal, so you'll heal 35% of your max HP every time you push the button. And then we've also added a kind of a very, very slow potion regeneration. I think it's once every 30 seconds. This is really to kind of, if you're going from pack to pack and you find yourself out of potions. Like, we don't want the right answer to be like, oh, I'm going to town portal so I can talk to my healer. So we're going to give you a slow trickle, so you can kind of keep moving forward. For the kind of other side of healing,
I'm sure
we
there's
really
probably
like,
item changes, yeah.
players to kind of spend a little bit more of their focus on kind of gearing defensively.
Nadine, that's
and
what
for
happens
sustain
every
as well.
season after the PTR
So
anyway. Most people do
we've
that.
made some improvements to life on hit. We've re-added that back into the affix pool. We've also tuned up all other sources, all other healing-based affixes like life on kill, life regen, healing percent. Those have been improved. Those have been made more available on different slots, with the intention that, like, you got to get some sustain somewhere. You can't just rely on your potion anymore.
So at this point, we're looking at effectively defenses 2.0. We're sort of like getting, you know, we've had a number of systems reworked since the game launched, and now we're kind of getting reworks of reworks. Why is it that we're now, you know, 2.5 years post-launch, and we're still overhauling core systems?
Yeah, well, I mean, Blizzard is really at its core. We're an iterative design studio. You know, feedback, both from our own experiences and especially player feedback, is kind of the lifeblood of what we do. Especially because Diablo IV is a live game. You know, we're constantly, you know, adding things. We're constantly striving to improve our systems, broaden them.
It is a very
make
big
them,
change,
more
Nadine,
deeper. And kind of. Systems are really, I don't know, a spider web of connections, right? Like cute Charlie Day with the red string meme. So it's kind of hard to add really cool new itemization systems like sanctification without disrupting, or at the very least, like really taking a comprehensive look at the existing systems, itemization systems as a whole. And I think the reality with ARPGs, like these highly repetitive systems, do get stale. And there's kind of two major options, right? We can either build new systems, which, you know, run the risk of either bloating the game or making existing things kind of feel vestigial, or there's kind of refining old systems to address, you know, issues and feedback. Our focus has actually kind of been balancing between the two, right? And like you mentioned before, like itemization 2.0 has been out for like 1.5 years, and has been relatively unchanged since season 4. We have a lot of feedback, we have a lot of data, and we feel like there's a lot of good iteration to be made and move the game in a very positive direction.
Yeah, to chime in, I think it's very easy to look at old systems, and I'm thinking about Monster Combat because that's my field, but it's very easy to be like, man, it's good enough. F it, right? But I think it's a point of pride that we take the time to look at these systems and identify, is this the best that it can be? And then spend the time to actually make it better. And it's just going to create a whole different feeling of freshness that's going to actually get players to come back, give a reason to come back for Season 11 and every season after. So the game is always changing and adapting to the flow, the pace, to the player base that's playing it. I think that's one of the best parts about being sort of an active live development all the time.
Yeah, speaking a little more to the culture of iteration, I've been a player of Diablo much longer than I've been working on Diablo, and I want to make sure that the game is as fun as possible, and I think that we all do here at the studio. And when we find opportunities to continue to improve Diablo IV, you know, we want to take them, right? We don't want to rest on our laurels.
I'll summarize at the end, Rydell.
We want to create something that not only the community loves to play, but we want to sit down and be like, hell yeah, let's log into Diablo 4.
All right, now, Sanctification is not the only thing coming with Season 11. Now, previously, in a past season, we saw the return of Belial, and now you guys are doing us not just one better, not just two better. We are seeing the return of Belial, the return of Duriel, the return of Andariel, and, in fact, all 4 lesser evils. Lore nerds know who the 4th one is. We are seeing the return of, triumphantly from Diablo 3, who's coming back?
Asmodan, right?
Asmodan.
Asmodunk.
Asmodunk.
He's dunking in.
I think so, Rydell, yeah.
So, what does it mean for the lesser evils to be invading Sanctuary?
Yeah, so the Lesser Evils are teaming up. Ultimate Bad Guy team up, and they're taking over Sanctuary. And what that means is each Lesser Evil is actually invading a different player activity. So to run it through, Andariel is taking over the Kurast Undercity. Belial is taking over the Pit. Duriel is taking over Helltide. Don't worry, it's the same color. And then Asmodan is a new world boss who's taking over the Overland. Uh, so yeah, that's our first new world boss is Azmodan since launch, right? So we're really excited about that. And once you see him, it's gonna blow your mind. He looks so good, and he fits so well as a world boss, just in his scale and his attacks, and I'm really excited for that. So I could dive more deep into each of those activities if you like, but the general gist of it is they are going to provide a new, interesting twist on the activity that you know. It's not going to fundamentally change it. The pit is still going to be the pit, but new things are going to happen. Belial will show up and throw attacks at you. Certain monsters in each activity are going to be infected with new affixes. So Belial's is the illusion affix, if you remember that one from D3, where it creates a bunch of clones of a monster, right? And then you'll have a chance to fight Belial as the boss of the pit instead of the regular old rotation of bosses, right? And that's the same for every activity. So Duriel is going to replace the Helltide Succubus boss, and Dariel is going to replace the Undercity bosses, Longtooth, and all the different ones we have there. And then Azmodan, like I said, will be that world boss.
And Azmodan being a world boss, that is going to be permanent, or that's just for the season?
So there's two flavors of that. Him as a world boss in the rotation of world bosses is permanent, so he will always be a world boss going forward. There is a separate seasonal event that is happening where he is actually going to take over an event, the World Boss Arena in Hawazar, and he will be kind of like an open world layer boss that you can fight with friends, if that makes sense. So how it actually works is you'll show up and there'll be sort of a ritual that you can take part in, and there will be 3 different altars, one for Andariel, one for Duriel, one for Belial, and depending on which one you choose,
Captain,
or whoever decides to choose, that will
thanks for
summon
membership on YouTube,
hordes
dude.
of
Appreciate it,
enemies
man.
in theme with that lesser evil. So let's say I pick Duriel, sure. Maggots will start pouring out. We'll have zombies and this sort of thing. It's a giant wave event, and then after that giant wave event, Azmodan will show up, and he will be sort of influenced by Belial. So you'll fight Azmodan World Boss, but you'll also have a second layer of difficulty where you'll start seeing sort of Duriel's attacks. I think I just said Belial by accident, but Duriel's attacks. So you'll start seeing Pangs of Duriel show up, or a bunch of poison meteors, stuff like that. And then when you kill him, this is kind of where it feels like a layer boss. We're going to spawn 3 different chests, and if you collect enough of what we're calling corrupted essences, which have a bunch of different uses in the season, you can cash that resource in to open a chest related to whichever lesser evil that you choose. So if you open, let's say, Andariel's chest, you'll have a chance to roll the uniques from Andariel's boss ladder fight, the layer fight, excuse me. You'll also get the resources that are associated with her in Season 11. Let me pull up which Andariel. I think she's...
Yes, top one. I agree.
I wrote these down so I wouldn't forget. She's Obels and Mats, and those tie into the seasonal gifts. But yeah, it'll be this fun 2 ways you can interact with it. The World Boss...
Guess he's
and
a
then this sort of
designer or something,
recurring event in the Hawazar World Boss Arena that you can farm for all sorts of fun loot.
And you mentioned farming him with friends, so this is going to be a private instance, or is this something that like other people in the world will be alerted to?
It'll be open for everybody. Yep. So it'll always be up, and you can always run there and take part and fight. It won't be on a rotation or anything like that. It'll just be there for you to fight.
So a little bit like the Blood Maiden, where it's like if you don't have, if you don't have the materials and the end to open the chest, there's maybe not a big point in doing it over and over. But
Correct,
if someone summons it, cool. Huh. And now you said that the Helltide's not changing color, but there are some changes to Helltide with Duriel's presence, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are changing up Helltide. Duriel's taking it over, right? So all the monsters are getting replaced. You're going to see zombies. You're going to see maggots, dregs, flies, all these different things. All the little pop-up events are going to be different theme with Duriel. He will replace the Blood Maiden. So instead of trading in your hearts and she shows up, we've been killing her for like 7 seasons straight. I think she needs a break. Duriel will pop up, and he's substantially more difficult.
They said skills are changing.
Certainly be a challenge to kill him, and it'll be a sort of fresh take on it.
So what exactly? I don't know yet.
It will still be Helltide at its core, but it will definitely feel different with a lot more interesting challenges to it.
And then you hinted at this with the materials for summoning the world boss, but there's going to be purpose to going into these different activities, and I think that takes us to the divine gifts.
Yeah, so the whole lore around this season is Hadriel, the angel from Diablo 2, if you don't remember Hadriel. Angels are freaking awesome, so we wanted to bring angels back as much as we can in a season. So Hadriel, who I always love from Diablo 2, he sits outside Chaos Sanctuary. He only says like 3 lines, but I was like, man, that guy's badass, just sitting outside of hell. So he's shown up, and he's been tracking Azmodan, and he has seen
PTR's
that the
Tuesday,
lesser evils are invading.
beginning of
and he
December, I
wants to
think,
help.
right off for the actual
Unfortunately,
season.
that is not allowed by Imperius, and that, we're trying to keep the balance. They vowed not to interfere with the goings on of man, and he's going to try to break that. So in exchange for, he's basically putting a bounty on the lesser evils. So in exchange for you going and killing them, he's going to provide you divine gifts, and these divine gifts are sort of passive boosts to the rewards of the activities you take part in.
This is not the
And there's
expansion,
two
Top Mark,
levels.
no.
There's Purified, that will increase your rewards as well as provide you a sort of passive bonus to some of your stats or the rewards that you get. And then there's Corrupted effects. And these are for our more seasoned players, the players
Yeah,
who
right.
want that hardened difficulty. This is sort of opt-in difficulty for different activities. So let's say I slot in a Corrupted Essence, I slot in a Divine Gift of Hazroll from, let's say, Belial, and I slot that into the Corrupted slot. The pit is now just harder. There are going to be effects that are topical to the pit, topical to Belial, that will pop up and make your run much harder. And this is the same for Helltide, Undercity, world bosses in general. So it allows you to make your content harder as well as boost the rewards that you get from it. So our seasons player, I think, will really enjoy that, and we'll have some more easily digestible powers for those folks who are not really interested in increasing the difficulty of the content.
About a year ago, more even, I think it was season 4, we had the introduction of Profane Mind Cages, which was a self opt-in difficulty buff to make monsters just numerically harder and get some numerical buff to reward. It seems like and again, people really like that and wanted to come back. So now you're bringing it back in a way that is like 100 times more interesting, because it's not just, number bigger. It's, I think the through line of our chat today is the increase in difficulty is done in interesting ways. It's not just they deal more damage, they have more life. We're getting more, whether it's the AI, whether it's affixes and such. Because I think in some of these corrupted gifts, like you're getting more monster effects to spawn around you, or like ambushes happening on you.
Yep, 100%. And the Purified Mind Cage was a big inspiration. We saw folks love that, and we want to give avenues, again, to let the player play how they want. So they want harder stuff, and let's give it to them, but allow them to opt into that and allow it to be thematic and interesting. That's totally the way to go. And it's funny, you're talking about like sort of numbers go up. If we actually look at base monster damage, it's actually going down, but because of the hit reliability and the more intelligent things, you're just going to get hit by more things. And you're sort of, the better you play, the better you avoid it, and that increases your survivability. So we're getting away from, big spikes are the only way to kill people, and now getting surrounded or these new effects that you opt in for, that's really what's going to kill you, or this crazy bunch of affixes that happen to roll together, that's what's going to kill you. So it's a much more interesting way to increase difficulty or provide that increased pacing and flavor.
Fantastic. So if I'm understanding this right, there are going to be 4 categories of these divine gifts, one for each of the lesser evils, and you can slot it either into the corrupted
Ranga.
or the...
How's it going, man?
Purified? No.
That's correct, yeah. So there's Purified and Corrupted. You're going to have 8 perks for you to choose from, 8 gifts for you to choose from. So if you want to, you can slot in a single one. And put that in the Purified, put that in the Corrupted, ship that to what I want.
That doesn't sound too good. Something's dying.
The season, how do I get the experience that I want?
And by participating in any of these activities associated
think
with
that's me.
that lesser evil, you're then leveling up your divine gifts in that related to that activity, right?
Yeah, that is exactly right. So you will gain experience for each of these gifts by killing the lesser evil associated with it, as well
No,
as
it's not.
the
I think it was
infected
therein.
monsters within that activity. So I mentioned earlier, like the illusion monster in the pit, he duplicates and you get 10 clones or whatever. Killing that monster will also level up your thing. And again, there's different flavors of that depending on the lesser evil. So Undercity will have monsters who are infected who will shoot ghosts, and if they hit you, they steal your time. In the pit, we'll have a really cool one. A monster is infected and he constantly sheds maggots, and if you kill him, the maggot comes out and tries to infest you, and if he infests you, you start shedding maggots, right? And then Azmodan is a fun one. He creates this crazy fire stuff, so it'll be cool.
Only in Diablo are we shedding maggots. Oh, God.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Speak for yourself.
Oh, God.
So if I really like Helltide, that means that the more I'm playing Helltide, the more I'm leveling up my Helltide related divine gifts, and therefore the more rewarding Helltide becomes.
It is 100% correct. Yep.
Now, these boons, do you see this as something that we're going to be swapping out based on what activity we're doing?
So you wouldn't be swapping them out. Our goal is not to have you hop swapping these things. I think that's contrary to player flow and breaks you out of it and kind of just sucks. So our goal is only to swap it to maximize the rewards that you want. So you find yourself, man, I really need obols, right? I'm going to just rearrange these to maximize my obol intake from Undercity, or man, I really need boss keys, so I'm going to go do the or layer boss keys. So I'm going to move these things around. For your truly seasons player, that's probably the only decision they're thinking about because they know it all and they can handle that extra difficulty. But for players who are not opting into that difficulty, it becomes a decision of, okay, what reward do I want, as well as what passive stat boost or what slight
Hey, Johnny, how's it going, man?
buff that do I want to make my character stronger, and that's what I'll slot into the purified slots, and that's what they're engaged with that content.
So you mentioned that these boons do also come with some form of defensive or utility buff, right?
Yep, that is correct. So only if you slot them in the purified one. So it becomes the decision of, okay, which
Have a great day,
boost
Psycho.
do I
Thanks,
want
man.
to my
See you
character, and
later.
then which negative effect do I want to unleash? Because depending on which one you slot in, it's a different negative effect. Do I want all maggots when they hit me to steal potions, or do I want every 45 seconds a mini Duriel pops up to kick my ass? Right? That's the kind of decision you got to make. What level of difficulty are you comfortable with, as well as what reward do you want, or what's the passive boost you want?
So for the last several seasons, well, let's say few seasons, we've had seasonal powers. I guess if you want to stretch the definition, you can argue that these are powers as well, but they're clearly very different. Did you take a different approach to designing powers? Has people have memed on powers. Has that had any effect on how you view powers and want to implement powers in the future?
Yeah, I was certainly influenced by how folks reacted to previous seasons and how those powers were, the feedback we got on them. And it's a versatile system, and we wanted to see how far we can push it and see which ways we can change player builds and sort of how they engage with the content. It's a really great system because it allows us to create more seasonal specific approaches to things that are fresh rather than just, okay, here's something slightly different. So we're trying to get away in this season from the stuff we've done in the past. Here's the new cool badass attack. Like, none of these things are gonna, no angel's gonna descend from heaven and blast the hell out of Duriel or something. It's just not gonna happen. It's totally passive. So yeah, it's gonna use a similar interface, but it's not seasonal powers. It's seasonal gifts. It's a totally different system. And in terms of your question about sort of the future, to me, who knows which season I'll be in charge of, but to me, it's just another tool in the toolkit, a tool that we can use to increase content variety, increase player build variety, reward variety, and there's so many different avenues that we can take it. And this is just one avenue, and it's sort of exploring customizing your rewards and customizing your difficulty, but I can think of 100 different ways that we could use the same system to create all sorts of fun and interesting things.
Yeah, I'd love to add on to this and say that we've definitely seen that. I think like a big takeaway we've had is that people would like to see more variety in the kind of things that are happening in seasons. And really what I think we're trying to move towards is building an arsenal, like a toolkit of different cool stuff that we can do that all feels very different, so that we can mix it up much more significantly than we have in the past, season over season.
So if we're looking at a season and we're designing what's going to be included in a season, what do we feel are the necessary ingredients to having a successful season?
That's a great question. I mean, it kind of varies. We do try to take liberties. We try not to limit ourselves to like a very specific recipe. But as you have probably noticed, season over season, we love our currencies. We love the seasonal menu. Typically we love having some kind of either new activity or an activity mix-up of some kind. And in season 11 we're seeing that in the way that the lesser evils are kind of transforming all these different activities, and so we really want people to have something iconic to see immediately when they look at a season and be like, oh yeah, like that's what's happening this season. And we also want people to be able to feel it in their build somehow. And I think that that's probably where sanctification comes in season 11, is that's how you're feeling this season in your build.
Yeah, when I sort of think about ingredients for a good season, how I approach it is simply put variety, but different flavors of that, 3 specific categories. One, build variety, right, is so important. You know, we go the 0 to hero journey, and how we build that character is so important, and the decisions that we make along the way are so important. So the more we could do in a given season to alter how folks craft their builds, the better. And that takes the form of, you know, seasonal powers, or in this case, the seasonal gifts. If we look at items, Chaos Armor is super well received, right? How we engage to create that awesome build. The next piece of variety we look at is content variety, and that's the lesser evil takeover. What's something new to do along my journey? And in this case, you know, season 10, it was Infernal Hordes, and in this case, it's updating a bunch of different activities. New world boss, pit's different, you know, Undercity's different. So providing new content that makes that journey more meaningful. And then lastly, I don't know if a good word for this, but I'm calling it showcase variety. Is like, I go from 0 to hero, and when I get to hero, I want to show off how badass that hero is. So this is our end game content, this ultimate challenge that players can take part in, right? And we haven't talked about it yet here, but in season 11, that is a new feature that we're calling the Tower. And that is going to be the ultimate showcase, because it's showing off, coming with leaderboards for that thing. This is my, I got to the hero status. Now let's show the whole world how freaking awesome I am by getting to the top of that leaderboard. And will most of us get there? Absolutely not. But I'm sure some streamer somewhere will live at number 1, and it'll be pretty cool to see the build that they have and how they got there. So a really exciting feature that I'm sure we're probably going to talk about soon.
Let's get right to it. I mean, so we've, you know, we're reworking defenses, monsters are getting challenging, and all this is kind of leading
Time
into
to
now
sweat.
the introduction of, I guess, the most competitive
Hey, J
activity
Skills, how you doing, man?
that we've had in the game so far, the introduction of the Tower. What is the Tower?
Yeah, so the Tower is going to be an activity that basically tests your total mastery of Diablo 4.
I
You're
guess
gonna
I'll
have
get a bit
all these
sweaty.
new itemization changes in Season 11. There's going to be all these wonderful monster updates. And this is going to be the place you go to really test how far your character has come, you know, from that 0 to hero, as you were saying, Owen, and really put it to the test. So the Tower is a kind of a black box of a bunch of different things that could happen. And it's going to be up to you to understand the different possibility spaces and then utilize them to the best of your ability. So, for example, there are going to be a certain number of pylons.
I'll only sub to a top 10 leaderboard streamer.
And it's going to be up to you to
Guess I better get sweaty then,
decide when
buddy.
is the best time to use them. Because, for example, in the Tower, monsters are going to follow you. So you're going to be able to kind of herd them around, and if you find a pylon that's going to give you a big buff, but maybe there's not enough monsters around it, you can be clever about that and be like, okay, I need to go round up a big group of guys and bring them back here and then blast them, because that's going to give me a ton of progress. And there's a lot of different situations that can kind of emergently occur like that in the Tower, and it's up to you to determine like how you can best utilize it. And that's really where the skill expression comes in the Tower. There's going to be a ton of variety, but there's also going to be quite a bit of consistency. So you'll start to see patterns emerge as you run the Tower over and over and over again. And so as you continue playing through it, you're going to get better and better and better at dealing with the different situations it throws at you.
Yeah, that's something they could improve through.
And yes, it will have a leaderboard affiliated with it. So you are going to be able to show off just how much better you're getting and compete against your friends and players across the world.
And then these leaderboards, is it going to be cross-platform? Is it going to be, are we going to be able to filter it in different ways?
Yeah, so they are going to be cross-platform. All players from across all different platforms are going to be represented on this unified leaderboard, but you will be able to filter by platform if you'd like to see all players on PC or whatnot. And you can also filter by like your friends if you want to, you know, show off that you're the best among your friend group or whatnot.
And right now it's entering the game as a beta feature. What does that mean?
Yeah, so the Tower is something that requires a lot of rigorous iteration to reach like the truest form that really gives players the ability to express that total mastery over Diablo in the sharpest way possible. And so we really want to release this as under the moniker as a beta because we want people to go in and really give us chunky feedback about how it feels down to the minutia. so that we can continue to iterate on it season over season and turn it into the best version of itself it can possibly be, so that we can all have a lot of faith in the integrity that the leaderboard actually provides. And when you see someone at a certain rank, you can be like, yeah, we trust the tower, we trust the leaderboards, we know that like this person deserves to be, you know, number one or whatever, because the tower has been rigorously tested in its best form possible. So that's why we want to start with it as a beta, because we want to acknowledge that there's going to be some extra work we want to do, and we want to get a lot of feedback from folks on how it can become better.
And ultimately, do you see the tower as something that is really just geared for like competitive players, those gunning for the top 100 or top 1,000? Or do you see this also appealing to just more, you know, people who don't have the time to ever make it into the top 1,000?
Yeah, we totally
we'll have to see,
acknowledge that, you know, not everyone's going to be able to get into the top 100 or number one player or whatever. And we want to make sure that this is a really fun activity for everyone. So at a future time, there will be, you know, rewards affiliated with the tower, really cool stuff that you can earn.
Hey,
We are holding off on that for
Welcome
now,
in, man.
because
Welcome
we
in.
want to make sure that it's in its best state possible before we start granting those to people.
One thing I'd like to call out as a difference between the tower and the pit is that with the tower, we really want to encourage you to only push, right? It's not an activity that we want you to repeat the same floor over and over like you do with the pit, because you're grinding glyph ranks or whatever. So we really want to incentivize players for just making forward progress in the tower.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what would be in the tower would probably be like one-time rewards. So it would be incentivizing you to be like, okay, can you now reach 60? Can you now reach 65? You know, whatever. So yeah, typically speaking, you would probably only be running the tower to go further. Or, you know, like if you feel like you're on the cusp of being able to get to 60, maybe you try it a few more times because you're that close.
Okay, so it's not designed as something that we're going to farm in any way.
No, that's going to be for the pit, and that's a big reason why we, well, that's one of the big reasons why we want to separate out the pit and the tower.
I guess we can talk more about those reasons, because I
Oldman,
know,
how you
like,
doing, dude?
you know, people have been asking for leaderboards now since day one, and as soon as you guys added the pit, they're like, why can't you just put a leaderboard on the pit? Like, it's right there. So why did it take another, you know, year and a half to get another activity just for leaderboards?
Yeah, so in the last year or so, we've seen a lot of upheaval. You know, we were talking about this earlier, and of course, there's like tons of things that are changing in Season 11. And so the game had been changing so rapidly that we felt that those leaderboards might not actually reflect, like they would just change so constantly that it might not actually be a good representation of like player skill, or, you know, from one season to the next, it would just be so different as to kind of lose meaning. And so we feel that with Season 11, we're kind of reaching a state where we're going to have a lot more confidence going forward in having leaderboards in the game. And we have a lot of confidence in the tower as an activity that supports leaderboards exceptionally well. Whereas the pit really is taking a role as the speed farming location. And that's not necessarily a place where you would want a leaderboard. And now with the tower, because we have that, that's going to take like the full spotlight in terms of like, this is where you'll be competing for a leaderboard.
Yeah, to just chime in, I think the pit is very good at sort of build checking and stat checking and seeing, okay, how can I optimize this build? But the tower is very good at skill checking of how good a player am I at this action RPG. So it's not just as simple as get the strongest character. To Asen was talking about earlier, how well can I group these monsters? How well can I strategically use these shrines? And it just unwraps a whole nother level of skill that is more interesting, at least to me, in terms of what a leaderboard means. I think it's more interesting to see it that way than it is who can, you know, use Excel to get the best and who can grind the best gear forever. You know what I mean? So I just think tower is going to be the pinnacle example of leaderboard activity.
And you've hit a couple times upon the pylons and the sort of the kiting grouping monsters. These are tactics that I remember like all the top players in Diablo 3 talking about, with Greater Rift pushing for their leaderboard positions. Was the tower inspired by Diablo 3 pit pushing? Were there any lessons learned from Diablo 3's leaderboards that you wanted to, you know, either any mistakes you don't want to repeat in D4 or anything carried over there?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I calculate
when
skills.
you get in and try it out yourself, you will definitely see that the tower was heavily inspired by Greater Rifts. You know, it was an
What about
excellent
them, Bleed?
system, and it's something we wanted to take and iterate on because we know people loved it, we loved it, but we did feel like there was room for improvement. I think a good example is the concept of fishing, like fishing for the right. You know, pylons to find, or the right monster families, or the floor, or whatever. We've taken a lot of pains to make fishing less important, but we haven't gone so far as to remove it entirely. Because we actually found that when we removed fishing entirely, people kind of hated it because they wanted to have some degree of variety. Like if you totally take out RNG from an ARPG, it kind of kills off one of the core things to what we find to be the spirit of what makes ARPGs. And so there's still, you know, there's still a degree of randomness, but again, going back to the concept of like really what we want to embody in the tower is when RNG occurs, you have a way to control it. You have a way to manipulate it in your favor. And that is a huge like guiding light that we took to heart when we were making the tower. Anytime RNG could happen, we want the player to have an answer to it. We want the player to be able to look at what occurred and respond accordingly, and that will improve their run. Because that kind of RNG, when you execute it really well, will reflect in the leaderboard, and it just feels really good. Because you've been playing the game for such a long time, and being able to show that off is just, it's exquisite.
Will there be a cost to opening the tower or to closing it after like 10 seconds, like poking your head in and fishing? Is there like any system to try to dissuade fishing or...
No, there's no cost to the tower, and there's nothing to try and dissuade you from poking your head in. But the thing is that you don't actually see everything that is going to occur in that tower run immediately. Like different floors are going to have different
monster
bit,
Captain
groups.
Cuddles, yeah.
You don't know exactly when these 3 different pylons are going to spawn, so you're not actually going to have the knowledge you need to like effectively judge a run. And so you can't exactly just walk in and be like, what's around me? Oh, I'm out, because now I know everything about what's going to happen, and this isn't a good run. You are going to need to push further in, and you'll see things emerge as they come, and then you'll need to respond to it.
So the pit is limited to 2 floors. Is the tower limited to more than 2, or is there any limit?
Yeah, the tower has 5 floors, and that is a part of the kind of, you know,
sounds good to me, Monkey Luffy, at the moment.
To be able to experience in the tower.
It's better than nothing.
You to be able to skip a certain amount of content in the tower. Like for example, if you do run into a floor where there's maybe like an unfavorable combination of monsters or whatever that you don't feel your build is really super good at dealing with, yeah, you can probably run through that. But you can only skip a certain amount of stuff in the tower, and that's actually why we've explicitly set it to 5 floors. Is we do want to kind of like force you to accept conditions at a certain point, so you have some space to be like, let's re-roll this, let's like re-roll that or whatnot. But you can't do that infinitely. You can't just keep going until you find something that you can just like blast instantaneously and get all your progress.
Well, let's wait until we play it and see how it
and
plays.
after the pit being 2 floors, that's something that we're open to potentially changing. We didn't want to make like super fundamental changes to the pit right off the bat based on the tower, because it is a beta. And we acknowledge that, you know, it's something that people like, we want to hear people's feedback about. And if it's, you know, if 5 floors are received super positively, or if various elements of the tower are received super positively and they could potentially be applied to the pit, that's something we're going to be taking a look at for sure.
All right, then another big change coming is season ranks replacing the season journey, right? We're reintroducing capstone dungeons, which I always thought they were a cool feature, and I was kind of sad. It's like, oh, like this is the cool content, and now I can't play it anymore. So they're being brought back. More are being brought back. Some are going to be seasonal content that rotates every season, right?
That's correct, yeah.
So I guess, do you want to go over more details about exactly what this change means to the day-to-day of players in the start of a new season?
Yeah, definitely. So I think the biggest 2 things you'll notice is, you already said the first one, which is capstones.
I thought the capstones
awesome.
were okay.
I'm super excited for capstones.
They're one-time thing only,
well.
you know.
You know, the cool vibes that you got from capstones before are going to be there again. in the sense that it's going to be a really cool milestone for you to experience and kind of test your build season over season. You know, you might be able to beat the first capstone at level 30 in season 11. Maybe you can beat it at level 20 in season 12 if you do something like crazy and your build is super powerful earlier or whatnot. So you can kind of reflect on how you're getting better at the game season over season, which is cool. The other thing is that previously in the season journey, you needed to complete X out of Y objectives in any given chapter, and that's how you advanced to the next chapter. That is no longer the case in the season rank system. You have to complete the capstone objective, which for the first 5 ranks are fully fledged capstone dungeons that you have to crawl through. Once you complete those capstone dungeons, or rather just the capstone objective of that rank, you now have access to all the objectives and the capstone dungeon of the next rank. And these capstones are going to become higher and higher level as you go. They are not bound to your player level or difficulty. So for example, the first capstone dungeon, at least in PTR, is set to monster level 30. You can walk into this capstone when you're level 1. If you feel like you could somehow overcome it when you're level 1, go get him, Slugger. Yeah, you
will
won't.
die.
You'll die. But you know, if you somehow break the game and do it at level 1 or 5 or 10 or whatever, you now have access to rank 2 and the next capstone. So if you can continue to do that at a significantly lower level than the capstone dungeon, you can continue to climb through the ranks at your own pace. And that's kind of the heart of what I'm trying to get at here, is that a huge guiding light of this change is that you can participate and experience season ranks totally at your own pace. You know, if you're like a crazy streamer that goes insanely fast, no longer do you have to go off the beaten path and do like all these different objectives to advance. You can just go from capstone to capstone to capstone and get through all of it, which is pretty sick. If you'd rather take it slow and like maybe out level it a bit and be a little more comfortable as you're going into the capstones, you can totally do that too. But yeah, so it's really just about experiencing
Probably
season
higher,
ranks
but
how
we'll
you'd like.
see.
And then beyond that, we're still going to have like a lot of objectives, like actually more objectives than we've previously had in the season journey. And a big part of that is because we have a lot more freedom, because you no longer have to complete X out of Y. These are bonus objectives now. So we can add a lot of cool stuff that gives you, you know, little micro rewards as you're going through the game. And so if you're like a completionist and you love to just like check all the
Tremaine,
boxes,
how you doing, man?
there's going to be like a dense amount of stuff for you to do in season 11 in the season rank system.
And this comes with a complete overhaul of Renown. We're not going to be starting level 1 with all those skill points anymore, are we?
No, we're not. Gone are the days of starting with, 14 skill points when I'm level 1 and just immediately blasting everything. You know, this is another part of how we'd really like you to experience the flow of the game alongside all of these changes that are coming in Season 11, so like player defense and monsters. And you're gonna have to have a little bit more intentionality to re-earning those skill points in the seasonal realm. It's going to be through the season rank system. There are going to be some bonus objectives that are typically like very much so on the critical path that will grant you skill points. And what I mean by
It's pretty
critical path
far
is
in,
like,
Tremaine.
you know, reach reputation rank, whatever. Something that you were probably going to do anyways, and that might give you a skill point.
At the start, it sounds like it, Bone Mill, but we'll find out when the PTR goes live on Tuesday.
The new guy that's going to be in Season 11. That will give you a skill point. And then a lot of other different micro objectives that ask you to do various things. You're also going to earn a skill point.
Yeah, that bit might be a bit tedious to do season, but we'll see.
That's really nice, you know, cherry on top that you can use to progress further and faster. We think that having these skill points spread out across the early game a little bit more is really satisfying. It's really satisfying to earn them. It's also very satisfying to earn them in the context of like, how close can I get to beating the next capstone? Like, how early can I do that in my journey? And getting those skill points from the different objectives is kind of a part of that calculus that you're making to speed through it as quickly as possible.
So just to clarify for everyone, both with regards to the Paragon points and skill points, we're not seeing a reduction. We're not like being robbed of any. It's just now we have to re-earn them through specific discrete goals while playing the game. As opposed to like, you know, originally we earned them by doing these sort of ephemeral renown, explore an area, click on various things. Now it's more concrete steps of like, oh, if I fight that world boss, I get a skill point kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yes, you're not losing any skill points or any Paragon points. You're gonna have the same amount. And I'm glad you brought up altars, because I another part of this change is we don't want to have to ask new players that come in late. Like if you started playing now, to be like, oh, to start playing the game, you have to go run around and get a bunch of random stuff. We wanted that to be a little bit more natural in the seasonal realm. So this is accomplishing that too.
And just to
Let's
clarify,
wait and see how it plays.
these renown changes are strictly for the seasonal realm. The system will still exist on Eternal
Yes.
for Eternal players, but for the seasonal realm, it's been basically replaced by season ranks. And like you mentioned, those Paragon points and those skill points have been redistributed from renown into the season ranks system on the seasonal realm only.
Yes.
We've got as well new items, new uniques coming for every class, right? I guess let's go in turn. What is each of you? What is your favorite new unique coming in season 11?
Ooh, I'll go first. I'll say item called Grave Bloom. I think it's a one-handed mace, but it's for necros, and it allows you to get 3 little golems instead of 1 big one. And I know that's silly, but I just love the idea of like 3 little golems running around and fighting for me. So I'm really excited for that one.
I mean, that sounds very familiar to Diablo 3 players, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, you stole mine, Owen. I saw the Grave Bloom too, and I was like, oh, it's so cute. Suddenly
Right?
these golems go from like a gross, maggot shedding freak to these little cuties that are following me around. But I would have to say the next one I would pick is the chain scourged nail. I think I said that right. For the barbarian. It's very interesting because you can kind of utilize it in a lot of different ways. You can put 1 brawling skill on your bar and then it just kind of resets over and over, or you can have like an arsenal of brawling skills and then kind of cycle through them. That's not really a playstyle I think we've seen with the barbarian before, and it really makes me think about brawling skills in like a totally different way. So I'm pretty excited to try.
I've logged
out,
into Eternal Eris, but I've never played
a
on it.
piano brawling barbarian where I just keyboard cat slam my keys.
Change the routine's not such a bad thing. We'll see how it
I
plays.
think this is something we're seeing maybe from a couple of the new items is affixes that are like based on what you have on your skill bar.
Yeah, I think it allows for like a lot of really interesting approaches because it doesn't like force you or pigeonhole you into a specific
we'll see how it
way
plays
to
gaming.
handle it. You can go as little or as deep into it as you want, and it kind of scales to you in that way, which really kind of blows open how Buildcraft works. And so I personally really like that approach because I can combine it in so many more ways than if it's specifically called out like 1 skill, for example.
Yeah, that's actually also why I really like the new Sorc unique, which
this one looks
gives
really good.
you the enchantment for every defensive skill you don't have on your bar, which is really cool. It's actually, I think, like the anti-piano, whereas normally I'm pianoing on my Sorc. This is like, I don't have the piano because I just have the enchantment. I think it's a really cool kind of play on the possibility space of how you build your Sorc, right? And so, yeah, I really like this, that unique.
And it's a great way to tackle the basically since Sorcerer released, we're always just having the same, 2-3 defensive skills all the time. So it's a good way to try to shake up that
Hey,
meta.
thanks for the lurk, Ryzen.
Yeah, I think that's something that the that class team is constantly looking at, is like how people are playing and then finding ways to like turn that on its head. Give you reasons.
That looks amazing, Rydell, yeah.
Which is cool.
Perfect for my
build variety to the game.
non-defense skill
Moving on
Hydra
to some
build I've
more,
played,
I guess,
right?
general questions here, not necessarily specific
For
to
multiple seasons.
what we've covered today, but Season 10. It seems like Season 10 is being pretty well received by the community. Like I'm seeing a lot of people say it's amongst their favorite seasons. Why do you folks think that is? What lesson is there to take away from Season 10?
Yeah, so I think Season 10 does a
Hey,
couple
Fisk,
of really
let's go, man.
interesting things. Number one, it's really the first big shakeup to the itemization meta since Season 4, right? Like Chaos Armor is pretty awesome. It's pretty powerful, and it can really change the way you think about your build and how you're building it, right? So I think that's the first thing. It's been really successful. The other thing that to me it really sticks out as being very successful about Season 10 is that there's you really feel like there's a wide variety of activities that are worth doing in season 11. I found that a lot
Hey,
of
Rain
earlier
Delancey, how's it
seasons
going,
you
dude?
kind of naturally kind of gravitate towards layer boss jail, whereas season 10 doesn't feel like you're imprisoned in layer boss jail so much.
Yeah, that was what I was going to talk about too, and it's something we took to heart for season 11. Is there's now just multiple avenues to get those uniques that you normally just get from the layer boss. Now there's a bunch of different ways that you can get that without even engaging in that system at all. So I think that's just allows the players to again experience the content they like and not feel pigeonholed into doing just this one thing, because that's the only way to get the thing that they want.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're going to be leaning into more and more, or at least doing our best to lean into more and more season over season, is ensuring that there are reasons to just go to as many different activities as possible. I think really, at least for me personally, something that really starts to make me like ask the question, why am I still playing this season, is when I realize that like the best thing that I could be
Nice.
doing is like one thing over and over and over and over again. And then when I'm on like run 100 of that or whatever, I'm just like, do I want to keep doing this? I've done this 100 times, you know? Like, I love to grind, but I want to, like, move from A to B to C to A to B to C over and over. Like, that just keeps it fresh. It keeps it a lot more interesting. And so having really good reasons to do all of these different really cool things that are in Diablo 4, I think is in everyone's best interest.
Now, on the topic of the Chaos Armor, Bartok. Without Chaos Armor, what role will Bartok be playing going forward, since he's permanently in the game?
Yeah, so for Bartok, I think I mentioned it earlier, but he's going to be your guarantee. He's going to be one of the guaranteed sources of Neath Iron, which is a current material we're bringing back specifically used for resetting masterworking. So if you're chasing perfect hits on all of your items for masterworking, you're going to want to be doing Bartok to get Neath Iron. He's also the best source of Scrolls of Restoration, which you'll be using to try and hit your perfect rolls on tempers. And for the season, he's also a guaranteed source of heavenly sigils, so you'll be wanting to do that as well.
So season 11 bringing a lot of changes. If we're looking towards the future of the game, what do you folks feel is most needed after season 11? What does D4 need the most in season 12 and beyond?
I will say we're cooking a lot of really exciting stuff. So there are things that we are aware of and that we're working very, very hard on that we're going to showcase soon. And I know everyone here is really excited about it. So not to spoil that. But if I had my magic wand, I could add anything. Assassin class from D2. That's what the game needs. Because trap assassins are awesome and I miss them.
Trapsin was real fun.
Right?
Does everyone actually want to go ahead and answer if you had a magic wand, and then you can instantly add something to the game with 0 effort? We got Owens.
Exactly, probably makes it gonna be good. We're all gonna be noobs.
Oh man, Trapsin's pretty cool, but I think I definitely have to go with Amazon. I mean, I gotta love my Jamazon, throwing lightning furies and clearing whole screens of stuff.
Okay, I'll continue the trend. So, Monk was my favorite class in the Diablo franchise.
Nice.
I absolutely love Monk.
Well, they may well do extra stuff in future. They already said
I
that,
would
Stan.
say 80%.
This is just the first
Spiritborn. So I'm pretty
version,
happy, but
so we can watch this space, I
There's
suppose.
just something about punching across the screen and literally just, I don't know, the monk, they're just sweet.
Hey,
dude.
Boss
I
Prime,
love
how
the
you doing,
monk
dude?
so much.
So no love for Paladin. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries, Stan.
So,
It's in beta, they said. So the
of
tower
all
will
the
evolve, I
changes that you
think.
guys have made to the game over time, what has been the most challenging to address and why?
I'll hop in first with just talking about the evolved monster combat. Evaluating every single monster in the game is extremely difficult. Just looking at every one of their behaviors, every single one of their animations, and
They
just
haven't a
tuning the
polymix now.
frames that they do XYZ took a lot of effort, and I'll give huge props
And not this
to the
season,
Encounter
Master
team for all
Prime,
the
no.
work they did on that, as well as the other teams, the VFX teams, all the folks that supported that. It took a whole hell of a lot of work in just making sure that sort of our philosophy, all monster families are equal in terms of their difficulty, but all monster families are unique. Is very took a lot of work, and they should be very proud of that. And I think you'll notice the fruits of that labor. So for us, that was a huge effort that we spent a lot of time on.
On the system side of things, like yeah, adding a whole new power system like sanctification is pretty difficult. Like I mentioned earlier, systems are really like a giant tangled spider web of things, and you pull at one thread, and you have no idea what you'll necessarily unravel. So doing that and updating tempering and masterworking while kind of making sure that the
I
kind
like
of
the grind of
sanctity of things
D2 to
preserved
some
was
degree.
a pretty monumental task. Also, huge props to the systems team and everybody else that was involved with that.
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, because I guess, I'm a systems designer, so every problem
Nice,
is
Rydell,
a
nice.
nail or whatever. But like, whenever you change a system, especially in a game like Diablo 4, you have to take into consideration effectively every other
Agreed, a
system
polymix,
that
yeah.
exists. Like they all just have to exist together in harmony. And so because of like the great deal of things that are changing in season 11, and with all the things that we keep track of going forward as well, we have to harmonize all of that constantly. And that's, like Art was saying, a monumental lift from Art, from myself, from the rest of the systems team, and so many other teams too, because people need to be apprised and aware of how the game is changing. And I think
Beginning of
something
December, a polymix.
people probably don't often think about when it comes to game development, but like when we were working on season 11, everyone has to work on these things in tandem. Like we all have to be working on monster combat or season ranks or the tower or all the different itemization changes at the same time. And not everything is implemented at the same time, right? And so when you're trying to evaluate the context of like how hard is monster combat, you might not actually have everything ready for like how defenses are changing or how itemization is changing. And so you kind of have to like put on your like future goggles sometimes when you're like playtesting or whatnot, and just be like, well, you have to think about this is like how this is going to exist. And so when you're in the early stages of development or even the middle stages of development, that can be a great challenge, and everyone has to like be very aware ambiently of everything that's happening so that we can all understand the context properly and give feedback and make sure that it all lands at the same time perfectly, which is like just props to the team for being able to handle that and the logistics of it, which is a big reason why we have producers. So yeah.
On the topic of that tangled web, this might tie into it. Prior to release, there were talks about set items. Joe Shelley and Rod Ferguson were mentioning that sets were something that would come after release. They wanted to make sure that they were implemented well. We haven't really heard anything about sets in a while. Has it been decided that they just don't fit into D4, or are they still potentially on the table?
We're still definitely evaluating. We know that they were super popular, and like they're super fun to try and collect the thing and kind of see how you can piece together the parts of the set you need with the rest of your itemization puzzle. We're still kind of figuring how we want to tackle it, because we know there's some problems with the D3's sets and how kind of they warped the meta that we want to avoid if we were to go and introduce sets into Diablo 4.
Fair enough. The Dark Citadel. Are there any plans for more raid-like content to come into the game? Any plans for changes to the Dark Citadel? Are you guys just happy with where the Dark Citadel exists right now in D4?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. When I think about the Dark Citadel, my wife is a librarian. She has the expression, a book for every reader and a reader, a reader for every book. And I think of that like in terms of activities that we have in our game, where certain activities, there's a player for every activity and an activity for every player, and not all activities appeal to all players, and that's totally fine, right? I think if we did that, the game would be very homogenous, not very interesting. So where it landed is incredibly awesome experience that is highly engaging for people who are interested in that type of content and want to go in and do more deliberate combat with puzzles and all this really awesome stuff. So I encourage everybody to go check it out. It landed in a terrific spot. That said, we don't have anything in the works that we're ready to announce about any sort of additions to the Dark Citadel, but I would encourage folks to play it.
Now, the Dark Citadel added some like pretty cool mechanics into the game. Are we going to see those potentially like in Capstone dungeons or any other content?
I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by some things you find in Capstone dungeons. I don't want to give it all away. I want you to go play them and experience for yourself, but there's some really fun stuff in those dungeons, right? Mason might have more info, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil the surprise too much. You'll certainly get to try them out in PTR and in Season 11 proper and beyond. But definitely, you know, the team did a lot of great stuff in the Dark Citadel and learned a lot from the Dark Citadel, and there's a lot there that we really like. And yeah, it may to some degree have influenced capstones. So let us know what you think.
All right. On the topic of seasonal events, like seasons like Halloween and you know, Midwinter Blight, what are your thoughts on what makes a good seasonal event?
Ooh, I have a good one for Halloween.
Ooh.
Overland Butcher, Headless Horseman, who hunts down players. And if you get killed by him, he permanently changes your head to a pumpkin. Ship it. You're welcome.
Permanently.
Here all week. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Well, how can I follow that up? I just need to quit my job now.
No, you don't need to quit your job. You need to get to it, Art.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right,
Pump it up, son.
let's
What
be
are you
going.
doing?
No, I think there's a lot of ways to approach seasonal events. We've tried a lot of ways to approach seasonal events. I think something we kind of try to do is we kind of think of events right now in two different categories. One is more like a booster. It doesn't have a lot of specific things that are changing necessarily about the experience. It's boosting an activity or like a segment of the economy. Like for example, the Whisper event, where you're getting more caches and whatnot. That's not necessarily like adding something like visually new to the game. It's just kind of changing how you might be playing it. And then the other is more like a flagship event, where we do have like differences in gameplay, and maybe there's some extra stuff like potentially a rep board or whatnot, and that would look more like March of the Goblins. And I think we're really trying to continue iterating on both of those. We want to have a good kind of cadence of both boosters and flagship events that people can play, and that are happening fairly consistently, just to keep the game as fresh as possible. And really, I think where like people's heads will probably gravitate to when they think about like what they would love to see an event be is probably more like the flagships, because they are just so much more visual and they're going to have a lot more going on with them. And we're definitely very interested in exploring more of what like more flagship events and beefing them up to you know, the best of our ability, to be chunkier and more exciting and make you more excited to log in, I suppose.
All right, another topic that the community, or some people bring up a lot, is endgame. You see people repeat, like, when are they going to add endgame, or when are they going to add more endgame, or true or real endgame?
Well, they've added an affix to all the items as a result,
How do
Ozzy.
you interpret what that
So you're still going to get
question
5
even
stats.
means? Like, what does it mean to you when they say that?
I think the masterworking change looked fine, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's Diablo IV is no endgame. Love that meme. No, really, I think when I really kind of internalize that feedback, I think what bubbles up to me is that players are feeling a lack of context to their endgame, and they're lacking kind of endpoints, right? And what I mean by that is that, like, there isn't really any, like, why am I doing these activities? Okay, sure, I'm doing the pit because I need glyph experience, and I'm doing this activity for that reward reason and for that, but like, why am I actually doing these activities? Is there, you know, there's no like larger kind of system driving that, and there's not really very many great goals for you to try and like build towards and test yourself against, right? We have climbing the pit tiers, and then we have Uber Lilith, and that's kind of it. And so I think creating greater context and creating more challenges for the player to test themselves against is going to go a long way to kind of making that end game for Diablo 4. And I think, you know, that some of the changes in Season 11, and especially with the tower, are kind of some major steps that we're taking towards that.
So this is something you guys are actively working towards?
Yeah, I mean, we're discussing and talking about things like this constantly, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think Art put it really well when he said that a lot of it is about goals. I think different people will give you wildly different answers about when is it with, like, what can you define as, oh, I have reached endgame? Because some people would say like, oh, when you enter Torment 1 for the first time, you're now in the end game. Other people would say, no, that's not in game. You're in the end game when you're in Torment 4 and you've like beaten everything or whatever. And really, it's about giving people longer form
Rydell,
goals.
yeah.
And I think that we saw that to some degree with Chaos Armor, for example, because there's so many different versions of Chaos Armor that you could find, and so being able to chase those is kind of a longer form goal. So that's another reason why I think people liked it. And Art, to your point, like I think the tower is going to be a place where people will be able to chase longer form, like internalized satisfaction, and the satisfaction of being able to show it off to their friends, just how far they've gone. And yeah, I think to the point of giving people more long-term goals to chase, that's definitely something we're very interested in. And I think Season 11 is hopefully a good example of that, and there will be more to come.
So meta progression is a term that some of us in the community have started to use when talking about certain kinds of endgame systems that are, not just advancing our own personal power, but progressing along some path of goals. Is adding some kind of layer of meta progression system anything that you guys are interested in doing?
Yeah, we're looking at a bunch of different ways that we can kind of contextualize your journey and what your goals might be in the end game, but we don't have anything concrete to talk about yet.
Fair enough. How do you folks see the relationship the game has with casual players versus blasters, and how, as designers, do you feel you can service both groups of players?
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. I think that's kind of what makes Diablo 4 special, is its ability to cater to both of these groups, and both groups find enjoyment in the content that we have, and not to harp back to the previous example of books and readers and all that stuff, but I think there's offerings for everybody. And I think one of the big things about Season 11 is the changes that we're putting in are not just like, this is for blasters and this is for base, people who don't blast. Like, all the improvements to all the systems are for everyone, and they can enjoy it equally. And I think that's one of the best things about Season 11.
Yeah, I think something we really try to take to heart at Blizzard is creating easy to learn and hard to master games. And I think that's represented in how a game can be approachable when like you start playing it for the first time. Like if you go back in time to when you played the campaign for the first time, what were the tools available to you when you stepped out of the cavern in Kyovashad? Not really much. You didn't even have a skill, right? You just ran up to things and left clicked them. You couldn't really do anything. And now if you compare that to, probably when you're 30 hours into Season 10, it's a very different experience. And so I think we really try to approach this from the sense of like, at its very core, Diablo is a very simple game. There's not actually that much going on. But then when you dig deeper into every little minutia of how a skill works, how this item works, how this stat works, all these different things all combine to create something that does have a tremendous amount of depth and a tremendous amount of play too, and like a lot to sink your teeth into and experience and master over 100 hours or more. And so I think that that's really core to how we think about Diablo 4. And so yes, to answer the question directly, I do think that we can appeal to blasters and casual players. I think that's what we strive to do in all the different systems that we create.
Yeah, absolutely. Not without its challenges, but I think like Owen mentioned, one of the things that I think sets Diablo 4 apart is kind of these scalable systems that work whether you're a more casual player or you're like hardcore bleeding edge blaster pushing 150s.
All right, so we got PTR that's going to be running from October 21st to 28th. That's 1 week, and a lot of stuff is changing in the game as we've just gone over. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to see folks focus their efforts on in testing on PTR?
Yeah, so from my end, I worked a lot on the season rank system, and a lot of that is encompassed in the level 1 to 60 0 to hero journey. So if you feel the impetus, if you have the kindness in your heart, please ignore Marak for a little bit and actually try
I will do the
going
160
through the
legit,
season journey
'cause
and
I wanna know what it's
naturally
like.
trying out the capstones and experiencing kind of that new 0 to
So
hero
you'll be seeing that on Tuesday,
experience
guys.
that we have.
Yeah, for me,
And I'll do it
obviously, I've been harping on
Spiritborn.
it the whole time. But Evolved Monster Combat, any feedback you have there,
Because I need an
specifically,
idea how
how
Spiritborn
the
levels.
monsters feel, how combat feels in general. Do you like the increase in difficulty?
The whole game's
Do
changing
you
next season,
feel
Lick, so I
memorable
don't think you
moments,
can
the
say that until
affixes?
we
Are there
play
any
next
you're like,
season.
"Oh, God damn it, this one again." Let us know. I'd love to hear it. You know, not all are gonna be amazing to fight. We do want that healthy friction, but
Agreed,
if
Ozzy.
there's some that you're really great.
Yeah,
to keep
Aries,
doing,
yeah.
I'd love
I'm
to,
the Spiritborn lead at Mobilitics. So I like Spiritborn a little bit.
For me,
Wink, wink.
I mean, obviously, probably all the itemization stuff that we rework and all the new stuff. Just like, yeah, take a look at it, send feedback. Actually, also in the context of the leveling journey, would be super awesome. Like how you're building your character early game. Does the armor system, resistance system feel good? Like, does tempering? Like, do you actually care about using tempering, leveling up? All that stuff would be super useful as well if you can ignore Brack for a day or two.
Yes. And to finish this all off, we cannot forget, after you've ignored Brack for a day or two, or however you want to approach it, go try out the tower. We want tons
I'll be
of
trying the
feedback on
tower.
the tower. We
'Cause
want to
apparently
make,
I need to get
again, we wanna
sweaty,
make the
otherwise
tower
everyone's
the
gonna leave me.
sharpest version of itself that it can possibly be, that really feels like it.
You guys
puts the
gonna see a
RNG in
real
your
sweaty
hands to
Immortalized
manipulate
next
and do
season.
to the
It's
best
gonna
of
be
your ability.
it's
So,
gonna be
if
dripping
anything
wet.
feels like there's randomness that's occurring that doesn't feel like you can address it in any way meaningfully, and it doesn't feel great, let us know. Just let us know how the mode feels. Try it out.
All right, fantastic. We've
Come
covered
on,
a lot
guys,
of ground
keep
today.
it toned
Appreciate
down.
your time, and as a PSA to folks watching, right after this video ends, you can find these folks. These three are going to be on the Sanctuary Discord for a live Q&A. They'll be on voice. You could submit your questions and hear their answers if there's anything that wasn't covered in this video right here. But before we close, any last message any of you wanted to put out to the folks?
I just encourage you all to play the PTR and give as much feedback as you can, positive, negative. It's super helpful, and our goal is to iterate on what you see in that PTR and make season 11 the biggest, best season that we could possibly have.
Hey, tool
Blow
size.
your minds.
They weren't too bad.
Yeah, what Owen said.
Yeah, try it all out. You know, we've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in season 11. I cannot wait for you guys to get your hands on it. And we'll see you in the future, which is right now for you, but not for us, which is why it's the future. So, yeah.
All right, thanks so much.
Like and subscribe to Riker.
Yeah.
Tip jars.
My
available.
Venmo is.
All right, it looks like that's done. Let's get the music back on here. Oh God, Spotify's just disconnected the song, is it? Oh, that's useful. Let's do that. All right, you guys should be able to hear that now. Cool. Well, that's a lot of information to take in, everybody. A lot of information to take in. I'm going to let you guys mull on that for just 1 minute because I haven't fed my... it was too early for me to feed my cats before this talk and before I went live. I've got one sitting next to me with his tongue out looking at me. I'm going to go feed them. I also need the restroom. So I'm going to be back in 2 minutes, guys, and then we'll dive into it. So I'll be back in a minute, guys. Come. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. That's one of those things. I couldn't really feed them that early, otherwise I'll be screaming at me later. I did hear your sounds of Polymix and Hyrule. Right, well, that was a lot of information to take in, guys. I guess, I mean, I've got a handle on most of it. So feel free to throw questions in the chat or comments, and I guess we'll chat about it for a while. Johnny Sweatpants, haven't seen any of this yet. What do the changes sound like? Most of them look really interesting, I'll use as the word. I'm going to reserve judgment on a lot of it because until I play it, it's hard to tell how good or bad it will be, honestly. The only one that I'm a little bit anxious about, personally, is changing the season journey so we actually have to do things in the game with tangible rewards that affect our gameplay is not bad, because that I do just ignore the season journey right now, and then I just do it just to get my rewards. But I don't actually do it because I'm like, all right, cool, I actually really want to do chapter 1 right now because I'll get a skill point from it. You know, I'm just like, if it happens, it happens. I literally did my season journey like 3 weeks in. I finished it because I was just like, okay, I should probably do that now, but you didn't really need to. So that's kind of makes sense why they're doing it that way, and then locking certain chapters behind completing a capstone dungeon. That might be cool. It might become tedious on replays. We'll have to see. Does that unlock? Do you only have to do that once a season and then your season journey's unlocked? Probably. So that's not too bad if you've only got to do it once a season. Maybe it does mean you're not going to start with all your skill points, at least on your first character. So the race, or like, you know, when you start a new season, that will be tougher. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It will feel worse. You'll have less power to start with, but it does mean your starting point will be slower. What it seems to me like they're trying to do is they're trying to make the 1 to 60 journey a bit more of a journey, because let's be real, like most people blast through 1 to 60 at the moment. Like the quickest I saw was like 3 hours this season. You know, we did it in 5 hours 45. It's not really a journey, is it? So I don't know. I feel like that one might become tedious. That makes me a bit anxious. Like, we're gonna have to do that every season. We'll see how that plays. It might not be that great. Everything else seems quite good to me, but until I play it, I'll reserve judgment. Rydell's excited. There's a lot of exciting changes in here for sure. You're glad Shelley decided radio? Yeah, I rarely turn the music off, but it made sense to for that one, right? But that's the first time I've used the fade in and out on the music on my stuff. So I hope that works okay. I'm not going to be able to watch the VOD back and check. I didn't mind the capstones before, but repeating them over and over sucked. But if you only have to do them once for your season journey, maybe that's not so bad. But then it might be like, oh, we've got to do it again next season and the next season. So we'll see. I guess we'll see how it plays, right? The capstone dungeons. So what it sounds like is you've got season journey chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on, right? And the first 5 are locked behind capstone dungeons, so you need to do that capstone dungeon. So I think it'll be chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think it'll be or whatever it might be 1 to 5, it might be 2 to 6, I don't know, but either way you've got to complete this capstone dungeon to then unlock the objectives within that chapter. So you won't be able to do anything in that chapter until you've done the capstone. So that might be annoying, it might not. We're going to have to wait and see. Yes, there is pit grind, but I have a feeling the tower will become the pinnacle place to judge your build, which is not a bad thing. Having a place that is specifically designed to test your build, and hopefully in ways defensively and offensively against other people with specific leaderboards, will just be better than what we've been doing with the pits, if you ask me. And then the pits are for glyph levels and stuff like that. But we'll see. Maybe that's not how it'll actually play out. But that looks to me like what they're trying to do. Yeah, Polymix. Oh, we have to do the... Anyway, the capstone dungeons, we'll have to see how they play. Yeah, we used to have capstones, but that was to progress difficulty. I don't think the capstones prevent you from going up in difficulties. So they won't progress you from playing the game. They'll just they'll prevent you from unlocking your skill points and paragon points you would have otherwise had from Renown. You're now going to get them from your season journey, which means on a new season, like season 12, say, you're not going to start with your extra skill points and paragon points. You're going to have to do your season journey. But they did say something during that chat we just said that sat with me. They said that the season ranks, which is where these are locks behind, are designed to be at least somewhat done during 1 to 60, some of them, if you want to do them. And to me, it'll probably be worth doing that, as long as they're not too time consuming, to unlock these extra skill points. You might only have to do it once a season on one character, and then it unlocks your season ranks for every character. We'll have to see. It's hard to tell right now. Hey, Ken, how's it going, dude? Long time no see. I hope you're well, man. Prime, how you doing, dude? Yeah, they want everyone to actually start at 0, which makes sense. I don't think it'll be per character. Season stuff tends to be account-wide, doesn't it? So it'll probably just be your first character on a season, which then does open up the possibility of doing true races from an actual like a true 0 to hero, as opposed to a hero plus 13 skill points, right? Before Pit, it was capstones. Yeah, it was, yeah. It was, yeah. The Pit will probably still unlock the next difficulties, but the capstones aren't gating your difficulties. That's not what I got from it. It's just gating your season ranks, that's all, for your season journey. But they're locking in actual tangible rewards, skill points, paragon points, and such. Yeah. There's no new class this season, no. That'll be the expansion, and this isn't the expansion. Sanctification could be a two-edged sword thing. I think sanctification will annoy blasters more than anyone. Like the ones that want to hit number 1 on the leaderboards. Because you're going to get... And no, actually, no. It definitely will. But at the same time, it gives people... It gives the non-Ultra Giga Blasters a bit more of a chance. Because... A, you can sanctify any item. They showed it in that chat. You can sanctify uniques and mythics as well. So you could get a mythic with 2 powers on it, or an extra affix, or anything. So you could end up with a mythic that's actually different to other people. So to get a GG build, you are going to have to get, and you can only do it once. Once you've sanctified an item, that is it. That is locked. No way of changing it. So if you did like a 4 GA mythic, and you didn't get what you wanted, you're just going to have to live with that, or you're going to have to go try and find another one. That could annoy people, but at the same time, it does mean that with a bit of luck on your side, you might just end up with a better item than the top players in the world that play right now. Sanctification will be, like, the best setups may be the double legendary boons to get an extra legendary power for free. But when you roll it, you can't guarantee that you're going to get the roll on legendary power, at least in the current setup. It looks to me like it's RNG, whether you get that or one of the other outcomes. And even if you did roll at one, you might not get the power you want. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the feedback's like. But yeah, it does open up, like, to get the ultra absolute perfect stuff might be incredibly difficult. At the beginning of a season, Rain, you can either go to Eternal and carry on with what you're playing, or you start on season, or you start from level 1, yeah. Honestly, you can do 1 to 60 in like 5 to 6 hours. Well, at least in the current game you can. We did it. Me and my team did it. We did a season race. We hosted it. Guys, on the softcore realm, has anyone got any Zol jars or back runes they're willing to trade, sell, or help Aussie with here? Yeah, this isn't the expansion, so that'll definitely be beyond this. Big news, everybody. Hey, GM, how's it going, man? Cop Mando as well, how you doing? Any changes so far you're excited for? Well, we've got them all. The whole game's changing, Cop Mando, quite literally. The journey will just be done once per season. Sense to start from scratch if they want to do races. Like, actually start from level 1. Not level 1 with 13 skill points. No, I get it, Gosh, yeah. So yeah, you actually start. But I would hope that once you've unlocked those skill points on your first character, say, and your season journey, those are unlocked for your second character and third. If they weren't, that would be very tedious, for sure. But your very first character of a season should probably be, you have nothing. You start from a clean slate. So, and it isn't really at the moment. So to me, it kind of makes sense why they might want to do that. Whether that goes down well, I don't know. But yeah. There are some changes in here that will be divisive. I have my own opinions, but I'm not going to say you're wrong. We may have difference in opinions on things, but there are some divisive changes. I totally get why some people might be anxious or not so happy with the sound of them, but I guess we'll wait until we play it. There will be things on the PTR that won't be as good as they probably sound. And there'll probably be some things that are broken. That's the idea of the PTR, I suppose. We'll feed that back and hopefully get a better experience when the season actually drops. Did you fix it, Lix? Well, if you're ever online when I'm online, Rain, and I'm not actually on stream, I could probably come and help you. Am I going to be an uncle? Oh, God. That'd be worse for him, not me. Well, this is one thing to say, Agent. This is one thing to say, right? If this is what they're giving us in Season 11 and not the expansion, what are they bringing with the expansion? Like, you know what I mean? So that's kind of exciting. Yes, the whole point of the PTR is to fix things. There's a lot of stuff in here that sounds really good to me. So, like, there is one thing I didn't check earlier. Oh, they have actually got patch notes, which I didn't look at. Okay, here we go. So this one, I mean, I'll be looking for these very early on in the PTR. This is one of the things for Spiritborn that's actually quite tricky to solve on a lot of builds. Movement speed, and they've got a pair of boots here. Like, for core skills, this is going to be really useful. But it does lend itself very much towards an evade build. Every 4 meters you move, you invoke a core skill. I don't know. I need to have a think about this one. Skills, Rushing Claw is getting doubled in damage. I didn't go through this before. Rushing Claw, double damage. Adaptable Concussive Stomp. When enemies recover from cast, you block their next 3 attacks. Oh, you block their next 3 attacks, not dodge them. Okay. Poised Payback now consumes up to... Oh, they've capped Poised Payback like they didn't before. Okay. They've put a cap on it. Potent. Oh, wow. They're changing Potent. That's a big change. So it's not going to be... It's not going to be a 10x anymore. You gain Jaguar skill, attack speed, and cooldown reduction. Oh, it's not damage anymore. That's a big nerf to a lot of builds. Potent is pretty much on every Spiritborn build right now. That's why they're changing it, probably. Interesting. Huh. Ring a Midday Hunt. Your maximum vigor is... Okay. What's different? Oh, it's just wording changing. Writhing Moon. Every 4 seconds, dealing X. Your Pestilent Swarms now orbit around you and reduce an equipped Eagle skills cooldown. Oh, okay. They're trying to synergize Centipede and Eagle here. Peacemongers. Well, you have at least 4 stacks velocity, you gain increased damage. And armor, gaining velocity. Oh, okay, so that's actually more useful now, because if you're stacking velocity, you'll get increased damage and armor, and that might actually be really useful in a new version of the game. And they've changed the band of first breath affixes. Rod of Kep can only consume up to 500 vigor. They've added these caps for 500 vigor. It was nigh on impossible to get here. I just about got to 500 vigor in this version of the game with chaos uniques. So they must be adding stuff to get more vigor in the game. Huh. Damage reduction on the Harmony of Eberwacher and Loyalty's mantle's gone. They're on dexterity now. Did they even ask about tabs? Do you mean stash tabs? No. No stash tabs were asked about. So I don't think we'll get that in this season. Probably Eris, yeah. Wound Drinker. Damage reduction from poison enemies replaced with armor. That's probably quite a nice one. Yeah, interesting changes. Yeah, they did say they're removing a lot of sources of damage reduction here. Jack Imp Shell. Armor percentage affix replaced with all resistance. Damage reduction while injured replaced with dexterity. That might not get used on evade so much now. Protection of the Prime. Damage reduction replaced with armor. Okay. Spirit Halls. All main Spirit Hall potency affixes changed to main Spirit Hall damage. All main Spirit Hall potency affixes changed to main Spirit Hall damage. Okay. Jaguar. Previous, we know what that was. Every 15th, now it's every 15th time you deal direct damage with a Jaguar skill, unleash a Beast Strike for 100% weapon damage, increasing all damage you deal by 3% and doubling Beast Strike's damage. Increasing all damage you deal by 3% and doubling Beast Strike's damage. Stacking 5 times. You lose all stacks when you stop attacking for 1 second. So they've changed that so it's not collecting all your damage in the last half second and then outputting it again. So that is probably... I guess that's a nerf overall. I guess it won't get taken as the primary damage activator. I don't know. It sounds like it'll be good for damage still. You get 15x damage from it. And that Beast Strike might do a lot of damage. But it only on fast attacking builds. Eagle now scales damage rather than vulnerable duration. Okay. It looks to me like they're making it so all spirits are going to give you damage regardless. In some way. Gorilla now only scales Dawn's damage. Barrier per hit reduced from 5% to 2.5%. Okay. So they've halved the barrier. But it no longer has a cap. So if you attack super fast, you can get crazy amounts of barrier. Updated the tooltip to clarify that gorilla skills do not need to be cast to gain the effects. Okay. Centipede now scales damage rather than slow and damage reduction. Okay, yeah. So all of the primary on the Centipede scale damage now. So if you put Centipede as your primary, it will scale damage rather than do slows and damage reduction. That's big. Centipede might actually get used because of this. And it actually still has damage reduction on it, which is very valuable now. Damage reduction per stack increased. And the poisoning was massively buffed. I think Centipede might be very strong in this season. That's a massive poisoning increase. Holy cow. Oh, there you go, Ozzy. Maybe gaming's going to come and help you out. Legendary aspects, reactive armor. Oh, that's just changing. Sapping legendary node. Vigor restoration change for 15%. Oh, 15% to 15. Okay. Tempering. Mystic circle potency moved. Oh. Ouch. They've nerfed it even harder. Mystic Circle potency was moved to a weapon planes augment, so it can only be put on the weapons. It can't be put on all of the offensive slots anymore. Interesting. Mercenary changes. Shield charge, Fortify reduced from 5% to 0.2% of maximum life, okay. Oh, grounds. That's it's just been nerfed across the board, but this is in line with the new defense changes, I guess. Yeah, no percentage max resource. It's all flat values. The charts to find pre-torment tributes has been reduced. Bug fixes. Fixed an issue where the rank 5 Protector Thorns damage bonus was being applied less than intended. Okay. Fixed an issue where Touch of Death didn't spawn a swarm if the target was killed by the initial strike. Okay. Fixed an issue where Poised Touch of Death did not get applied when a core skill hit twice. Yes. That is why Touch of Death wasn't as good this season as it could have been because of that. So that's a nice fix. Convergency legendary node didn't scale properly with Canny. That makes sense. I saw that. Drive Paragon nodes could scale damage higher than intended. Yes, it could. Fixed an issue where the unyielding hits aspect didn't increase the damage of the centipede main hall effect as expected. No, it didn't. And that's a good fix. Oh, they fixed the Heshira Kasungi thing. Oh, it's just a visual thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and that's just mercenary stuff. Fine. This is all the new stuff for like barbs and that. It looks like... Oh, Melted Heart of Selix getting changed, everybody. Oh, cue the drum rolls. Is it still going to be a Melted Spark? Let's have a look. These are all the new uniques, so we don't care about these. We've seen these already. Well, we do care about them, but we've seen those. Right, Melted Spark of Selig. Are you going to be good now? It is now going to be each point in your primary stat increases your Okay, this is why they've put caps everywhere. Wow, okay, this might actually be Giga. Each point in your primary stat increases your primary resource by 3%, but you have 75% reduced life. Any damage you would take is dealt to your primary resource before your life. If you have not taken damage in 6 seconds, your resource regenerates to full over 3 seconds. Resource generation increased from 15% to 100%, and damage reduction affix replaced with percent of primary stat. So if you've got, like, I don't know, 1,000 dexterity. What? What? This is like mana shield for every class. Let's just say you could get 1,000 of your primary stat. That's 3,000 primary resource. You're having a laugh. 3,000%, sorry. It seems to me like there's no... This is going to be... That sounds ridiculously broken, and I can see that being nerfed without even having played the PTR. If you get 1,000 primary resource, primary stat, which probably will be achievable on every class, you get 3% primary resource for each point. Yes! The spark is no longer... Until the end of the PTR, and then it'll get nerfed. I did wonder, because they've capped all the Spiritborn things where you could scale your Vigor. I'm like, getting 500 Vigor is really hard on Spiritborn right now, even with Chaos items. Like, you need GG max resource, everything everywhere. And you have to use the Midnight Hunt. That's Giga. You lose 75% of your life, but you're going to have so much life. 3,000% primary resource. Let me do some quick math here. You start with 100, right? Increases your primary resource by 3%. So yeah, that's just going to give you 3,000 primary resource. So you don't even need to do the calculator. If you get a 3,000 dexterity on Spiritborn, you're going to end up with 9,000 resource. It's just mana shield for every class. That's what that is, essentially. Kind of. That's pretty bonkers. Because there's a lot of ways in Spiritborn where you can get Vigor generation. Payback's going to be very strong. That's why they've put 500 caps on everything. Okay, that does sound very strong. The Melted Heart of Selig's going to be very good, I think. Well, yeah, you can if you can scale damage by your resource, which you do on Spiritborn, don't you? Rod of Kep scales by resource. Adaptability scales by resource. Payback scales by resource. You got triple in there. So Payback already stands out as probably going to be a very strong option here. All right, Shattered Vow, it hasn't changed much, just damage over time. That's probably still going to get ignored, to be honest, because not many classes can use it. Although the damage over time duration increase, I suppose, is nice, but I don't think that's going to make it much better. Tacits. Oh, they've just flipped the way at max resistance. They've flipped the max resistance and the resistance all around. Okay. Tyrell's Might, all resistance updated to 80 all resistance. Okay. Wow, Tyrell Might gives a lot of all resistance. Maximum resistance affix replaced with resistance percentage. Okay. I mean, Tyrell's Might will be giga for defenses, but it'd depend how important that is. And Dariel's Visage, inherent poison resistance affix removed. Maximum poison resistance affix replaced with 666 poison. Okay, so you're just going to be capped on poison with Andariel's Visage, regardless. Soul Brands, all the damage reduction stuff was replaced with armor. It does still have damage reduction while you have a barrier, though. And more of it. So that's going to be a very specific... That's probably going to be the only place you can get damage reduction while you have barrier in itemization, I guess. Temerity, max life percent. Affix replaced with a flat max life. Damage reduction while healthy replaced with armor percent. So that's actually going to be very good for defenses. Tybalt's Will. Losing max life. Losing damage reduction and being replaced with attack speed. Resource gain doubled. So Tybalt's Will's going to be pretty good still. Flicker Step. Hey, Wiggy, how's it going, man? %3 per point of primary stat gaming, yeah. So if you had 1,000 dexterity on and you're on a character like Spiritborn or if you got 1,000 of your primary stat, you're going to get 3,000 resource from it, which is insane. Tibby's has been buffed, yeah. Flicker Step. Inherent evade grants movement speed, affix removed. Damage reduction replaced with life. Lightning resistance replaced with all res. So I think that's a buff to Flicker Step all round. The all res is nice. They've replaced all of these maximum life percentage affixes on these items with flat life, I've noticed. So yeah, they've obviously deemed that that's the way they want to go with that. Aspects of elements has been changed. That was the one that rotated between two sets of elements. Fate can favour you, granting the same bonus more than once, stacking up to 6 times at maximum. It's your lucky... Oh, wow. Okay, so aspects of elements could be giga... If you're lucky, could be giga. It's the one where it rotates between two sets, but it can now favour you, granting you the same bonus more than once, stacking up to 6 times. If you're lucky, it'll rotate into the same bonus 6 times in a row, giving you mental amounts of damage, but then it might not, I suppose. But it'll never give you less than what you had before, so that is a buff to that overall, I guess. Needle Flare slightly buffed, but I don't see that being used too much. Assimilation was reduced, but I think Fortify, because Fortify's changed, they've obviously reduced they've reduced how much you fortify because they don't want you to be able to be full fortification constantly, I suppose. A lot of aspects here have had their ranks reduced from 21 to 16. These are, I guess, they just that will make them easier to get the maximums in theory. So there's a bunch there that'll be easier to get. Barbarian expertise. The rank 10 weapon expertise bonus now also applies when equipped to the weapon technique slot. So yeah, that's probably a buff to Barbarian there. Kicks had a buff. I don't know enough about Barbs to go through all of this in fine detail. But Kick's been buffed. Leap now scales with attack speed. Just picking out like big ones here. Massive Iron Maelstrom buffs with certain types of weapons on. Ground Stop's going to have a pull-in on it if you choose the right node. Yeah, fortification, reductions, etc. Passives. Yeah, this is just bringing it in line. This is just bringing the passives in line with the new systems. They're still kind of doing the same thing. This one's giving you more damage reduction, so that'll be really nice there. Fortify, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just trying to see if there's any, like, major changes here. Whirlwind will be a little bit nicer to use here because it'll persist for 5 seconds after Whirlwind ends, so that might be nice. And again, some of them have been reduced from 21 to 16, so they'll be easier to cap. Hey, Zach, how's it going? Yeah, Agent at Mars, exactly right. You won't... So you at the moment, you can get like 5,000 dexterity on... you can get like 5,000, 6,000 dexterity on a Spiritborn build if you really giga boost it up. But next season, the Masterworking won't scale your affixes. So you won't get as much dex necessarily unless you crit into them. But if you use adaptive stances and that's the same and it didn't look like that's changed, that will give you 100% core stat, which will double up how much you'll get from the melted heart. Like that melted heart looks cracked. Yes, you're not going to get as much damage by not having the amulet, but that looks insane, that amulet. And it will be the only way without Chaos Uniques to get 500 Vigor easily, I think. It will be doable, but it'll be difficult. Mighty Throw. Looks like that's a nerf, but it happens more often. Oh, it happens twice as often, but half as much damage. So it's not a nerf. It's just they're making it more consistent. So maybe Mighty Throw will feel... It won't hit as hard in one go, but it'll hit harder more often. Oh, what? Overpower, reduce timer, reduced from 12 to 6. So that's a massive buff to the Dominate glyph for Barbs. Might glyph buff. That's a change, so you don't do percent max fury. Hey, Nemesis. Eat all the beans. I don't do beans for primes, Nemesis. But thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Druids, Spirit Boons, Bolster. Yeah, okay. Bolster makes sense. 50% of your max life as Fortify would be a bit busted. That's gone to 5%. Grizzly Rage. Stacking duration is no longer a part of the ability, and cooldown doesn't start until the ability ends. Ah, they've changed Grizzly Rage again. They changed it back to what it was. Stacking duration is no longer a part of the ability, and cooldown doesn't start until the ability ends, which means you probably have to wait for it to finish, and then the cooldown starts. So you won't be able to have Grizzly Rage up 100% of the time, I don't think. Skill ranks of Grizzly Rage now grants bonus damage instead of reducing cooldown. They're obviously moving away from Grizzly Rage being a perma uptime because too many builds were just relying on that, I guess. Natural Boulder has had a nice little buff to its crit chance. Again, Fortify reductions because they don't... The way it's going to heal you, they obviously want to make that slightly less powerful here. Bad Omen. Ranks in this passive now increase the damage of the lightning bolts instead of the chance to strike enemies. Okay. So Bad Omen now scales your lightning bolts damage rather than the chance to strike enemies. So that could be really nice for a lightning bolt build. Energize nerf. Big nerf. Now restores 100 spirit instead of fully restoring spirit. That's a big nerf. Earthen Might now restores 100 spirit instead of fully restoring spirit. Now, if you're proccing those super often, you'll be fine still, but that is a nerf. Like, it's not just going to insta-solve spirit for you, either of them. That's a big nerf to druids. Stone Guard's easier to use now, so that's just nice. Less conditions. It's all Fortify stuff again. Aspects of Calm Breeze as well. Not fully restoring spirit. It's doing 100 at a time. And then a couple more going down, 21 ranks to 16. Vasili's Prayer, the Fortify has just been reduced by 10 times. Mjolnir Ring now restores 500 spirit instead of fully restoring spirit. The reason they've changed all those is because of the Melted Heart change. Could you imagine having all of those fully restoring spirit things with the Melted Heart on? You'd be invincible. You'd never die because you just insta-fill your resource immediately. I think it's still going to be crazy, though. I mean, if you're proccing it often enough, you will be invincible. That Melted Heart is basically an invincibility tool. Like, it's going to be like the hardcore player's wet dream. They're so powerful. It's about time they took the Melted Spark meme and made it something good, isn't it, really? Necromancer, Book of the Dead. Just some changes here. Okay, just a few little changes there, nothing major. Corpse Explosion buff in general. Bone Spirit will only consume up to 500 essence again. Because of the Melted Heart change, because you can get so much more resource. Cadence Edict. Oh, wow. Your minions gain 3% attack speed and 3% damage for each active minion. That's changed to your minions gain 40% attack speed and 40% increased damage straight away, regardless of how many minions you've got. When one of your minions die and other minions enrage, your other minions enrage. So okay, that's just a massive, massive buff to Kalen's Edicts. Your minions are just going to get crazy amounts of attack speed and damage for, like, you're not. You would have needed 13 1/3. You would have needed 14 minions to get that in the previous way that was set up, and you're just getting that for free. So yeah, that's a massive buff there. Minions are going to be strong just off the bat. Like, if they're even half as strong as what they are right now, that's gonna be very powerful for minions. Massive Blood Surge buff here for Supernatural. 65% increased damage for Blood Surge. As a buff in damage, and it's less conditional. So yeah, like literally to be fortified in a new version of the game, you just need one fortify. So that's going to be that's a buff there as well. Aspects of all right, this is one of the aspects that sucks. Well, it kind of sucks a bit for Bloodlance. Each caster will launch that is already lanced when it first hits an enemy that is already lanced. Each caster Bloodlance will launch an additional. Okay, that is actually at a nearby enemy when it first hits an enemy. Okay, they've just changed it so that you don't have to lance an enemy first and then try and attack it again. It's just every time you attack an enemy for the first time, you're just going to end up getting an extra lance thrown at another enemy that isn't lanced. Okay, so it just makes it slightly easier to lance everything. Damage reduction from enemies affected by blood skills replaced by intelligence. Oh, you're going to get intelligence and mutilator play. That's quite nice. Kesame's inherent blood wave fortifiers removed. Okay, Indira's blood wave. Previous blood wave is additionally a bone skill. It spawns a bone prison at its endpoint. Increase your blood skill. All bone spears are additionally blood spears. It's blood skills. They've now changed this to Bone Spear deals increased damage and is a blood skill. Casting Bone Spear will launch another Bone Spear if it can consume a nearby corpse. Oh, they've just straight up removed Blood Wave as a bone skill from this. So that no longer is Blood Wave is a bone skill. So that's fully about doing Bone Spear as a blood skill now. But using it with Blood Wave to remove and you can't reduce Blood Wave's cooldown. So that's, yeah, so the Blood Wave build with Indira's is basically dead with that. A few affix changes here. Tempering. Just bringing the fortifying line. Nothing else there. Rogues, I really know very little about. I'm going to be completely honest. Star Shards. Okay, Star Shards for Dance of Knives has got a unique coming in the next season, and they've made it so it increases its damage per combo spent. So I think, if I remember rightly, Rogues has got 3 different systems for their class specialization, and one does combo points, right? So Dance of Knives will scale its damage with combo points here, by the looks of it, with the aspects of Star Shards. And yeah, no fully restoring energy because of the Melted Heart. Stuff, Beastful Boots only consumes up to 500. Makes sense. Removing all the damage reduction conditionals. Interesting. Deadly Ambush. You deal 50% increased critical strike damage and damage over time to enemies. Not just critical strike damage. So that will... Deadly Ambush will now work for your damage over time rogue build. So that's nice. Sork skills. Teleport. Damage increased massively. Mystical Teleport. Interesting. Mystical Teleport now doesn't have 500% increased damage on it. It just straight up, and it doesn't require hitting lots of enemies. It just generates 3 charges of crackling energy every time you teleport. But it doesn't have the damage. That's what Mystical Teleport will do. Oh, interesting. Shimmering Teleport will no longer have the damage reduction on it. It will daze enemies, and that is a mechanic you couldn't get on Sorks after they changed concussive strikes a few seasons back. You will now have a way of dazing enemies. That I don't know what synergies there may or may not be in the game, but that unlocks the ability to get daze on Sork anyway. The chill amount of Frozen Orb was reduced. Frozen Orb buff. Enhanced Frozen Orb isn't conditional anymore, and it does more damage. So that's a buff to Frozen Orb. Shimmering Frozen Nova. It's just, yeah, not doing percentage restore or mana. It's just flat values. Primordial Binding. Ah. Wow, that's a big change. Wow, that's a big nerf. Holy hell. Oh, that's a big nerf. Ouch. Gain a stacking. So this Primordial Binding is the one where you got 10 stacks for your summons and you got summon damage, movement speed, and mana regen. And now it's only going to give you summon damage. And it doesn't stack by the looks of it. It gives you 3 times as much per rank. But you got 10 stacks of this before, like pretty much permanently. So you get 20, 40, and 60. And now you'll just get 6, 12, and 18. So instead of getting 60% for 3 points, as long as you could keep 10 stacks up, you will just get 18% now. That's a big, big Conjuration summon nerf. That's going to affect all of the summon builds, but particularly Hydra, I guess. Let's see if they've done anything to counter that. Aspects of Tenuous Destruction has changed. What? Changed from an offensive to a defensive aspect. Renamed to Aspects of Tenuous Survival. Previous, still increased damage with no defensive skills, yes. Now, gain 100 to 600 increased armor and heal 5% maximum life a second while you have... Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Okay. So what they've done is they've moved Tenuous Destruction onto that new mace, that unique. So instead of just gaining 30 to 50% when you've got no defensive skills on your bar, you're going to gain up to 40% per defensive skill not on your bar. That's what that new mace does. So that's up to 160%. That's more damage than this gave you. And they've now given you a way defensively to get a huge amount of armor and a huge amount of constant life regen as long as you're not playing defensive skills. So I think a non-defensive skill, but you'd need no defensive skills on the bar. But with the mace, when you haven't got any, if you don't have teleport on your bar, you'll be able to get the enchant for teleport for free. So your evade becomes teleport. You'll get the Frost Nova enchant for free. You'll get the Ice Armor enchant for free, and you'll get the Flame Shield enchant for free. So you'll get every X amount of seconds, it will proc Flame Shield for you to stop you from dying. So I actually think a no defense skill Sork will be very, very viable next season. Yeah. Aspects of, oh wow. Aspects of Tenuous Agility has been gigabuffed. Just gain up to 80% movement speed. But the bonus is removed for 10 seconds after you can't... Oh, yeah. So as long as you don't... If you play a no defensive skill, You get 80% movement speed from this. This will be amazing for leveling if you get that early on. Free casted defensive skills will no longer remove this move. Okay, so yeah, free casted defensive skills from enchants won't remove that bonus. That's nice. So they're really pushing towards having a no or less or no defensive skill Sorc viable build, I guess. Oh, right, Fruiter. Oh, really? Okay, I haven't gotten to that yet. Let's see. That would be... I'm actually not going to be unhappy if that's true, Fruiter. Let me get to it. I'm getting there. Snow Veiled. Ice Armor makes you unstoppable and grants you armor. Yes, they're just removing damage reduction. They're making damage reduction much rarer. So anywhere where you can get damage reduction, it's going to be very valuable. That's what they're doing, which isn't a bad thing because it's really easy to get a lot of it right now. Aspects of the Firebirds. While Flame Shield is active, meteorites cascade around you, deal fire damage, and meteorites gain lucky hit chance. Maybe that'll be good for a meteor build. I don't know. Reduce them. All right, unique items. Please say they fixed the Oculus. Previous attacks reduce evade cooldown. Okay, so it now inherently increases your teleport and oversize. Previous, gain the effect of teleport enchant free. When you evade random location casting, teleport grants a stack of galvanation, increasing its damage by... Oh, thank God. They've done it, guys. They fixed the Oculus. And they made it more like what it's actually meant to be. This is exactly what it was in D2. Thank God. Oh, wow. We got a raid coming in from Mippy. Welcome in, Raiders. Woo! Welcome in, guys. I'm Immortalized, part of the Mobalytics class team, and I'm just going through the patch notes because I didn't have time to go through them before the chat. W changes for PTR, Mippy. Yes, there are a few things that I will reserve judgment till I play it, but the game's going to be big different, right? But yeah, welcome in, guys. I hope you had a good time, Mippy stream. I hope the changes are exciting you. Mippy, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Guys, please go click on Mippy's name. Give him a follow. He is the D4 lead over at Mobalytics. He's awesome. Go check him out. The class changes not so much, Mippy. I mean, I'm still going through them. I'm pretty excited for the class changes. I'm not going to lie. I can tell you one thing that's going to get nerfed after the PTR right now, Mippy. The Melted Spark of Selig is no more. The Melted Spark will be giga broken. It's Mana Shield for every class. That's what that item is. Legit. I can pretty much see. I would be surprised. I mean, that looks so overly strong. They did Sanctum to some degree. I can still see it being broken. I'm sure people will figure it out, trust me. I've only had a quick scour through, but there are still some things in there that are lucky hit based, and if you get enough lucky hit chance and you hit fast enough, you're just going to generate so much resource you won't die, right? Yeah, I think there will be builds that will find a way to abuse it. But anyway, it does look... At least it's not a meme anymore, right? Which is good. It's been a useless mythic for God knows how long. Forever, basically. Apart from the very first season, but they were impossible to get. Hey, Rolf, Sanctum as well. Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. But I'm pretty excited. I haven't gone through all the changes just yet. We're getting there. The only uncapped resource-based multi... Oh, really? Yeah, I only just scoured through it. I mean, if that's true, I imagine it'll get abused and then it'll get capped, right? I'll tell you what, though, guys. I'm just going through the Sorc. This one will hurt people big time. Where is it? This is a huge nerf for Sorcs. Primordial Binding got gutted. Got absolutely gutted. Look at it. It's literally in every way a nerf. It's so much. Oh, really, Sanctum? Wow, nice. So I was just looking. They finally fixed the Oculus. I've been saying they should do this for such a long time. I've tried it so many times. They've now made it so you'll only teleport to a random location if you're injured, which is exactly what the Oculus did in D2. That is what the Oculus is, not when you teleport. So it now means when you teleport, you can actually gain damage and stuff. So a teleport build might be viable. We'll see. I mean, I'm not a Sorc main, but, you know, and they've... Oh, Fractured Winterglass. has been changed to Frozen Orb ranks. That makes a lot of sense. That means that the Frozen Orb build might not be completely, utterly useless next season. Frozen Orb still more damage per active summon. Uncapped question mark? I suppose it's capped by the fact you can only have... Well, no, it is uncapped. So you just stick your wolves on. You get loads of Frozen Orb damage and have 65% chance to create a random conjuration when cast. Your conjurations are capped, but you can get summons in other ways, right? Frozen Orb could actually be pretty good next season in good sense of sorts. I mean, we'll have to see what people do in the PTR, right? Could be a vibe. No defense Sork's definitely going to be a thing. I mean, I don't know how good... every build's rip, Mark White. Every build's going to have to be rebuilt here, like, to be honest. Spiritborn's probably eating pretty good, actually. There's some pretty nice changes in there. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for the PTR. I can't wait to see how much stuff is broken. It's going to be a good time. Right, let's get through the rest of these. Raymond, after casting teleport, close enemies are pulled inwards, and it has a chance to reset from each enemy it kills. And it has a 10 to 30% chance to reset from each enemy it kills. Oh, I see. It's got a chance to reset. Oh, I see. The Raiment of the Infinite is going to give you a chance to reset your teleport. So, I mean, this will be very good with your Oculus, maybe. It doesn't make your cooldown longer anymore. But it's going to be harder to get infinite teleport, I suppose. So, yeah, the Oculus plus this, with loads of ranks in teleport, will be how you get really fast teleport. They are obviously trying to remove the perma-teleport sort of builds a little bit. Which I suppose is not such a bad thing. But there will be a lot of people that dislike that, to be honest. The maximum was removed on axial conduits. I suppose that makes sense with the new melted spark, right? To be honest. All of the damage reductions have been removed, as they said they were going to do. Cooldown reduction, not so bad. Inherent maximum cold removed. Inherent cold resistance increased. Okay. All right, enchants. Let's see what they've done here. Upon getting hit, you have 5% chance to apply... Healing potions apply ice armor and have a 25% chance to refund themselves. Okay. So at least if you have the ice armor enchant on, I suppose it's a bit of a rubbish playstyle relying on healing potions. But at least you've got a guaranteed way of applying it to yourself if you need to. So that's better than what it was. I mean, a 5% chance to apply ice armor on getting hit was just rubbish. You never used it because it was just too low a chance to be consistent ever. Rydell, teleport might actually kill stuff. With Oculus, casting teleport grants a stack of galvanization, increasing its damage by 30 to 50%. It doesn't say this is capped. It just says it does it for 8 seconds. So if you can get to a point where you can solve teleporting, so you can cast it a decent number of times within 8 seconds, you'll get a pretty decent size of damage there. That plus the galvanic ring will probably be quite good, the lightning ring. The Azurite, you know, the new lightning ring they've got. I think it'll be doable. That plus the raiment as well. Where's the raiment? We were just reading that. Giving you the ability to pull stuff in and reset, teleport over and over again. And yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what people end up doing, right? The Galvanic Azurite, that's the one, yeah. Frost Nova. Your conjuration skills have a chance to unleash Frost Nova. Now it's just lucky hit up to 10% chance to unleash after hitting an enemy. That's actually really nice, because that means you can unleash Frost Nova with any skill, not just conjurations. So that makes it more useful. Teleport, evade is replaced. Now it's evade becomes a teleport with a 5-second cooldown that cannot be reduced. Okay. But it does seemingly make you unstoppable, as long as that's still in the skill tree. That bit's been added back in there. You can get unstoppable with it. Yeah, the perma teleport enchant is gone. So if they want perma teleport, they're going to have to figure out another way to do it. By the looks of it. You could probably still get teleport very quickly, but yeah. Frozen Orb enchant. Casting a skill has a 30% chance to launch. Oh, nice. They've just taken the conditional out. Cool. So any skill you cast has a chance to throw a Frozen Orb. Nice. This is the enemy updates. We've heard about all this stuff as well. Item rarity. Normal items will continue dropping for longer while leveling. Magic items will be more frequently have a bonus affix. Rare items will be rarer before level 30. Legendary items will be rarer before level 40 and rapidly increase in frequency afterwards. Legendary items have an additional affix for a total of 4. Okay. Monster loot. It's just loot increases there. Yes, it's just the Altars of Lilith not giving you the bonuses. Material cost no longer scale with item power. Added new recipes for converting salvage materials. Oh, you can they've added it so you can convert veiled crystals into forgotten souls or legendary salvage. That's really nice. If you've got a metric ton of veiled crystals and no forgotten souls, finally. I've said this in the past, like, if you get to a situation where you've just got an overwhelmingly large amount of one resource, like, why can't we convert it into others? We had that in D3. That was a nice addition back then. Imprinting. This is just to change costs for it. Wow. Imprinting an ancestral legendary is expensive. 1 million gold. Wow. Salvaging a mythic unique provides 1,000 legendary salvage, 100 forgotten souls, and a resplendent spark. Okay. They have made it so salvaging stuff is giving you more stuff, though, so that's not so bad. Salvaging an ancestral legendary item gives you 10 common, 10 veiled, 10 legendary. But it doesn't give you any... okay, it doesn't give you any forgotten souls still, so that's sad. Oh... Salvaging an ancestral legendary provides 5 legendary and 1 forgotten soul. Finally. Yeah, I did say a long time ago that salvaging ancestrals probably should give you at least some forgotten souls. So that's a step in the right direction, I'd say. This is the temper changes they went through, so we know about this. These are masterworking changes. Nightmare dungeons. Nothing mad there. This is all the healing stuff. Any particular bug fixes here of note? I mean, there's a lot of stuff being fixed here, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of skills that didn't work very well that will work a bit better now. I'm not going to go through every single one individually right now. All right, well, it's a pretty meaty... That's a pretty meaty set of changes. That they have really changed up Sork there, though. Yeah. I will be interested to see what some people's takes will be on that. I'm just going to have a quick scan through the Spiritborn changes again. Spiritborn's not that affected, really. The only major change is the Jaguar primary. But now every single primary hull scales some form of damage. Like Eagle scales damage rather than vulnerable duration. Centipede scales damage rather than slow and damage reduction. Gorilla scales your Thorn, now only scales Thorn's damage. But, you know, in Jaguar doesn't scale damage. It's just, if you're hitting very, very fast and lots of times, you'll get... Or it does, actually. It gives you up to 15x damage, and it gives you this extra hit. So I don't know how good or bad that'll be, but at least you've got other options. So I don't think it'll be that bad. All in all, I think that'll still be very good. Jack Imp Shell is an interesting change for the Evade build. Obviously, all the damage reduction removals replaced with Dex, though, so that's more damage. A few of the rings might be a bit more useful. I mean, maybe a Pestilent Swarm build would be quite good, because with an Eagle, with Eagle skills, We'll have to see. I mean, honestly, it's really hard to tell. Potent, that's the only real major nerf. Potent got nerfs. Most builds will be affected by this. But most builds were funneled into wanting that. So you'd have to use Jaguar primary or Jaguar secondary with the Evil Walker. Because you wanted, that is such a big damage boost. And now it isn't. It's just attack speed and cooldown reduction. So you won't feel funneled into having to do that. I think Payback's probably going to be quite strong. Potentially. Anything that can be a core skill, I think will probably be quite good. This is good for evade builds or anything that moves a lot of distance. Yeah, this is really focused at an evade build, I'd say. Or something along those lines. Well, let's wait and see what people do in the PTR, because maybe people will find something really busted and broken, honestly. Yeah, it might be a longer range teleport, but you won't be able to... You'll probably be able to evade, do a teleport with a 5-second cooldown, and then if there's attacks, reduce evade boots still. I don't see anything saying there wasn't. You'll be able to do attacks and reduce it quickly, but you just won't be able to get to the point like people are right now, right? Where they're just going across the map, aren't they? They're just literally like perma-teleporting with 0 cooldown. Oh yeah, this is a good playlist, Mark, here. Yeah. This is pretty big as well. Centipede giving damage reduction. That's pretty nice. Very big, a very big boost of poison there. Like, nothing really got changed here much. Honestly. I can't see anyone doing the Mystic Circle stuff with that change. In fact, it's almost impossible that you will be able to use Mystic Circle now. Because they've just assumed that you're going to use a legendary weapon where it's the only place you're going to be able to put Mystic Circle on, I think. Assuming that Plains Augments can only go on the weapon, which on Spiritborn has to be a two-handed. And most builds are going to use the Rod of Kep or the Zephyr Zontic or the War Crozin or whatnot. So you're just not ever going to use Mystic Circle potency. And if you can't have Mystic Circle potency, Mystic Circle sucks. So, and that's the only place you can put it now. So I can't see anyone using that temper, really. Yeah. But there wasn't actually... there wasn't too much major nerfs here to Spiritborn, to be honest. Yeah, there is a ring on Spiritborn. It's not in here. Called... I'd have to log into my Spiritborn, but there's one that grants it so you get Vigor. Not on kill. You get it on, like, on hit or something, and it's ridiculous. That could be... Oh, you gain 1 to 7 Vigor per second. Okay, no, maybe it was this one. I'm sure there was one that generates loads of Vigor. That could be kind of busted. Yeah, okay. Rushing Claw will make use of this as well. The problem is Rushing Claw is not a core skill, so you won't benefit from any of his core skill stuff. But I suppose you could use Rushing Claw as the activator for this. So you'd use Rushing Claw as a movement skill, and then you could have any primary Spirit Hall on you like. It doesn't matter. You literally just make it so you can just permanently rush around with Rushing Claw. And then whatever primary Spirit Hall you've got on, it will invoke that every time you move 4 meters. So that's what you'll do, probably. So I might have to play around with Rushing Claw builds and see how that plays out. Like, invoke a core skill from your primary Spirit Hall. Like, does it choose that from random? Or does it choose one I've got selected? I don't know. Does it have to have one on my hot... Is it one from my hotbar? Or is it just from one from random? It doesn't specify. Like, you can make Touch of Death a core skill and then put Centipede on and then rush around with Rushing Claw and then activate Touch of Death. And just use Rushing Claw as a movement skill to activate Touch of Death everywhere. And then scale it up with damage and ranks and stuff. Potentially. That kind of thing. Yeah. Nice. All right. Well, we've gone through all the notes. Anyone got any questions or comments or concerns? There's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on. I'm going to have to read through this in my own time again, I think. There's so much going on. Your brain hurts, Rain. This is what I do. It hasn't hurt my brain, but there's too much. Even for me, there's too much to remember. Like, if it was one small bit, I can remember stuff pretty well, but that is a lot to remember. The whole game's changing, basically. The biggest win is the Melted Heart there. That is such a big buff to what has been a meme item. Like, really. You could make a YouTube video just on that. And I might even do it if I can find time over the weekend. That is very strong. Especially when you can sanctify these as well. The new Druid unique, yeah. Where is it? Okay. There it is. So the new Druid unique is a nature magic focused pair of boots, and Bad Omen was changed to scale lightning bolt damage rather than the frequency of which it would hit enemies. And the unique power is damaging between 200 to 100 enemies, 100 being the better, I believe. With storm skills, grants a charge. Casting any defensive skill will grant maximum movement speed and unhindered for 1 second for each charge used. While charged, enemies you run into are immobilized. So it doesn't give you any damage. It does have attacks reduce evades cooldown on it. And it's a pair of boots, so you're still getting your movement speed, you're getting your attacks reduce evades, you're getting cooldown reduction, you're getting some passive rank damage. And this is giving you the ability to just basically get permanent maximum movement speed on Druid and unhindered. And the ability to immobilize enemies on demand on your boots. So it might actually be better than it sounds just because it's a pair of boots where you can't normally get damage anyway, right? It's got a lot of crowd control duration on it as well, so 1 second, that would already be 1.55 by default. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This plays into a lightning bolt build where you stack up all your lightning bolt damage, I think. So that's what that one is, yeah. The rogue one's a Dance of Knives unique. The Necromancer's a goblins. It's a golem unique, sorry. Golem unique. The Sorks is a non-defense skill, core skill. Weapon. The Spiritborns is rushing claw or evade. Both of those will be able to utilize this. Anything that moves you very quickly in distance, and that is deliberately how it would work. So I haven't played Rushing Claw before, but you'd need to make it for this. You'd really be like your core skill would be your main damage. You'd want to make it so Rushing Claw, every time you cast Rushing Claw, you always go 4 meters. So every time you cast Rushing Claw, you're always casting a core skill. And then you just go Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw. Because the thing about Rushing Claw is, I can't remember. One sec, I've got Diablo 4 Rushing Claw. Let me get... I just need to get the actual skill up. Oh, for God's sake. Rushing Claw skill, not build, sorry. There we go. I want to see... Enemies hit by Rushing Claw take increased damage. So you want to keep hitting them with Rushing Claw over and over again. You're going to scale your damage against them. And then you can either go... When Rushing Claw hits an elite enemy, you gain increased dodge chance. Or using Rushing Claw's last charge will refill extra charges. That's right. And it's got a charge-based system, hasn't it? Hasn't it got an aspect or something? That Rushing Claw aspect, I believe. This one here. No. I think there's some system where you get, like, depending on how many charges you've got, Rushing Claw gets better, right? So there's a way where you could probably scale up your damage with Rushing Claw, and you get extra damage from core skills. So you could have Rake on your build or something, you know. I mean, I'll be starting Spiritborn regardless, I think. Well, I will be. Dance of Knives looks like it'll probably be pretty solid, yeah. Right, has anyone got any other specific, like, questions and stuff? Otherwise, I'm probably going to boost up the game and carry on with my hardcore Sorc for a bit and try and see if I can get this sodding Ophidian Iris that's eluding me in the Chaos slot so I can put in a decent effort for the challenge event that's going on. Well, I'm going to start with the level 1 to 60 grind on Tuesday. I will do that because I want to see how it feels, if nothing else. Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty significant, all those changes. It's exciting because the game is just going to feel completely different. I'm sure there'll be a lot of very, very broken stuff that people will find. Like, you know, Sanctum's already figured one out, I think. Melted Spark becomes the Melted Goat. Yeah, indeed. All right, it doesn't look like anyone's got any dying questions. I mean, there's a lot going on. Everyone's probably sitting there and their brains are melting, aren't they? They're like, what the hell is going on? The whole game's changed. Everything I knew no longer exists. I know nothing. All right, let me change my title here. Oh, we'll just leave it for now. Brain is melting faster than the melted spark. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. A lot going on. Hey, Stress, how's it going, man? I think I got it, but just to be sure, read the whole again. I just got here. Lego movie reference, Stress, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to go over. There's a lot in there. I'm going to have to read through it again in my own time in bits to make sense of it before Tuesday, probably. Anyway, exciting times, guys. Exciting times. That is a pretty significant change. So I'm just going to boost up my Spiritborn very quickly. I just want to have a quick look at Rushing Claw. I vaguely remember they changed this. That might be what I look to try out on the PCR. It might be one of the... With that new pair of boots, it might be the new speed build, or at least a new speed build you can actually make work. Where was it? I'm sure there was a thing in here. Rushing Claw now has 12 maximum charges. Casting it consumes all charges to increase its damage by 50% per charge, and it hits a larger area. So you want to be generating those charges like crazy. And you scale up damage. So yeah, Rushing Claw already does a lot of damage here. Sure, there was a... Yeah, you stack up ferocity to get extra charges. You just get loads of cooldown, though, so you get loads of charges here or whatnot. You could probably solve this anyway. In fact, actually, Potent will give you Jaguar skill cooldown as well. So that will play well with the Rushing Claw. Let me have a quick look in the codex. I'm sure there was something Rushing Claw based. I think it might be an aspect. Yeah, it is. Here we go. Rushing Claw deals increased damage, and it's empowered based on how many charges it has when you cast it. If you've got 4, it strikes an additional time, and it'll guarantee to critical strike, and it'll guarantee to overpower, and it heals a bunch of your life. And it didn't look like that had changed at all. So that's very strong for Rushing Claw. Yeah, there could be a pretty good Rushing Claw build going on with core skills baked into it in Season 11. Moe's, how's it going, man? Welcome back. How you doing, dude? Melted Goat of Selig, I know, right? So everything got nerfed? Not everything, no. The Melted Heart, the Melted Spark is now the Melted Goat break. It's going to be insane. It's going to be broken. Sleep time, Rydal. No worries, dude. Get some sleep, man. I'll catch you soon. Stormclaw Druid with those new boots. So much to think about. Yes, Fuseral. Yeah. You've added Captain Cuddles. Nice. I don't know if he's here right now. He was earlier. Yeah, Mo, he's not bad. We've just had all the new news for Season 11, so everyone's brain's just melting. So now I'm going to go back to doing what I was doing last night and trying to see if I can get this item that's eluding me in this hardcore challenge. But yeah, the whole game is changing for Season 11, so that's exciting. Quite literally, it's going to feel like an entirely new game, like for sure, absolutely. So yeah, good times. Well, let's run a couple of these to warm up. I'm in T3. I'm actually going to change that to T2. Without the Ophidian, I'm just not doing enough damage to do those quick enough to actually make it efficient. Oh, I'll be... Well, yeah, Moe's. I mean, it's just RNG on the Chaos item. I don't even care what slot it's in to start with. I just need one of them. But yeah, the whole game's going to change. It's going to be good. T3 or bust? No, I'm good. I'd rather not, because it just takes... It's not... I can do T3 without dying. That's not a problem. I'm not worried about that. It's just the speed at which I kill stuff with, because I have no AoE, do I? Without the Ophidian Iris, I've got no area effect damage on the Hydra. And I can't use a normal Ophidian Iris, can I? So it sort of sets me in a situation where it just takes ages to kill stuff, regardless of how much damage my Hydras actually do. Unless you one-shot everything. So it's just quicker for me doing T2. And hopefully I can get an Ophidian Iris tonight. High chance of drop, it won't make any difference with the catches. I don't think. Some very interesting changes. I think a lot of people will be sitting there like, what on earth is going on? My builds are buggered. Did I say you're a rare gear? Yes, they've generally speaking, they're flattening out. Well, it sounds like they're flattening out the loot from level 1 to 60. So you're going to get whites and blues for longer, and you'll get legendaries later, but they'll start dropping after level 40 more and stuff like this. I think they're trying to make the level 1 to 60 journey a little slower, because it's still a bit quick if you ask me. Like, your very first character of a season is a bit quick. Because you can still power level, you can still get power leveled after your first character once someone's high enough, right? Season 11, I believe, starts at the beginning of December, but they've not confirmed that. But this season is due to end at the beginning of December, so that would be typically when the new season starts as well. Hey, Nadine, how's it going? How's it going? My streamer server is broken. I know, it is, isn't it? Rubbish. Streamer server's not coming in clutch. But maybe it will tonight, we'll see. We'll run a few of these. I'll run a few hordes. And hopefully we get an Ophidian. You did Rob's Bone Splinter Necro? Yeah, I heard Breakpoint. Yeah, I saw your message you sent to me, but I was a bit busy today. Yeah, the Bone Splinter Necro looks cracked, to be honest. I saw a video of someone doing it. Looks fun. Yeah, I'd already done all the altars for the most part, Mark, so it made that slightly less painful for me, to be honest. Yeah, excited for Tuesday now to get into all of that stuff. There's too much to test in a week. I'm not going to sleep much that week. It's going to be a very busy week next week. I've got to basically relearn the whole Spiritborn class in a way. What's that giving me there? I don't really need the XP. I don't know why I bothered doing that. I only came in here because it had the material reserve chests for me. Oh, that's right. I can do that to reduce my attacks, can't I? My teleport, can't I? Grab this. Right, what have we got? What else have we got here? Let's do these. Well, Mana Shield is pretty OP, yeah, for hardcore. That's why they ban unique powers. To be honest. It is funny what they've done with the Oculus there on the sword, because it wasn't that long ago I said that they should change it so that the Oculus is the way to get... It's like the way to potentially get like more, you know, more permanent teleport. Like, I don't actually know if that's what it's going to do. But rather than it being every single sort build can just get permanent teleport, and then every build just builds that way. Making it so it's locked behind an item or something would make more sense. Yeah, to some degree. I can't level you in hardcore because it's solo self-found. But Hyrule might be able to if he fancies it, because he's in hardcore. I'm very intrigued to see how hard enemies are, though, and all these new affixes we're going to get. I mean, that alone excites me, because it's just going to feel different to play. You're actually going to have, like, enemies that... I mean, if I remember D3, like, D3 did have some tricky enemies in it, at least to start with. You eventually did get to the point where you could Giga Blast stuff, but there were affixes, at least in early days on D3, that were tricky. I still remember to this day, like, some of those early affixes being, yeah, pretty savage. And tempering stress, yeah, I guess if you haven't got rare items, you won't be able to temper. But, I mean, most people don't temper much before that point anyway, honestly. That is actually something. I am surprised. Barrier hasn't changed by the looks of it. That is the one thing I thought maybe would change. I don't think they have changed anything with it. So I am a little surprised by that. But there we go. Hey, Lord Hinix, how you doing, man? How you doing? Catching up on the patch notes for next season. Well, it's for the PTR, right? So there's inevitably going to be changes from that after the PTR, before the season launches. But yeah, I guess that will be the bulk of it. It is basically the whole game's changing, Lord Enix. So I've got a week to relearn the whole game and relearn Spiritborn, and try and be able to get to the point where I can put some builds together for next season. So it's going to be a very busy week next week. Drops a Melted Heart Pinnacle. Nice. Well, they're going to be very, very good next season by the looks of it. They finally changed it. Yeah, Tempering and Masterworking, I think, will be fine. More determinism, which is going to be good, I think. 'Cause at the moment, it's just full RNG, which makes it really tricky to... It just makes it tedious, doesn't it? It won't be a Melted Spark anymore. No, it'll be the Melted Goat of Selig. That's what we've been calling it. I added the lucky hit to do X whatever type damage. Yes, you can do that, Stress, yeah. But like I said, the whole game looks like it's going to be different, especially during the leveling phase next season. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that feels when we get to play it next week. Oh, I can't bother with that event. We'll move on. You're going to be curious to see the damage numbers look like? I agree. Yeah, the damage numbers could actually be quite a lot lower for all we know. Oh, did I miss a prisoner somewhere? I must have missed one up here. Yeah, I agree. The damage numbers could be a lot lower for all we know. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, especially with all the levels of loot changes. I mean, every build's going to have to be rebuilt in some way. Really wish I had a Nagu rune. Solved my movement speed issue. Hey, Tashao, how's it going? Welcome in, first time chatter. Anyone else not earning drops for Diablo? Should be. Have you got your Twitch account connected to to your Diablo account? I think that's what you need to do, right? Welcome in, by the way. Troll, how's it going? Rangda got your drop today? Rangda got their drop, so it obviously is working, I think. You have to watch half an hour in any valid stream. I believe mine would be fine for this. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I have to rebuild the whole, relearn the whole class and figure out all the builds. Should be good fun. It can take 72 hours to get into your account after it's been redeemed. Okay. Well, I don't know if that mean I don't know if they mean they can't redeem it or or whether it's after redeem they haven't had it. Yeah. You got it in my stream round. Okay, nice. You got a masterwork in Venom neck. I didn't even think they existed. I mean, they do exist. They're just very rare, troll. Oh, sorry, Tarshell. Yeah, I've got an anti-link thing, and Twitch treats anything in the chat that's got a word with a dot. If it's got a full stop between two words, it treats it as a link. But I can see what you said, yeah. You connected your Blizzard Bastards.net 3 years ago. Chaos Armor. Ooh, what do we get here? Yeah, I don't know then. I mean, it does work, I think, because they're saying they got it in my stream. Oh, could have been it could have been what I was looking for, but it wasn't. Much sad. You've already rolled attack speed, troll. That sucks. Yeah, they're very rare, those in Venom. Yeah, no worries. I mean, if you go to your drops or rewards on Twitch, if you go to your top right and look at the rewards thing, is it saying you're accruing your time towards it? Because that's what you want. You want it to show that you're accruing your... You want it to say you've done X amount of time out of this much required to get it. And it should show that you're working towards it. Oh, it had attack speed. Oh, okay. Pulverize pretty good, apart from the fact I think they reintroduced the pulverize puddle bug with the latest patch, unfortunately. Hey, Frank Ultra, how you doing, dudes? How you doing, man? Right, we'll keep persisting. Keep persisting. Need me in Ophidian Iris Chaos. Hello, cat. How you doing? Where are you? Oh, you're cold. You've been outside, haven't you? Woo. Hey, you got your happy face on, have you? You want to come up here? Oh, there you go. Whoa, there we go. You staying up here? Hey, Andrew, first time chat. How you doing, man? Jobs have been weird lately. I've been watching this stream for about 10 minutes and have no progress. Oh, really? Huh. Well, someone just said they got it for watching this stream, so that's weird. It should work. It should be active for a whole day until tomorrow. Hey, Killer, coming in with the 8 months. Dude, thank you. How you doing, Killer? Give me a bean number between 1 and 7, dude. Tater's got hers. That's weird. I don't know why that's not working for you then, guys. Did I make a video talking about the patch notes? No. I only finished talking about it a minute ago. Honestly, I need to go away and read through it again. I don't know if I want to make a video summarizing the whole thing. It'll just... going through the patch notes, it'll be too long. The last time I did that, the video was like an hour and a half long and no one even looked at it or watched it. It was a waste of time for me. There's so much in there. I'd have to make like separate videos on separate parts of it, I think. It's just, there's so much change in there. 6. Yeah, I'm good, Killer. I'm good. How you been? Have you caught all the changes that are coming to next season for Diablo 4? It looks pretty cracked. Hyru's got his and it's been his phone. Yeah, keep an eye on it, Andrew. Maybe there's like a delayed effects on it or something. Right, let me finish this dungeon quickly, Killer, and then I'll grab that bean and we'll do it. My take, it sounds good. It's going to be very interesting to play. I mean, the whole game's changing. It might be better if you ask me more specific questions. Honestly, the whole game's changing. Like, defenses are changing, the way you heal is changing. Loads of builds have been completely gutted. Loads of new builds have been added. The whole leveling strategy is going to be different. Renown is completely different. Yeah, it's big change. No, but yeah, tempering and masterworking have been changed, I think, for the better, probably. So, yes, a lot of change. It's too much to summarize in one paragraph, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, Breeze, I'm going to have to test Spirit Born as best I can, and that's it, really. I will test the leveling up on a Spirit Born, so I can get an idea what the leveling's like, but also level up on a Spirit Born leveling build. And then I'll have to just use the cheat vendor to cheat loads of, as best I can, a vague version of all of the builds as I can put them together and test a few things and move on. I'm just gonna, that's just, it's not enough time, is there? So yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. It's gonna be a very busy week. Was oops, say rune. Sanctified is the new way to brick your item, but I don't think that's so bad because it's a one-shot only thing. It's like you're taking your GG item and you're sanctifying it and you're hoping you get the best thing, but if you don't, well, that's that. Honestly, it will make that very, very hard to get the absolute GG item, but that's not necessarily so bad. You'll still have a very good item, you just won't have the GG Sanctify. I imagine there'll be a lot of feedback on that specific thing from the PTR and they might change it a little bit, we'll see. That's what I'm expecting. Because it's a one and done at the moment, isn't it? Right, you wanted a number 6, didn't you? Killer. I've got one in there, I have, there we go. Well, it's the thing is, right, you change one of those things drastically, you then have to change a lot of other stuff with it. Otherwise, things just end up being wildly broken. So it becomes a bit of a domino effect. That's how it usually goes when you're trying to change things like that. Well, let's just go over here a second. Killer, thank you so much for the resub, dude. I really, really appreciate your support. Here's a number 6 bean. Tutti Frutti or Rotten Fish. Let's see what we got. That is 100% Rotten Fish. That is a big L. That is a big fat L. I hope you're entertained, Killer. But thank you. I appreciate your support. It was the same. Oh, man, that is foul. That is not the one. Oh, goodness me. I'm not very much entertained, but I hope some of you guys are. Oh, very. Well, Killer is. That's the important bit, isn't it? Oh, that was very fishy. At least I had a banger track in the background. Back to the grind. What's worse, the fish bean or a shot of dimple? Oh, the fish bean. Fania, how's it going? How's it going? Pretty rad that we're getting these updates in a season. I know, this is what I said, Fania. I was like, if that's just a season update that they're doing, what on earth is the expansion going to be? That excites me a little bit. There's some pretty radical changes they're making. Like, that's some really deep systemic changes. So, yeah. Yeah. I agree, I agree. I wasn't expecting a endgame mechanic. Or leaderboards. That's a bonus, honestly, getting the tower and leaderboards as well. So that'll be nice. We'll see how that plays. We'll have to see how good or not good it is. But it's in beta, so they'll improve it. I'm sure there'll be things wrong with it in the PTR, but that's the idea of the PTR, isn't it? We test it, we find out that stuff, and hopefully it gets improved. But yeah, I mean, I'm fairly excited. There's a few question marks as to how things are for the health of the game going forwards. Like, do we really want to grind out the season ranks for our skill points every time? I don't know, but maybe, you know, they obviously want to slow down the leveling from 1 to 60 at least a little bit, or at least smooth out that progression somewhat. That's my take on that. We'll have to see what the season rank stuff actually is, and like those dungeons might just not be so bad anyway. Maybe it's just good that you just go straight to the dungeon and do it, right? Who knows? I never did the gauntlet, ever. It didn't interest me that much. I much prefer the sound of the tower. I have to admit, the changes to the enemies and defensive and stuff excites me the most. Making it so that it's actually beneficial to go tankier, build a more well-rounded character, that really plays to my ethos in these games. So I hope it's not like the ultimate builds will just go glass cannon. I hope that the game is actually trying to force you into trying to build a more well-rounded and actually having to consider defense and stuff, you know. Then again, the Melted Heart does sound really, really broken. I can name a few ways how you're going to be able to just sustain your resource so easily. You're going to be invincible, pretty much. I think Sorkin. I think no. I think Sorkin rogues will be fine probably. Once people get in there and actually play it and figure stuff out, that's what normally happens, right? People get in there and they play it and they go, oh, actually, it's not as bad as it sounds. You just had to relearn. We're all going to have to relearn our classes, whatever happens. So it's going to take a hot minute to work all that stuff out, isn't it? Yeah, fair enough, Fania. If you're playing as a social thing, what I do like is that they've got leaderboards for 2, 3, and 4-man parties in the tower, and that's why I think I prefer that. It's going to have an actual, you know, it's going to be great. It's going to give you a reason to want to party up and set up a team, you know, an actual team composition. Might be a decent omelette ever, I know, right? Yeah, the spark, the melted spark hasn't been good since like season 1 or wherever it was, but it was like almost impossible to get it. But if you did get one, you were just invincible. And then they nerfed it big time. Yeah, I saw that bone meal. But isn't it going to scale on something now? But yeah, I mean, look, they're obviously trying to change up the meta, which isn't always a bad thing. Because otherwise you just end up playing the same thing in and out every season, right? You got to find something else to play to level with. I'm sure there'll be other builds out there to play in level 1. That's true, Breeze. Yeah. Yeah, we might actually benefit from having support builds in the tower. Who knows, for the team composition leaderboards. Hey, Oregon, how's it going? How's it going? You just got home from work? Well, I hope you had a good day at work. Hope it wasn't too taxing for you. You're ready for the PTR. Yeah, you and me alike. I'm going to have to do some research. I'm going to have to go through it again over... Maybe I'll do that over the weekend. I need to put together a plan of what I'm testing. And stuff. Because I've got so much Spiritborn stuff to do. At the start of Season 11. It's not going to be a straight copy update. You know, you're basically relearning every class at a fundamental level to some degree. We've got to test a bunch of stuff. I guess it's up there. Yeah, some pretty heavy nerfs though. There'll be a lot of builds that definitely won't work the way they did before. Even before this season, before Chaos Uniques, they definitely won't work anymore. So there'll be some pretty radical build changes, that's for sure. Oh, you got a migraine, Tater, so I'm sorry to hear that. Migraines suck. I had one of those the other day. I hope you feel better soon. Asmodan's gonna be awesome. He was a cool boss in D3. He was a cool boss. It's gonna bring back some serious nostalgia. You could see it on Riker's face as well. Like he was happy that Asmodan's coming back to the game. You got a free lunch today for your one-to-one with your boss. Nice. I hope, did that go well, the one-to-one? I mean, free lunch is always a winner. Oh, wow, we got a raid coming in from Burger again. I don't know if I can safely stop here. Let's just come over here a second. Hopefully I don't die in the background. That'll be bad on hardcore, wouldn't it? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in again from Lower. Raiding me far too many times, Lower. I have to try and get you back at some point. But, dude, thank you so much. Welcome in, guys. Lower is on the Core Skill team. Click that name. Give him a follow. Because I told you, you need to do it. And you should, because he's awesome. Go check him out. Luther, welcome in. Nerdy Dude, welcome in. Kajiti, I know you. How you doing, man? How you doing? Welcome in, guys. If you haven't met before, I am Immortalized. I am the Spiritborn lead at Mobalytics. We pretty much recently finished going through all the new Season 11 PTR stuff. It looks cracked. A lot of people are going to be salty crying in the corner, and some other people will be jumping up and down going, yay! So, you know, I'm one of those people, but there's going to be a few people that might be a bit sad. But it looks good. We'll be getting into that next week. What are your thoughts on what's coming? Do you like it? Do you not like it? And also... Lower, how was the stream, dude? Thank you again for the raid. Appreciate it, man. Lantos and Sex, thank you so much for the follows, guys. I appreciate you. I'm also currently trying to do the hardcore solo self-found challenge event, but until I find a Chaos Ophidian Iris, I can't really do what I want to do. So I'm currently just trying to farm one of those and hoping Iron Jesus is on my side. Is anyone doing hordes at the moment in softcore? Zach's asking. You got to 126 in Spiritborn after switching to Banished Lords. Nice. Still not optimized, but getting there. Yeah, I mean, I've done 133. I could probably push higher if I wanted to. I haven't really gone back to that character much since. It does, yeah. All the changes look crazy. Yeah. There's going to... I mean, it's pretty significant changes. I'm going to have to... I've got a week to relearn Spiritborn and come up with loads of builds. So that's going to be a very busy week for me next. I figured this might be the case. I figured it might come out next Tuesday. And I figured my entire week was going to be no sleep and all learning. So that's basically my week next week. The changes look sick for the most part. I've got a couple of question mark things. Like, are they going to be tedious to do season to season? We can only find out when we play it. But for the most part, it looks pretty good. Like... It's going to feel like a new game. And a lot of the changes they're making might not make sense to some people, but at a mathematical level and a design level, it makes sense to me, like the toughness stuff. It does make sense to change it to that because it means you've got a way of comparing between different classes, how good your defense is, and it will actually mean, like, yes, you've got 1 million, you're tougher than me at 800,000. It's very hard to compare that at the moment in this version of the game. So it makes sense for them to flatten that out and make it so it's normalized. The capstones is an interesting one. They should be fun, but are they going to get tedious to do over and over? We'll see, Lower. We can only see when we play it. I always reserve judgment till we get a chance to play, you know? KPI, how you doing, dudes? Finally made it again. I appreciate you jumping back. How you doing, man? Love my dungeon runs. No worries, man. How you doing? How's your week been going? But yeah, the changes are looking good. So I'm excited. It's going to be, as I say, it's going to be a very busy week for me next week. Very busy indeed. But that's okay. Be a lot of testing, a lot of trying stuff out, and trying to come up with some remnants of decent Spiritborn builds before the start of the season, I suppose. I'll have a bunch of time to think on it after that. Oh, I didn't get a single one. Are you kidding me? Sag. Hey, Luther, thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Actually, I've just realised we've gone past the next points threshold. Let's give everyone some cheeky points. Everyone loves them points in this channel. They love those points. Here we go. And Firestarter, thanks for the follow, dudes. Appreciate it. Crazy Monkey, hey, yeah, I'm good. I'm good, Crazy. How are you doing? Joe's here. And, oh man, I could tell I've been doing chest day. My chest hurts. How's it going, Joe? A little bit of a Star Wars cantina for you. Have you just finished work, have you? I fixed it. What did I fix, Zach? Week was quite busy, but weekend is about to come, KPI. It is. I will have a very busy week. Next week, it'll probably end up being 7. Even if I'm not streaming, I'll just be playing at PTR constantly, testing stuff, I imagine. It'll be very busy for me, I imagine. Yeah, I can't. That's why I took a bit of time to myself this week, because I kind of preempted that. I didn't know it was going to be next week, but I figured if it was going to be, it normally does come the Tuesday after they announce it, so I got that one right. So yeah, I'm expecting next week to be pretty heavy, but that's okay. Right, well, I really just want some more of those Chaos Rift ones. I might have to go run some Nightmare Dungeons otherwise. Oh, you're kidding me. I didn't get a single one there as well. You having a laugh? Goodness me. I'm out of sigil dust. Savage. Wow, I just crafted like 30 keys and I didn't get a single Chaos Rifts one. Absolute madness. Okay, well, good. I guess we go and do some Infernal Hordes then. Great. Cliptus said you like the new Star Wars way better than the original trilogy. Oh, did he? Did he now? I see what's happening here. Okay. Pew pew! Shots are being fired! How's it going, Luther? Oh, dear. Goodness me. Now I need to come up with some really, really divisive, like, comment that you can take back to Cliptus, right? Hero to you, Joker. Good times. You've not seen the info on it, Joe. All you need to know, Joe, is you're going to need a box of tissues and you're going to need a tub of lube. Or 2. Or 3. Depends how much time you spend on it. No, it's going to be good. It's going to be pretty different. It's going to be pretty drastically different, I think. That bad? Oh, Joe's like, only 2 or 3 tubs? That's awful. That's a 1 out of 10. Only 1 box of tissue? My God, skip that season. No, it looks good. You're scared for the update? Crazy. It'll be fine. If you want to play Spiritborn, which I think largely will be fine, because they got 1 or 2 changes that are heavy nerfs, but otherwise they're pretty untouched. Sork got some pretty big nerfs. Like, Sork got some pretty drastic meta-based nerfs. So, I can still see Sork being fine. They're going to have to build differently. And will they be able to perma-teleport? I don't know. It will certainly be harder to achieve. You get that at work every year, Joe? Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Oh, God, I'm being attacked. I mean, there is teleport, just not perma-teleport, right? That's one of the things that I noticed, amongst other things. But, yeah, Spiritborn's looking like it should be eating okay. We'll see. You can make it work? Nice. Yeah, I'm sure some very clever person will come along and figure out perma-teleport still. I'm sure they will. You wait. I just saw the new additions lower, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of class changes in there, drastic. The biggest one lower is the Melted Heart. That is going to be, that's basically mana shield for every class, nearly. It's going to be giga broken for tankiness, I think. I think that's legit going to, I reckon that'll get nerfed after the PTR, you wait. I've already figured out 2 ways you can break it. They've gone through and systematically capped nearly everything, not everything, but nearly everything that scales on resource. So anything that's uncapped will probably be broken on the PTR, will need to be capped. And they've systematically changed all the resource gainers, most of them, to be flat values rather than percentage, but there's still ways you could just generate so much resource, you'd just be invincible, probably. Yeah, it's massively changed. Yeah, it's going to be the Melted Goat with Selig now, not the Melted Spark. It's not going to be a meme anymore. It's gone from one of the worst items in the game to probably one of the best. Yeah, Limp Bizkit Kajiti. Oh, Perma Teleport Polis. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, some pretty drastic changes there. Not necessarily. Having the Selig on will be probably the only way to get to 500 resource for some classes easily. The Actuals Conduit, for example, and Sorc no longer has maximum resource scaling on it. It's only resource generation. So the only way you're going to be able to get to 500 resource is probably going to be using the Melted Heart. The Spiritborn is maybe the only class that might be able to achieve it without the Melted Heart to get to 500. You could get a GA Shaco max resource. You get max resource on your Amulet GA. You put the Midday Hunt Ring on for 50% increased Vigor. You scale your Vigor in your Paragon, and so on and so on. Like that, you might be able to do, or at least get pretty close to it. But the Melted Heart is it's ridiculous. It's like for every primary stat, you get 3% resource, maximum resource, or 3% resource. So if you've got 1,000 of your primary resource of your primary stat, you're gonna get 3,000 of your maximum resource. And some of these builds goes to 2,000-3,000 decks. Your Masterworking's not going to scale your core stat anymore, but a lot of the damage reduction affixes have been changed to it. So I can very much easily see. I can very easily see builds going to 2,000-3,000 primary stat and getting like 9,000-10,000 maximum resource, yeah. Well, that's a trade-off for sure. But Spiritborn's a class that can really benefit from the Selig Polis. You wouldn't have to use the Midday Hunt Ring necessarily. But the Midday Hunt Ring would be giga... Actually, Spiritborn with Melted Heart is going to be giga broken. Do you want to know why? Let me go back to town here so I don't kill myself. Actually, no, screw it. I can do it while I was... So, all right. Few reasons. One, you could probably get 2,000 or 3,000 dexterity on your build even in the new system. I'm just taking a gambit, but that's probably achievable. Let's say 3,000. So that's already 9,000 max vigor. You got 100 by default already, so that's 9,100. Right, and let's assume you haven't got any max resource on your items, but you have in your Paragon board, which is still there, and you can get another 100 or so in there. So that's 9,200. You then put the Ring of Midday Hunt on, that's 50% more vigor. So you're up to 13,000, 14,000 vigor. And there's loads of ways to generate vigor on Spiritborn, like loads of them. There's multiple ways of scaling your damage. They've all been capped at 500, but you've got the Rod of Kepaleka. You've got the adaptability aspect. And if you're playing Payback, that also triple scales by resource. So you get into 500 resource or higher is very strong for Spiritborn builds that use core skills and use the Rod of Kepaleka. Because then you can use adaptability and the Rod of Kepaleka, so you get doubling up on it. So any of the core skill builds that then get converted into basic skills as well. That includes Touch of Death, Quill Volley, Rake, Crushing Hands, Stinger even maybe. Payback can be converted to core skill, can then be converted to basic skill, can get adaptability, get the Rod of Kepaleka. So you get loads of damage from that. Whilst becoming giga tanky. And on top of this, oh, this is the thing I forgot, right? I don't know if this would happen before or after the midday hunt conversion. But let's say the midday hunt conversion doesn't even come into this. You've got 3,000 dexterity. That's giving you 9,000 vigor. If you use adaptive stances on your build, that gives you 100% core stats, all 4 of them. So that would give you 6,000 dexterity. So now you're talking about having 18,000 vigor. And then if that, I mean, just imagine a world where the midday hunt ring then comes in after that. That's 27,000 vigor. You know, it starts to get a bit silly. And then you just use the Lum Room with a really good activator and then GG's. Yeah, it just generates so much resource, you'll just be invincible. Yeah, Krusty, this is the hardcore solo self-found event. I'm running Hydra, but it's solo self-found, and I'm trying to farm out a Chaos Ophidian Iris because I can't really push it any higher properly until I get that. But yes, obviously there are some downsides to the Heart of Medic, the Melted Heart. But any class that gets damage scaled off of your maximum resource, like the Hydra build with Serpentines, will benefit from that. It'll probably be the only way Sork can get to 500 mana after this season. This season, obviously, you got Mana Shield. The other thing we don't know is we don't know what the Sanctified stats are like. You can sanctify mythic items, guys. They showed it in the stream. So you'll be able to get an extra legendary power on your mythic Selig, or you'll be able to get a sanctified stat, or increase or replace one of the stats on your Melted Heart to become a sanctified stat. You know, there's a few different outcomes, but that could also make it very strong as well. I don't know what those sanctified stats are, to be fair, but so I can see the Melted Heart being pretty good for a lot of... it might not be the absolute GG for damage, but in terms of... If it turns out that the new comparison mechanic is the tower, which is what they're pushing, and to push the highest stuff, you actually need to build defense and damage, the Melted Heart will be GG probably, because it will give you a lot of defense whilst also giving you a lot of... Well, potentially it would give you a lot of defense while giving you the damage. It gives you access to all your 500 vigor damage stuff very quickly. You're not impressed, White Wolf. What are you not impressed by? I thought it looked pretty good myself. There are some question marks, of course, but I mean, it's certainly going to be different. That's for sure. I reserve judgment really until I get a chance to play it, because there's obviously... Yeah, there's a lot changing, so it's really hard to say exactly how it's all going to feel until we get a chance to actually get in and play it. But yeah, genuinely interested. Like, what's not impressing you? Saying that, I'm thinking about it. If you use the Rod of Kepaleka, it consumes all your resource, doesn't it? You get left with, what, 25% of your max life? That is a consideration for the Spiritborn. Saying that, though, you just put the Ring of Midnight Sun on. They haven't changed it. That gives you 50% of your resource back. So there is a way where you're still going... Actually, the Ring of Midnight Sun with the Melted Heart... Yes, every time you attack, you're going to consume all your resource, but as long as you're attacking fast enough, you instantly generate it back again. So I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to stack a lot of life, I guess, because you'd only have 25% of your max life. I'd have to see how it plays. I need to get a Melted Heart. I'd need to get a Melted Heart and see how it plays. But yeah, if you played a Melted Heart with a Ring of Midnight Sun, that could be really busted. To be honest. I'm just thinking, like... Yeah, I'm trying to think how you'd make yourself tanky enough on 25% life. You probably can't. We'll have to see how much life you can achieve. I mean, if you can get enough life while going down 25%, maybe it'll work. Who knows? But yeah, who's your daddy? And what does he do? I agree. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to test there. A lot of considerations and such. Yeah, the Rod of Kep might make you too squishy. But I suppose if you're not playing Glass Cannon, it doesn't matter, right? Smells like beans. Wow. I haven't eaten that many beans today. Blimey, what are you talking about? Hey, Moose Tickles, how you doing, man? How you doing? Sorry, I just seen you came in and gambled all and lost all your points. I'm made from beans. True story. Been a bit unlucky with these options so far, to be honest. I've got on all these Ether Fiends ones. If I get the Ether Lord one, then we're golden. I'll tell you what, though. I bet a lot more people are going to die in hardcore next season. God, I mean, if nothing else, people aren't going to know what all the affixes do and how the game progression is. So I think a lot of people might actually rip in hardcore. Should be interesting. Your luck is spent. Oh, you're just gambling up your points, are you? Massively. It might be alright, the Melted Heart with a Rod of Kep, because a lot of items have had their have had flat additive life added on. And because Masterworking doesn't scale max life anymore, maybe the flat value of max life on items is just higher anyway. We don't know that until we get in there and see it. It's possible. Toast. First time chatter, welcome in, dude. What are you saving all the Paragon points for? Xmas. So there's a Maxroll hardcore solo self-found event going on right now. So there's rules behind it. You're only allowed to use blue amulets. You're only allowed to use 128 Paragon points. So that's Paragon 100 plus your renown points. Hence why I've got 61 left, because I'm at 161. I'm only allowed to use 2 uniques at a time. Only allowed to use royal jewels. What else? Only allows for masterwork, 8 out of 12. Has to be solo self-found. Yeah, there might be some other restrictions I forgot, but that's why. It's basically their way of trying to make it harder for everybody. Basically, I like punishing myself, Toast. Apparently. So now I'm searching for a Chaos Ophidian Iris. Because I can't use a unique amulet. I can't put the Hydra amulet on by default. I can only put the unique one on. So... oh, I'm not allowed to use mythics either. That's right. So I'm at the beckon of Iron Jesus before I can push this to where I want to push it. I tried all last night. Hopefully we'll get one tonight, yeah. But anyway, how are you doing, Toast? You good? Well, I hope I get at least 666 here. I've had the options I've had so far have been pretty mediocre at best. You're good? Digging your channel and the tunes? Nice. Yeah, tunes have been good tonight so far. Some bangers. Normally I do community play. I was hoping to be off this stuff by now, but man, this is really punishing me. What the hell? Oh, let's just do this one, I suppose. Yeah, normally I do community play, but this being a solo self-found event, and I really want to put in a good effort. I said to the guys at Maxroll I would support their event, so that's what we're trying to do. Skill issue, yes, clearly. Something that's entirely RNG based is a skill issue, basically. I just need to get better at RNG. I will try my best, Tyro. I will try and level up my RNG-ness. It's definitely a skill issue. Okay. I'm getting ganged up on here. I guess I'm just going to have to accept it by nature. Good players have good RNG. Well, probably true story, yeah. Is anyone in softcore doing any pits or any power leveling? Mark's asking. The options have been really bad for me on this so far. What the hell? Screw it. These are giving me extra ether. I need to get to 666. At the moment, I'm actually unsure I'm going to make it on this one. It'll be close. Yeah, bone meal. Yeah. They are still pretty bananas. Pretty bananas. I imagine they must be looking at it. It must be costing them a pretty penny. It must be making them a bit sad. I mean, I'd be very surprised if they weren't aware of it, to be honest. I would be surprised by that. I didn't quite get that one down, never mind. I should make 666. It'll be close, but I should make it. I suppose we'll just take this one. I can't guarantee that the Chaotic Offering will give it to me, so... Tune. Okay, I made 666 at least. That's the main thing. Just want to be able to do Bartok and, well, Praetor and Jesus on the Chaos Armor. Say, hey, Shadow Chimera, how you doing, man? How you doing? It's going to be a momentous occasion when I finally get one. Assuming I get one. Can you imagine I get to the end of Saturday and I still haven't got one? I just have to give up on the event because RNG just screwed me. It's probably collectively making them lose buckets of... Oh, yeah, I did back of the napkin math bone mill. Like, let me finish this quickly and I'll show you something. You're killing Duriel at the moment, Polis? Oh, fun, fun. Yeah, just let me get this guy down. It'll only take me a second. Hey, Doompens. Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, dudes. Appreciate it. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, he's down. Come on, RNGesus. Well, it gave me a 3 GA staff, but no Chaos Armor. Are you having a laugh? Oh, wow. That's a really good weapon. Giggity, chat. Giggity. Look at what I just dropped. Yeah, I'm good, Doom. How are you doing? Imagine if that had dropped damage over time on it as well. Like, does that... If I put that on, does that reduce my combustion? It might do. If it doesn't, it'd probably be best just to leave damage on that, because it will scale higher than my non-GA damage over time. Yeah, I need a bit more damage over time on the build elsewhere, and then I can use that staff. Because that scales with damage over time. And I lose damage there. But once I've got that to 100 without needing it on the staff, which will definitely be achievable, I think. What have I got in the glyphs? I'm just having a look at... Can't remember what I put in here. Ooh, I don't know, actually. What did I put down here? Maybe not. I'd have to roll damage over time somewhere else. It is a pretty killer weapon, that, though. I mean, I'll obviously keep that. I'd have to get damage over time somewhere else or something. Yeah, all the damage over time stuff that scales that node here is over here. You could flip those down there and then you'd only be that many away. 30. Yeah, you'd get 6%, and if I got enough willpower, you'd be able to get another 50%, so that'd give you 10%. They're pretty close. So, I mean, I could do it here. You could flip this over. Flip those over there, and then come over here and get 5 points from... I don't know where those 5 points would come from. But you could do it. Or 6 points. 60%, that would do it, but... Anyway. Can't believe that's not dropped me a Chaos Armor again. Are you having a laugh? Seriously. What is going on? Hey, Toast, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it, dudes. You're trying a new Fireball Sork. The Fireball Sork's meant to be really good, Doom. Like, they're saying that that's doing what? Pit 115 or something? Yeah, it's very good, I think. Your honest opinion of the changes, is that a good or bad sign, Shadow? It's definitely going to be different, that's for sure. Yeah, so Bone Meal, what I was going to say is, right, it is probably costing ad revenue, right? So if I just go to Twitch Tracker, oh, wrong one. If I just go to Twitch Tracker here, not my stream, there's 106,510 channels broadcasting right now, right? If each one of those, on average, cost them $1 more than they should be right now because of this problem, let's just say that, and then reduce that to a tenth, that is still $10,000 a day they're losing. And it could be a lot more if it ends up being 1-to-1. So, yeah, it probably is costing them a lot of money. It's because of my RNG skills. Yeah, I've clearly got absolute skill issue with RNG here. I mean, you know, what a noob streamer. Getting 0 Chaos Armors on the end of a Horde. What is this? $114, yeah. I knew Fireball was getting somewhere around there. Oh, that was sad. Yes, Mark White. What a scrubberlight. Is there anywhere else I can get damage over time? I really need attack speed on this stuff. Oh, I really wish that I'd rolled damage over time. I mean, I could just roll the damage there, 2 damage over time, and it would all be fine, and that would solve the problem, and this would just be a better weapon, as long as the tempers don't... I mean, I need the tempers, so I guess we can roll those. Solo self-found, so... Oh, we got that one first time. I'd be quite upset if I didn't get it. Here, actually... Oh, Hydra damage, yeah, that'd be the one. Familiar. Lightning. Hydra damage, nice. Okay, well that was easy. Getting the perfect masterworks might be a slightly different situation, to be honest, but... Hey, Doom with the Prime. Thanks for the Prime, dudes. I really appreciate that support. That's awesome. Thanks, man. When did I become partner? Oh, you mean Diablo partner, Top Monk? A couple weeks back, maybe? A week back? 2 weeks back? I can't remember. It did happen after the season start, yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Doom, honestly. It makes a big difference, so it's really kind of you. Right, yeah, screw it. Let's roll this off and roll it into damage over time. It solves... There we go. You can roll higher than that, right? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, yeah. Once I masterwork, it'll go higher. So I go to 130. It's pretty good. That solves that problem. Scott, I mean, getting the double on... I need the double on Hydra to use it, though. So that's the only problem here. It's probably going to cost me all my gold trying to get this in the double in the Hydra heads. So I might have to come back to this later on anyway. Unless I get lucky like I did in the other one. 1. Ugh. I don't have unlimited gold. This would be a big damage increase, though, with the intelligence there. Bye-bye, gold. 1. Come on, please give me the double. Oh, it's starting to save again. I can't... Oh. It's so much more intelligence. But I can't... I need those extra Hydra heads. It's such a big damage loss not having those. 1. No, missed it again. It's going to be nice that... This is going to be nice being different next time, isn't it? 1. No, missed it again. Gold's going to be my limiter here. I'm going to have to go farm more gold before I can get this, I think. Maybe I've got one more chance here. I had 200 million gold. It's nearly all gone. And it will be by the time... I reckon it will go before I get this. 5 million a reset is pretty outrageous. 1. No, missed it again. I think that's probably ripped until I get more gold. Well, good. Last chance. 1. Oh, I missed it again. I missed it like 5 or 6 times. Oh, it's painful. Okay, well, we'll have to come back to that when I farm more gold, I suppose. I'm poor now. I'm literally broke. That actually broke me. Sell everything. Is what we're going to start doing. We're going to sell absolutely everything. And I'm in the worst possible town to do that. Annoyingly.
This will do nicely.
Up to 1 million again.
Sharp, keep them ready.
Yeah, Shaka will be amazing item still. I'm on hardcore right now, Top Monk, and this is solo self-found. But yeah, when I log into softcore again, if you're around, I'll grab it off you then, no problem. I can sell it to Gambler, can I? Okay. Fair enough. Well, I need gold again. Fantastic. How frustrating. I mean, that's about as good a weapon as I'm going to find, I think. Can't believe that's 2 Horde runs in a row I didn't get a Chaos item from. Are you, like, serious? Let's go see how many of these I can get. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago I got it, roughly. It was an unexpected surprise, a nice one. Hey, Melik, how's it going, man? You always sell at the Rings Amulet vendor next to jeweler there? Oh, yeah. I did notice that. I think I was just being silly. I got 1. How many scrolls can I buy here? Could probably get 2 or 3 caches here. Maybe... yeah, maybe 3. Oops. Scrolls, that's what I want. Maybe it'll give me 1 more. It'll be close. Yeah, we did. Okay. Well, we try 3 more. Fingers crossed. Pants. Esu's heirloom. Wonderful. Gloves. Starfall coronet. I've literally had just about every Sorc item now except the Ophidian. Godslayers. Wonderful. Okay, well, the game still hates me. Brilliant. Yeah, no worries, Top Monk. Thanks for being here, dude. Have a good sleep. Being rushed, nearly naked, and screwing the infernal hordes, chaos phases. Oh, really? Ugh. Yeah, that sucks. You hit Paragon 16 on your hardcore barb, starting with T1 grind, Melik. Nice. What barb build you going for? Well, I'm trying, Chaos. Chaos, I'm trying. Oh, I'm going to sell these, yeah. I mean, the resources are nice, but the money is much more needed right now. Just going to sell everything just because it's going to give me that much extra gold, right? I will keep the Chaos items for now, though. It does get a bit sad, though, that I haven't had a single Ophidian. Well, actually, no, I lie. I've had an Ophidian Iris in the unique amulet slot. But I'm not allowed to use this. I'm only allowed to use blue amulets. So I'm... yeah. It's just... yeah, it's just... yeah. Violating me. You're giving Lunging Strike a go. Nice. Need a sell all button. Yes, we do. That'd have been very nice there. This is why I'm not running the other content in T3. It's not that I can't do it. It's just a bit slower than I'd want it to be. But the pit's a whisper, so I figure I might as well just run one of these quickly, and I can get one of my glyphs nearest a 46 here. That's going to be pretty life-changing, even when I get that chaos item I need. Hey, Bitters, thanks for alert. Appreciate it. Blast wave shrine, okay. If only they could help implement an optional auto scrap function for the non-ancestral items. I agree. I've said this already before. At this point, I don't care for non-ancestrals. You should just have an option to auto salvage it, right? That'd be really nice. So I don't have to worry about picking them up, but then you also get the resources and stuff. Yeah, I agree. But who knows? Maybe we'll get something like that one day. Should be auto in T4 troll. Yeah, that's what I said before, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Alright, would have got the whispers there, nice. And that's in.
It is done. An equitable transaction.
Alrighty. Guess I'll just crack on with the hordes. You have to set the money reward at the end. Hey, Quakey, how's it going, dudes? What's the big news? The whole game is changing in Season 11, pretty much. Honestly, there's too much for me to say in one go. But like, literally, they're changing tempering, masterworking, loads of class stuff. Loads of builds have been giga nukes, loads of new builds. A new endgame mechanic called the Tower. Leaderboards. There's loads of stuff coming next season. I think that's dropping at the start of December. PTR's on Tuesday, so I'll get to test some stuff out. Yeah, we were watching it for the first couple of hours on the stream. There, how you doing, dude? You good? No, the new class is an expansion. It's a really significant over... Oh, yeah. The entire scaling of enemies is changing. 25... They said 25 new affixes on elites. Champion packs, which will be different. They're getting rid of the damage reduction mod that the champions had before, and they're actual packs of monsters now. New world boss. Completely overhauled mechanics throughout the game, depending... because of the new seasonal mechanics. A new end-game crafting system called Sanctification. That's for the seasonal mechanic. Yeah, there's loads of stuff, seriously. I mean, it's probably the most significant... This season is the one that had the most, so far, the most significant, like, seasonal mechanic. Actually changed how we built our builds, but next season is probably the most significant overhaul to the game since Season 4, to be honest. Even the last expansion didn't do as much. So if they're doing that much for Season 11, I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do in the expansion later next year. It's only a week-long PCR. It's going to be a very busy week next week, that's for sure. It's normally it normally finishes a month or so before, yeah. M5. But that ruins the whole run. I can't do anything without that. I guess I'll just stand still, do nothing. I might as well quit the Horde, to be honest. I can't do anything about Hydra. There we go. I literally can't do anything about it. So, good. I've been banned from using Hydra. So I'll just sit here and do nothing for a few minutes. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Usually, yeah, so the PTR is on Tuesday for a week, and then that'll finish, what, 28th of October? So that leaves 5 weeks or so, yeah. I literally can't do anything. It's hardcore. I'm not risking it. So I will just stand here until I'm allowed to use Hydra again. I know that's boring, but if it was softcore, I'd actually risk it. But I'm not risking it on hardcore. So yeah, I probably won't die. I'm pretty tanky, but yeah, you know, you just don't do risks in hardcore. That's how you die. You're hoping that the necro skeletons will benefit from the mob AI. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. I'm not throwing my toys out of pram. I'm just playing smart. I'm just, yeah. If I die, that's it. I won't bother making another character on this event. So, because I haven't got the time for it. I'd be pretty hard to kill at this level, I think, but yeah, the whole build is Hydra. Like, I do literally 0 damage without it, so it's literally pointless me being here if I can't use Hydras. Yeah, Marin, yeah, at the beginning of December, that sounds about right. That's your birthday? Nice. Hey, Reaper Gaming. Coming in with the follow. Welcome in, dude. How you doing, man? No, you're all good. You're all good, Nemesis. It's funny. I'd say if it's softcore, I'd have probably have sat in here trying to struggle bust it with Firebolt, but yeah. Easy. How's it going, man? How's it going? You have to work that day. Oh, that's a bummer. Do you know what would be really fun? Is if me and Clipsers host a Season 11 start race. And those world racers come and try and race again. Except they'll have zero idea how to do it because the whole game's changed. So all of their tricks and stuff will be very different. The whole game will be different to level from 1 to 60 and torments and such. So I don't think their speed running world record stuff would help them much. Or it wouldn't help as much. Because the game will be too different. It's the weekend for you. Nice. If 8 Spiritborn will be a thing next season, I think. But the Jack Imp shell has been changed. So it'll probably still be usable. You just may be a bit you'll be a lot squishier, I think. Yes, Life on Hit is back, which will be, well, depending on how much of that you can get and how easily, will be, well, it was very strong in D3, right? Wasn't it, Life on Hit? It was a very strong mechanic, yeah. No worries, Hyru. Safe driving. Right, what's the big news? Oh, they were doing the Season 11 PTR reveals earlier. The whole game's changing for next season, pretty much, Spray. How you doing, Spray? You good? Let me finish this wave quickly. I'll need to check that you can post links in the chat, Charms. I can't remember if you can or not. I'll need to add you to the list if I haven't already, so it doesn't get auto-filtered. I think the changes for the most part look good. Honestly, you're probably best looking at the patch notes. I've gone over the changes like 5 times, and there's so much changing. I can't just do it in one sentence. Honestly, the whole game is changing near enough. Like a lot. So yeah. Well, let me have a quick look, Charm. Yeah, probably. We're going to link it in a second, Charm Chaos. Just bear with us. Sorry, it's Spray. Just bear with us 2 seconds. Oh, wrong keyboard. Try that one. And... oh, yeah. You should be able to link it, Charms. Yeah, you should be able to link it. You're already on the list, it seems. Yeah, the Andariel says life on hit right now, but you're going to be able to get life on hit in a few places. Yeah, nice. We can... well, it's just been linked in the chat for you. Hey, Loki, how's it going, man? I just pinned it to the top. There you go. We just pinned the patch notes to the top, Loki. So, yeah, it was earlier, Loki. So check out the... you got a Harlequins playlist, nice. Check out the patch notes at the top. So it's got the overview, and then at the bottom, you've got the unfoldable actual patch notes, you know, with the numbers and stuff. Some big changes in there. Big changes. So much is changing. It takes too long to go through. My throat's actually a bit sore. I think I'm coming down with something. I hope not. I'm meant to be going to a gig tomorrow. But yeah, there's a lot changing. Yeah, so you only get... yeah, so you can guarantee what your temper's going to be, and you can keep re-rolling it until you get your maximum, but you can only temper one thing on it. But you get, on your items, on your legendary items, you're going to get 4 affixes rather than 3. So you're still going to get the same number of affixes. What you'll do is you'll counter the damage loss from that one temper you don't get by putting it on... by guessing it as one of the affixes, so... I think it's fine. I like the determinism. It looks good to me, to be honest. I think overall it's going to be good. Well, yes, maybe Spray, maybe. It's actually true, Polus, yeah. I genuinely just need a Chaos Ophidian. So it's, yeah, I preferably... we get it in the pants or chest slot, but... yeah. It is eluding me. Oh, they're the godly items, the purple items. Very rare. But very good. Most of them, anyway. Holy crap. Look how much ether is on the floor. What the hell's going on? I need to check what mods I've got, because I am getting a ridiculous amount of ether just drop on the floor of me. I legit can't move around, pick it up, and actually... What ones have I got? Yeah, 50% things. 2 on ether. Ether fiends in place of elites. Ether fiends... Oh, ether events... Yeah, I've got goblins. Soul spires drop my ether. Oh yeah, I have got puffing masses as well. I mean, all this collectively is giving me a pretty decent total so far. So that one. Hey, Smat, how's it going? When's season 11 coming out? December the 9th or somewhere around there. Early December anyway. So it's a little way out yet. The PTR's next week. It'll finish the week afterwards, and then it'll be about 5 weeks until the season comes out. Well, they haven't formally announced that, but you've got to presume that the Reliquaries finish around that time, so that's probably when the new season will start. So you can just infer that, I think. Ether everywhere, holy cow. Not bad. Hopefully he gives me some chaos items this time. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, they have, Loki, yeah. But they've changed how damage reduction is done in general. Damage reduction is actually going to be a really hard stat to get. They've removed it from most places. There'll be a few places you can get it, but it won't be as common as before. Armor affects all... affects physical and elemental. And then you've got resistances, including physical resistance afterwards as well. I've got an X-Files helm. Can't use that even if I wanted to. That's familiar, so that's no use for me. It's slightly better than what I'm using, marginally. Oh, nice. It's got a GA cooldown tower shards. That's nice. With 16, so that is just better than what I'm using. That's pretty sweet. Is anyone running any pits in softcore, guys? Matt's asking. Does it still take forever to max levels on your... to get max level? Yes. Halfway is 284. But there's no reason other than just to say you've done it to get to 300, honestly. Once you got to about Paragon 250, which isn't too bad, you can pretty much complete most builds with that, to the most part. That's just straight up better than what I'm using right now, pretty much. Just master at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, I didn't get even double hit and potent warding. Of course I did. Oh, well. We can use that, though. Alright, nice. I mean, I could always go back and try and roll that better later, but... Well, it doesn't seem like a very efficient way of doing that, but I don't have any flipping keys or sigil dust to do the keys either. I'm stuck in this vicious cycle of I really need chaos items. And I need to roll chaos items so I get this Ophidian Iris. Oh, it doesn't take that long to get to 60. No, not really. Oh, cooldown GA on your Harlequins, Polis. Nice. Yeah, nice spray. It's a pretty fun season, this one, actually, to be honest. So spy A for fiends. Okay, let's do that. Ah, it's okay, Spray. This is slapped together. I can't push it to T4 where I want to until I get the specific item I'm looking for, and I'm really just relying on RNG. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. I'm praying that I'll get it at some point tonight, but yeah. Yeah, thanks, bro. I appreciate it, dude. Hey, Obnoxious. How you doing, man? You had your run at the top, you're not upset? Yeah, Bone Mill had some crazy gambling going on earlier. Why do some guys on Mobilitics have utility rolled as temper on neck? Which ones are you talking about? What utility rolls? You can roll some utility. You can roll utility on a neck, I think. As long as you've got the temper scrolls. Should be able to. That's literally what I've been doing, Charms. I've run out of sigil keys now where I can go farm the Infernal Warp to buy the scrolls. That's what I've been doing. I was buying the scrolls and leveling up and then getting the caches. Pulverized size. I think you can put it there. Have you got the temper for pulverized size? You need to have the temper manual for it first. Hey, thanks for lurk, Obnoxious. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yes, every single build will be different, Loki. Again. Some builds will just be straight up dead, or have to be significantly changed, I think. $26k bundled herbs. You're cooking. All the herbs. How you doing, Rage? You good? Yeah, not too bad, Rage. Not too bad. $14.7k Forgotten Souls. Nice. You're rich. 6 billion gold. That's not too bad. Oh, nice. Everything's going to Overlords. Your Discord name's Maurice. Nice. I don't generally check Discord much while I'm live. But if it's messages and stuff in there, I'll check it when I finish live, yeah. Most of the time. Did I have a good day, Loki? Yeah, mostly. Yeah. Feeling a little bit under the weather, but I'm powering through. I'm hoping it'll go away tomorrow. But yeah, otherwise all good, to be honest. Just got some stuff done and yeah, chill. Yeah, I mean, if you're online now and you're looking for help now, Moes, I'm sure someone in chat will help you. Just let us know what it is you're looking for help with, what you're looking for help for. Initial mail, how's it going? I'm not going to play a PoE 2 right now, no. Diablo 4 is my primary game, and there's just a lot going on with Diablo 4 right now. So, and where I've in the very last few weeks recently, taken up the role of the lead Spiritborn class writer at Mobalytics as well. I've got obligations there, so that takes precedence for me. I like PoE 2 a lot, but it's not my main game. Look, dinner time, Milik. Have a great dinner. But I hope you're having a blast on it, dudes. You know, it's a fun game. Yeah, if you guys link up, then I'm sure he'll help you out, Mo. It looks like he will. Leaderboard beta. Yeah, Loki, yeah. For the tower, which is a new comparison mechanic. Like, it's a mechanic to compare how good you are against others, basically. And they specified it's in beta, so they will look to improve it as well, you know? It is, Loki, I agree. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Bartok can drop it. Although, I think in T2 it's not 100% chance, which is a bummer. So I've had 2 runs so far where he hasn't dropped me one, which is kind of annoying. But I've run out of Chaos Rift keys for the time being, so I'm doing these just in the off chance that I might drop one. Not bad. "20 ranks into Fireball," Mark White. Nice. I don't think that's dropped me one again. It hasn't. Man, this sucks to do these in T2 and not get any chaos items. What the hell? Like, why am I even bothering, honestly? It's trolling me. Oh. Alright, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm just going to quickly go use the restroom, so I'll be back in a minute. BRB. Oh, all right, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Oh dear, I did leg day yesterday, and I'm feeling that today as well. It's not quite as bad as after the Barbie stream with all them squats, but yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh, let's close the door a bit. There we go. Oh, it's a bit demoralising trying to get doing like those hordes for that long. It might be better to do 8-wave ones. They'll be quicker. And you just get 666 and just do Bartok just to get the chaos items, honestly. Well, I could use the money, but
The finest cuts and much thanks, friend.
that's a good start. The Aether Lords. A bit of things straight away. I just read one of the original Kiss mem. Oh, really? POTUS. Oh, wow. Oh, that's rubbish. That'll be all over the news then, I'm sure. Yeah, oh, that sucks. Yeah, I think so. I put all my stuff in stress, yeah. Got here. Oh yeah, that one to do. Oh yeah, I just avoided those while doing the 1 to 60 stress, to be honest. Those Chaos Rifts can be quite dangerous early on. Especially when you haven't got much max life and you haven't got really any elemental resistances. What do I think of the changes over start? Well, I think for the most part they look exciting. Obviously, there's a few reserved questions in there, but I really need to get in and play it before I can make a judgment on them things. But otherwise, yeah, it looks pretty decent to me. What about you? Excited or not excited? That's that one out. So I guess sounded interesting. Well, yeah, exactly. Reserve judgment until we actually get to play it, right? There's definitely a few things in there that seem really good and a few things in there that I'm not overly sure on, but overall it looks promising, yeah. Well, I guess we'll see, POTUS. Sacred Blood Bunny is here. How you doing, Bunny? How you doing? Jinxie streamer. Cheers, everyone. Hey, how's your day been? Hey, Death Dealer. How you doing, dude? How you doing, man? It'll take me too long. You need to look through the patch notes, Bunny. The whole game's changing, basically. Literally. It's too much for me to just give you a quick rundown. It's pinned to the top of the chat, though. Yeah, literally, yeah. The game will feel very different to play. They didn't lie about that, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's one of many things, right? Yeah, this is rubbish. Look at this. No chaos item again. What the? There's less chance for me to get chaos items in this than there is to get one. That's freaking outrageous. Why bother? What a waste of my time. Will you cry? Maybe. The changes do, for the most part, look pretty good, though, yeah. This is hardcore. The BTR isn't available till next week, Death Dealer.
Use it well.
Fine indeed.
Hey, Rakarez. Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. That is more points for everyone. Let's give those out. There we go. Lovely. I hope so, Polish. Yeah, I mean, that was a surprise to me. I wasn't expecting anything like that, to be honest. So, yeah.
Hello, shame that. Well, hello, shining beauty. Oh, that's a least hello, shining beauty.
Staff of Liam Neeson pants.
That's shame that. Go back to hello, shining. Well, hello, shining. That's a least well, hello, shining beauty.
There was those resurrecting scrolls. I know, right? I saw that. I was like, why is that indestructible thing just on there? Like, why? It seems kind of useless to me. That one, to be honest.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. May your road be filled with wonders.
Guess I'm just going to go to the hillside then. I don't know. Probably the next best thing. These infernal hordes seem to be doing nothing for me. I just got to hope I get lucky with this sodding Ophidian Iris.
Is someone there?
Oh, Chaos Gloves. Crown of Lucian. Okay, well that is a useful Chaos, but it's not the one I need. Hey, Nels, how's it going, man? Honest, this is still a makeshift build. I'm still looking for the item I was looking for the other day, Nels. It will be a lot better than this when I've got the Ophidian Chaos item. But yeah, if you type exclamation mark build, I've got a leveling build, but once you get to level 60 onwards, you might need to go find someone else's. I'm using a burn variant of Hydra. I haven't updated my endgame guide for this build yet, to be honest. I haven't had the time or the energy. But this is very much thrown together for hardcore solo self-found. But I would absolutely have the Ophidian Iris that I dropped on if I wasn't in the hardcore solo self-found event, which is limiting me to only using blue amulets. Because that's a unique amulet, so I can't use it. Yeah, if you type exclamation mark build, I've got a leveling build. That should work just fine for you. In terms of endgame builds, there's probably others out there that will do you just fine. Oh, sorry. No, you might want exclamation mark Hydra, actually. My bad. I forgot, I haven't changed that command over to the Hydra one, have I? I've been flicking between builds so much, I've lost track of what I've left my links at. Yeah, if you do exclamation mark Hydra, that'll give you it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, nice. It would have been part of that builds list, but there's a lot of builds on there. Yeah, he's got it. He's got it, Mark. So that top link is the leveling guide. That is updated for Season 10, but the bottom guide hasn't been updated for Season 10 yet. I don't know even when I'll find time to do that right now. But you'll at least be able to get to 60, no problem. I love this song. I remember teaching myself this song. I didn't even have to look at any music. Just picked up my guitar and learnt it. I knew that I could tell the drop tone was drop E. And then I just went off and learnt it. It took me like an hour or something back in the day, including the solo. It wasn't difficult. It's a pretty easy song to play. Well, it's not an easy song to play, but back then it was for me. I wouldn't be able to play it now. I haven't played it in years. Fun song to play though. Hey, Tin Spanky, how's it going, dude? What do I think about Diablo 4.1? I haven't got enough boxes of tissues right now. But yeah, it looks good. Wink, wink. Giggity. A lot of questions, but I'm sure we'll find out when we play the PTR. You feel the same, yeah. Tee-hee. I should go invest in tissue companies. I might make some money. We waited for more than 15 years. It's not been that long. Goodness me. What song did I learn? Oh, it's Bullet of Valentine, Scream, Aim, Fire. I learnt most of his album actually, but this song particularly is quite a fun one to play. I haven't played guitar in years properly. It's just laziness and other things took priority. But I used to play a lot when I was a teenager. I think I played a lot until I was about 20, 21. And then life happened. Yeah, I used to play like 4 or 5 hours a day when I was a teenager. So I was pretty good. That was okay. I knew people better than me, but that's pretty good. It is a good song, yeah. It's on my Twitch channel right now. I can't have it. I can't feed it through to YouTube, sadly. Yes, Matt. I mean, it's going to be pretty different next season, that's for sure. So, December's going to be fun. December's going to be very good. Looking forward to it. I think this is the first time... Oh, well, actually, no, it's not. This is the first time where it's actually winding me up that I can't get a Chaos item now. Like, when I couldn't get the Evil Walker on my Spiritborn, that was a bit annoying, but it wasn't like... It didn't wind me up that much because I was like, it's fine. The build still works fine. But this one's winding me up because the build just does not function really without it. I can do T3, but just not efficiently, and I can't really push any higher without it. And it just, I don't know. I don't feel like I've got any control over getting it at all. I could grind for a week and not get it, to be honest. Oh, yeah, it's a bit annoying. Yeah, that one did, yeah. I've rolled just about every other Chaos right now. I just have not rolled a Chaos Ophidian Iris yet. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. About Sork enchantment. Which one? A lot of them have changed. I have a feeling there might be some Sork players that might be a little bit upset. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I haven't really checked in to see what the Sork players, the actual Sork Giga Blasters are thinking, but I'm guessing they're probably not too happy about that one. Having their precious taken away. My precious! They took it from us! My precious! Yeah. Is he? I can't not laugh, I'm sorry. It's like... I can't not laugh because it's just... It is so savage, you know what I mean? It's like, you look, I read it and I was like, oh God, there's going to be a few people upset about that one. Yeah, I bet he's not happy, yeah. Perma teleport is pretty much off the menu from what I could tell. I'm sure they'll try and figure it out, but whether it'll be achievable or not, we'll have to see, right? Firestarter, first time chat. How's it going, dude? One sec, let me go back to town so I can focus because it's hardcore. So for season 11, which starts in December, they announced today what's coming for the PTR, right? And I've actually got the notes up here. And if I go to Sorceress, there we go. So there's a lot of changes, right? And I'm not going to go through them all again because I did that once already. There's a lot of changes in here. There is a world where you might be able to teleport frequently, but it probably won't be achievable to do what they're doing in this season, where you can just go across the map, like literal perma teleport. But the enchantment for teleport has changed. So previously, evade is replaced with a short range teleport on a 17-second cooldown. This version does not make you unstoppable. They've now they're changing it to evade becomes a teleport. It doesn't specify short range, so it means you might be able to teleport further range, but it'll put it on a 5-second cooldown rather than 17, but that cannot be reduced. So it will always start with a 5-second cooldown. You might be able to reduce it with attacks reduce evades, but you'll never be able to just perma teleport just through the enchant and then getting loads of evade cooldown. So I have to admit, I'm not surprised this has changed. When every single Sorc build ends up being built a certain way because that's just so good, it becomes a target for meta change, doesn't it? So yeah, I can't say I'm surprised. I don't really want anyone's fun to be upset. It didn't bother me that it was a thing in the game. I imagine there are some people that aren't happy about that, though, yeah. Every season since season 3, you're going to feel so incredibly different, Team Spanky. My point, right? That is my point, right there. It's Rage. I opened over 50 Infernal Caches yesterday, never got the Chaos Malefic Crescent. Yeah, Rage. I just did 3 Infernal Hordes and got 0 Chaos items from it in T2 from Bartuk. That's really sad. Yeah, but no, Tin Spanky, I'm only allowed to use blue amulets in this event, aren't I? Look, I've got this here. I can't use it, though. The hardcore solo self-found event, I have to use blue amulets. Yes, that I need this Ophidian Iris. It's the thing that makes Hydras decent, isn't it? So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm sitting here like, oh no, I need this item, give it to me. Although, on a more happy note, guys, I've got 69 spare Paragon points, the best of numbers. And it's flashing at me. 69 is flashing at me. Well, it was. It's not now. It will do when it comes back again. Rolandus, first time chatter, how's it going? You're in the same boat. I can't get that Amia's Chaos gear. Yeah, and I'm stuck in this event until I can get it. I can do T3, right? I can do a T3, but it's just a bit slow. I've got no area effect damage. And I can't use a normal one. I can't even get the normal version. So I'm... the second I get that amulet, I'll be in T4, pretty much. So I'm pretty much just farming and hoping that Iron Jesus looks down upon me at this point, honestly. Yeah. But anyway, welcome in, Rollers and Firestarter. I mean, I last played Season 1, came back to the game, made myself a Sorc, and I got to say, Perma Teleport was kind of fun. Feels stupid, I'll only have it for this season. It's alright, just go play Spiritborn Firestarter. Problem solved. Perma Evade? Or Perma Rushing Claw? Problem solved. No, I'm not joking. You built full ball lightning and missing 2 items for the Rake Evade, even though I had the whole 1 week vacation. A Rake Evade is very gear dependent. I've got a very good version of that put together, yeah. That's what you're building right now, yeah. Evade Spiritborn and Rushing Claw Spiritborn will still be very good for speed farming next season. I'm the Spiritborn lead for class lead at Mobalytics, so I'll be working that out and working out the builds that will work nicely for Season 11, so they'll be ready to go for the beginning of Season 11. So if you're looking for a speed build, there will be speed builds still, for sure, 100%. Especially with this new Absolute Gem that's coming in. Look at this. I've got to work out how exactly we use it. This one here. So the new Spiritborn unique gives you 55% movement speed inherently. And what it does is every time you move, let's say you've got a best version, every 4 meters you move, that's basically 1 Rushing Claw or 1 Evade, you invoke a core skill from your primary Spirit Halls. You can use any of the primary Spirit Halls and it will invoke a core skill from that. So if you've got Centipede on, that could be Touch of Death or Stinger. If you've got Jaguar, if you've got the Hunter on, that could be Rake. Yes, if you've got the Protector on, that could be Crushing Hands or Payback, if it's converted to core skill, and so on, right? If you're doing Evade, you could put the Eagle Spirit Hall on, and you could use, it could cast Quill Volley for you. So you could basically have it, so every time you evade, you cast Quill Volley. That would be cracked. I think that would be very good. And you get core ranks, and you get core damage. So that would be super cool. I don't know why I might suggested them to change this. Impairment reduction seems useless. Like, but I could be wrong here because the whole game's changed. I should reserve judgment till I play it. Impairment reduction might actually be very useful when in the new version of the game. Let's find out. Maybe Unstoppable isn't quite so easy to get and then impairment reduction becomes useful. We'll see. So, and they've changed all of the Spirit Halls as well. So, where are they? Bit further up, maybe. Oh, it's a bit further down, actually. One sec. Down here. Scroll, 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 scroll. I went a bit too far, but never mind, we're nearly there. They changed all of the Spirit Halls. We're nearly there. Basically, here we go. Spirit Halls, here we are. So they're all doing damage now. Jaguar does damage, scales up your damage. But doesn't collect all of your damage done. So I think the big hit will do less, but it also scales up all of your damage a bit. So that's nice. Eagle damage scales damage rather than vulnerable duration. So Eagle will now give you damage. Gorilla scales your Thorns damage. Centipede now scales damage rather than slow and damage reduction. So all of your primaries, this is something that I recommended and others recommended. It's like the reason Jaguar always ends up winning is because that gives you damage and the others do not. And now all of their primaries now give you damage. So that's good. So I think that new Spiritborn will work very nicely. Spanky still raging. Oh, yeah, he's not happy. Spanky is not happy. Oh, dear. You're missing the fists and the Ibuaka. Okay, you're following Makuna's build, are you? I did use the fists, but it's pretty squishy. I recommend a Harlequin's Crest as the helm to start with. You'll be just fine with that, and it'll keep you nice and tanky as well while you're getting the GG pit pushing version. What really makes you mad is that Blizzard nerfed other classes based if people are mad, even if they don't play that class. If people like a part of a class, I mean, I'm not sure that's the reason they've changed that since Banky. You've got to remember I'm not saying that's not. But you've got to remember, they have just rebalanced the entire game. We've got 25 new elite affixes coming. We've got proper champion packs like we had in D3. No more resistance mobs. Like, they're saying that these elite mobs are actually, like, they're going to hit a lot harder. So you might actually die to them. You know, you might actually have to build defensively. And so on and so on. So it's like, there's a lot of balancing in the game that's changed. They obviously want to change, and they are going to change the meta regardless. They may have just changed it, so like we don't want that to be the meta next time. They may just want to change that kind of build play style. I don't know. Maybe they don't want permanent teleports, or maybe there's other reasons. I really don't know. Not if you kill them first. It might not be possible to do that so quickly in a new version of the game. We'll have to see. Who knows? None of us know yet until we play it, right? With the new spires, that'll be key. Yes. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but also at the same time, they must have their reasons. I don't think they would have just made that change for the sake of it. You know what I mean? It is a very different... It's the biggest change in the game since Season 4. Even Vessel of Hatred didn't change the base game as much as what they're changing here, probably. Like, I thought this season was a pretty significant change because it's the first one where we got an actual itemization, build-defining change to the game in the Chaos items. They're not perfect, but they were a nice addition for sure, and people have enjoyed them for the most part. It's just acquiring them is a bit tedious at times. That's the real issue with them. Otherwise, they're good, right? But they're actually just fundamentally changing the whole game again. The progression from 1 to 60. The progression through the torment levels. The way you do defenses is changing. The way you're going to compare your builds is probably going to be the tower. And if they've done the tower well, it won't allow glass cannon builds to win, necessarily. Maybe there'll just be such high damage hazards in these tower levels that you can't go full glass cannon because you'll just die and then that's the end of your run. Which in an ideal world, that would be how it is, because then you have to like solve your build more than just go maximum damage, because at the moment that's what Pits is. Maximum damage with minimal defense without dying. And that is what people will end up doing in the tower. Eventually, they'll end up working out a way to go maximum damage without dying, but the minimum level defense might be higher just now, for all we know. Maybe it won't be. Maybe you'll still be able to go glass cannon and it'll be great. But we'll have to see, I guess. Yeah, I'll check in a minute, Mark. Core skills, willpower. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice pair of gloves, that. GG's. So Chaos... No. So Chaos armors are not permanent, but they are not opposed to bringing them back. They've already said that. I don't think they'll make it to Season 11, but we may well see Chaos armors come back in future again, in a future season or another time. And maybe it would become a permanent addition in a slightly different form. For example, and I'm not saying this is what they're doing, but let's just say, for example, Chaos armors are a permanent addition, but you can only wear one at a time. And then that's it. Rather than having 5 Chaos armors. Allowing you the option to put one piece of gear where you wouldn't normally, you know, that sort of thing. Maybe. But, yeah, I don't think we'll see that in Season 11. There's already too much changing in Season 11. And basically, at this point, in the dev cycle, the changes are done. If it's not in the PTR this week, it's not going to make it as a feature. Unless it really drastically needs to change. The only changes that will happen now from the PTR will be things that... proper bug fixes or things that are actually like, yeah, okay, that doesn't work and we need to change that before Season 11. It'll be absolutely S-tier priority stuff. Which will not be... It'll be mainly bug fixes. With a few changes based on feedback. The Heart of Selig is one of the best buffs in that entire patch notes. Rolinus. That item is going to... I reckon that item will get nerfed after the PTR. That's how good I think it's going to be. There's a glass cannon version of Spiritborn I could play. And Spiritborn's possibly one of the only characters in the game with a certain build setup that could regenerate the entire of your resource in one hit. With the Rod of Kep. You would spend it all in one hit, but then you would instant recharge it every hit. What I don't know is, can an enemy hit you between those hits and then kill you because you only have 25% life? But if you've got enough life and enough barrier below it, you could just sit there and regenerate your max resource very quickly with the Ring of Midnight Sun. The Ring of Midnight Sun is one of the only things that hasn't had the percentage resource gain changed. And that has 50%, at least in the patch notes that I saw, and that has 50%. That has 50% resource regeneration on hit, as long as it's a critical hit, on anything that's been spent within the last 2 seconds. So if you crit and you spend all your, if you spend all your resource on one hit and you crit it, you get 50% of your resource back on that hit as well. And that Heart of Selig comes with 100% resource gen on it. So that instantly makes it so you'll regen 100% of your resource on every hit, as long as you crit every hit, which you will. That literally, with the Ring of Midnight Sun at 50% and the Rod of Kepaleka, instantly solves. You hit, you get your resource back to 100% instantly. But it may not work as well as it sounds like I'm speaking, because every time you hit, it does technically spend a resource. And if you've got like a damage over time puddle underneath you, maybe that could hit you. But if you've got enough life and barrier below so you don't get one shot, should be good. Should be fine. In theory. Agreed, Firestarter. Yeah, I think the chase for Chaos items, the way you acquire them, could be slightly better, slightly more refined. And if they brought it back as a permanent addition, that would be something that would be really nice to be slightly refined. But it is actually frustrating me right now, because I really need this Ophidian Chaos item. I really can't do what I want to do without it. But yeah, the Melted Heart is going to be crazy for certain builds. I think I'm pretty sure some people are going to figure out how to break that. It's basically mana shield for every class, and it's probably going to be the only way that a lot of classes can get 500 plus resource, which is on any of the resource scaling mechanics, damage-wise particularly. That's probably going to be the only way that those classes are going to be able to get to 500 resource easily. It might be achievable in some classes otherwise, but it'll be very hard. But with that Melted Heart, you'll instantly get higher than 500. You're just at the cost of your life, right? So yeah. Any words on glyph leveling? I think pits will still be your glyph leveling thing, yeah. But that's going to be its primary purpose, to do glyphs and stuff. Who knows for the future? Pits should be a little bit different though, because the way that Season 11's geared up is all the major features are being changed depending on the lesser evil. So like, I think Pits was being affected by Lyle and Duriel. I think it's Duriel. No, it's Belial in Pits, I think. Belial in Pits, so like all the enemies are going to be like Belial themed and have some things. You might be able to get Belial at the end of the Pits, for example. And then I think Undercity was affected by Andariel. Helltide is affected by Duriel. And Asmodan's the New World boss. Something like that. So they will feel at least a little bit different. Duriel is Helltide, yeah. Belial is the Pit, right? I believe. So it will feel a little bit different just because it's been themed around that. The season theme is that all the lesser evils have come back and are invading the world, not just being a lair boss. And they've added Asmodan, so it's all of the lesser evils are in the game finally. Asmodan looks like he's going to be fun as well. He was a pretty fun boss in Diablo 3. I guess this is giving me Nightmare Dungeon sigils. That helps a little bit. Yeah, got some Chaos Rift ones. Nice. That's what I'm going to do then. Just do Helltides, get loads of Nightmare Dungeon sigils, do the Chaos Rift things, go get the Infernal Caches, and pray to Iron Jesus I finally get an Ophidian Iris. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be different. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of broken stuff in the PTR. There's probably gonna be a lot of stuff that doesn't work properly. There's even maybe going to be, well, almost certainly gonna be stuff that people don't get on with so well because the changes just don't work as well in practice.
as they hoped, and that's why we've got a PTR, so that we can give all that feedback, like especially the Diablo partners, myself and all the others included. We can give direct feedback, and then they've got 4 to 5 weeks to try and address as much of that as they can prioritize and make time for, and any major bugs that mean things just don't work or, you know, cause a bad time. So yeah, hopefully it will be in a much better state by then. That's why we've got the PTR at the end of the day. So there will be a lot of stuff reported that's absolutely busted, I'm sure. How does chaos items from Belial work? You don't get chaos items from Belial directly. You don't get them from Belial at all, actually. Chaos items, unless you're really lucky. You get them from Bartok right now, which is the end of the Infernal Hordes boss. I'm not sure if it's just you can't get them from Belial full stop, or if it's just you have to rely on true RNG to get it. But you can't target farm chaos items. You can only target farm your normal uniques from the bosses. Okay, Belial can drop them, but it's just rare. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, so you can't target farm them, right? It's total RNG, isn't it? To be honest, I haven't done enough bosses this season to know that answer. I've literally done minimal bosses this season. It's been quite refreshing, actually. Basically did my season journey ones and a couple at the start of the season, and that's about it, really. Oh, you just got one, that's why you're confused. Oh, fair enough. Rude, pulling me out of there. So, of you lot in here, how have you watched any other content creators go through the patch notes? Like, what's their general consensus? Obviously, I've heard that there is potentially some Sorc creators that aren't particularly happy with some of the changes. That I could believe that, to be honest. No, okay, fair enough. No, I'm just intrigued to see what... I obviously haven't been in anyone else's community because I've been streaming the whole time. I'm interested to see if anyone, what the lay of the land is like of general people's thoughts and stuff. Not choosing the slot rage, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm just intrigued to know what other people are thinking. Hey, Ricky, Happy Feet. How's it going? How's it going, Happy Feet? As a player who loves pit pushing, I'm very excited about the tower. Most intrigued through the changes. Yeah, monster behavior. Yeah, same. The monster behavior and the extra affixes really excite me because that is actually going to make the game feel very different. The removal of the damage reduction, the damage resistance, aura is nice as well because screw that. To be honest, I've never really liked that. So that's gone. And the addition of champion packs and elite packs and them actually feeling different and being more dangerous should be fun for the game. Like, it'll add an extra challenge to the game, at least during that leveling phase anyway. So I'm intrigued to see how those feel. And all the extra crazy affixes they'll have. I'm sure some of them will be completely OTT and completely OP and be silly, but you know, again, that's what we've got the PTR for, to test them and see how crazy they are. Yeah, 25 different ones, yeah. Well, they said 20 plus, but one of them did say 25 on the chat, didn't they? Yeah, the seasonal ranks thing is something I'll be interested to see if that gets tedious to do or not. It won't on your first time, but like if you only have to do it once a season, maybe it's not so bad, but it might become one of those things where it's like, yeah, we don't want to do that at the start of every season. So I'll just be intrigued to see how that plays out. We'll have to see what it is you actually have to do for the seasonal ranks. And does it fit in within your like leveling journey and stuff? Until we play it, I won't know how it feels, I guess. Yeah, I know, Lower, yeah. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if that's where people end up going again and going, yeah, we just want that. Well, exactly, yeah. Exactly right. Exactly that. I didn't mind the capstones so much, to be honest. It didn't bother me too much. Do you find that playing the PTR makes you less excited? No. I have no choice but to play it because I need to be able... well, I'm going to have to relearn Spiritborn Season 11 style and have at least a pretty good idea what I'm doing with builds before Season 11 comes out, because I need to have loads of build guides ready for the start, like literally for the very start of Season 11. I need to have I need to have the tier list sorted out. So I haven't really got a choice either way. But no, it doesn't reduce my excitement, to be honest. It normally excites me more because I got a good idea what's coming and I'm like, cool, I got an idea what it is I want to play and what builds will be fun to play, and gives me build guides to make, and I quite enjoy making them. Yeah. Yeah, from my perspective, it'll be a bit different to other people's. It might be the case that some people's enjoyment gets ruined by doing it, yeah. Capstones are, I think capstones are specifically for progressing your season journey, your season ranks and your season journey. I don't think it blocks your difficulty. Like, I think you can go up in difficulty without doing them. So that is a difference to what they were before, I think. Yeah, I'm dead on Tuesday, yeah. You gotta tell me something, Blood Bunny. Oh dear. Should I be worried? I'm your favorite build writer. I actually really enjoy reading them and also totally understand them. And when I don't, you explain them really well without making me feel dumb. Well, that's really nice to hear. That means at least one of the things I aim to do is sort of achieved, which is to make the guides... Make the guides usable for people of all ages, backgrounds, skill levels, whatever. You know, and not make it just really difficult to understand and play. So only the top players can understand it and pick it up. Oh, sorry, Rage. I'm trying to keep up, but I'm also trying to not die in here because I'm playing hardcore on ice. Bear with me. I'm rushing because I've got 3 minutes left on the clock, so I'm just trying to keep... Just bear with me a second, yeah. Alright, let's get down there. Far too many cinders in this place, but never mind. Highly unlikely I'll get much more, but we'll try and get a couple. So you're currently back up to 29 Infernal Caches. I know you always say do what you feel best, but what's the chance that I have... But with the rubbish luck you've got, I've had trying for this Crescent. Do you think I should just pop them for Chaos items I need for my Spiritborn that I haven't shown any love? Depends how much you really want that Malefic Crescent. Yes, there's a real reality where you would not get it again after 29 caches. And if you've got another character that you're gearing up that has very little on it and there's plenty of Chaos items to get for it, then the chances are 29 caches would definitely net you at least some return, or, you know, something useful to you if you did that. But it obviously won't get you your Malefic Crescent, so really depends. I mean, yeah. I don't know if I've got an answer to tell you, like, I would do this or that, really. It really depends, like, how much do you want that Malefic Crescent? If you're not that bothered and you want to gear up your Spiritborn, then it will definitely be more rewarding to open it for your Spiritborn, I think. Probably, unless it's going to be not rewarding at all unless you get the item. If you get the item, it'll be the most rewarding, but it's got the highest risk attached to it, hasn't it? So 29 caches is a lot. Like, that must have taken you at least some amount of time to farm. So, you know, it's about feeling like your time was worth it, right? Have I got my 200 movement speed yet? When I've got all of my primordial bindings up, it's pretty close. But that tends to go down a bit. I'm just looking for this Ophidian Iris Shun. We're just waiting for that. Ooh. Yeah, there's a new endgame mechanic thing coming with leaderboards called the Tower. I've seen a similar mechanic before. I can't remember the name of the game. It was on PlayStation. I'm trying to think. I played it. It had a tower in it, and it was like an endless tower, and you go up and up and up in levels, and it just gets harder and harder. And the leaderboard's gauged on how high you can get. I don't know if it's... I don't think it's endless in Diablo 4. I think you do 5 waves at a time. So once you beat that, you get up to that height, and then you have to do the next 5. But you unlock the next tier, so you do the next 5. But it's... So you can do it in bite sizes. But the idea is it gets progressively higher as you go up, and there's no reason to farm it. Like, you don't get any tangible rewards other than placing on the leaderboard. So yeah, that's coming. It's in beta, so they say there's a good chance that it might change and be addressed and refined as time goes, but it's something anyway. You got 200 without buffs, Shun. Oh, nice. That'll be much more achievable in Season 2. Division 2 has a tower, that's true. That is one of the games as a tower, but that's not the one I was thinking of. Can't for the life of me remember what the game is that I'm thinking of. But it was something like Godblade or so. Oh, it was Godfall or Godblade or something like that on PlayStation ages ago. It was an okay game, but it had that exact thing with the tower. Yeah, but yes, Division 2 has the tower as well. Mortal Kombat had towers, did it? Okay. Right, I got a whole load of Nightmare Dungeon keys there. So I should be able to do a few more of them now. Yeah, I got some Chaos Rift ones, nice. Oh yeah, I got loads of them, even better. Yeah, the tower setup in Division 2 is great. I've only ever done the top tower level in Division 2 once. I had a team that I joined. They knew it a lot better than me, and they had giga characters. And they had this... It was a bit of a cheese strat, but you stayed in the entry room. And you lured them into you one by one. And they took forever to kill, but you could safely stay in there and remove most of the damage income because of the way that it was a doorway. And you lured them through a door to the doorway, basically. Oh, you can't do that anymore. Oh, okay. Alright, well, that's the last time I did it. If they've taken that away, yeah, fair enough. That's the last time I did the... It's a long time ago. I streamed Division 2 for a little while, way back, before I went on to the D2. And then I stopped streaming for a couple of years because of my kittens. And then I came back and started streaming D4, and here we are. You have to go into the room now, okay. Yeah, it wasn't like that when I last did it. I was a filthy cheeser. More because my character was rubbish compared to the people I was playing with, and they had giga characters. Yeah, Division 2 is a great game. It's super fun. No, Shun, because I haven't got an Ophidian Iris yet. I cannot go to T4. I can do T3, but not very quickly, so I'm not bothering. I'm doing this for efficiency for Infernal War. I can't use anything but blue amulets, so I need a Chaos Ophidian Iris before I can put one on in this event. This is the softcore, this is the solo self-bound hardcore event that Maxroll are rolling. So it makes it infinitely harder than standard hardcore. So I've got an Ophidian Iris, but I can't put it on. That's the rules of the event. So it's really annoying me because I literally Ophidian Iris will put me into T4 immediately. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm pretty much ready for it. I just need that item, and it will not drop it for me yet. So yeah, we're looking. We're farming. World boss in 2 minutes. Yeah, guys, the world boss is going to be going in probably about a minute now. So make sure if you're interested in that, you're going to go for it. Yeah, I'm really feeling the effects of needing a very specific Chaos unique, and it's just not playing ball right now. Like I said, I got this with the Evil Walker. It took me 4 days to finally get one, but it wasn't like, oh my god, my build doesn't work. And I was Giga Blasting T4 without it. It was just to push the highest pits I needed it. But the problem with this build is Hydra suffers from having 0 AoE until you've got the Ophidian Iris. So I really need it on this build. It's very, very much like required. I know. I mean, I was one of the people screaming for it for God knows how long. But I'm just going to farm a load of these up and go and open a load of caches, because unless you're doing Infernal Hordes and the higher Torment tiers, you don't get guaranteed Chaos items, it seems, which kind of blows. One spot left for T4 Horde, softcore, if anyone's interested in joining Mr. Mark White and co. Right after the world boss, Smart White, I think Firestarter will come join you. Oh, Jar Rune, nice. Finally got a legendary rune drop. Oh, you lost some points, Bowmeal. Big womp womp. Hello, mate. You alright? Where you at, cat? Hello. Oh, cheeky grin. Hello. It's on till Sunday. So I've got one more. I won't be on tomorrow because I'm seeing Kill Switch Engage. So I've got Saturday's stream as well. And then that's it. If I don't get the Ophidian Iris by that, I'm just going to have to give up and not put in any events. I just won't put anything in. I won't submit anything unless it's half decent. If I don't get the Ophidian Iris, I won't be able to submit anything, and I can't be bothered to do another build. But at least I can say I tried. If that happens, then I really did get screwed by RNG. A for effort, D for execution, yeah. Indeed. We can keep praying, though. We can keep praying. On this character... oh, wrong one. 27 hours. So not that long, but long enough that I would have liked to have gotten one of these by now, but hey-ho. Grab those. Let's go down here. Barely won that one. Oh yeah, by the skin of your teeth, that one. But a win's a win at the end of the day. A win is a win. You've rolled 50. You lose on 50, I think. But you need 51 to win, right?
Fine indeed.
What did you say was the hardest piece to get on a Spiritborn? Honestly, the hardest piece is probably the rods. But it took me a long time to get a Harmony of Evil Waka in the right slot around those. There's on the Rake Spiritborn, there's so many pieces of gear. So that's the problem. There's so many Chaos items. It's finding them all where you can slot all of them in. So you need to get the 4 in the, in the 4 different places, don't you? So it gets hard. Whatever one you get last will be the hardest one to get. In that sense. Unless you've already got it, of course. Where on earth's this dungeon? I was down there. You need to get the Hesher in the pants or the helm, and then need whatever is in my glove slot to go to the remaining slot after I acquire the Hesher. Yeah, fair enough. So you can free up the gloves, yeah. So you can put legendary gloves on, is it? Yeah. I saw that's what they did on that other build. Oh, bonus XP. Why couldn't that be Chaos Armor, goddammit? Your high point is having a Shaka with cooldown reduction in your stash, and it's just sitting there. Nice. Very nice. Oh, dear. We keep grinding. Tool, yep, toast. Don't mind a bit of tool in this channel. Get some groove on. Maybe headbang a little bit.
Greetings. What's left, you ask?
It's also a banger of a track, to be honest. This has been a good playlist so far. If I do not say myself. If I don't say so myself. It's been a good one.
It is done.
We missed out on seeing APC this year at a local festival. Oh, that's a shame. Anyone know which boss drops with unique poison trap gloves? I don't, actually. Does anyone know where the poison trap gloves drop from, guys? I'll have to go look on the drop table for you otherwise. Oh, it's Grigor. There you go. Cheers, Violent. APC. Who's APC? I should... APC. What does APC stand for? I'm trying to rattle. I should probably know. And once you say it, I'm going to be like, oh, a perfect circle. Okay. Yeah, that would have been good. Yeah. I knew when you'd say it, I'd be like, oh, of course. Yeah, no, they would be really good to see live, yeah. Hey, Chef Whisker, how you doing? They are a great band. Yeah, they're a good band. Hey, Dempsey, how you doing? How you doing? I'm good. Hope you're well. You just change jobs. So I would have more free time to game. It's hard when you're working 60 hours a week with family with 2 kids. Oh, I bet, man. So if you change jobs and you've got less than 60 hours now? That is a lot of hours, dude. But you know, family always comes first. Oh, 3 GA boots. Giggity. Oh, terrible. Look at that pair of 3 GA boots. Savage brick. Life per second, movement speed, and cold resistance. Goodness me. Game is proper trolling, isn't it? Oh, nice. Same money, but 20 hours less. Let's go. That's a straight up 50% pay rise, basically. Happy days. Or third. Depends how you look at it, really. You had a rough day at work. You're just chilling. I'm sorry to hear you had a rough day at work, Dempsey. It's all right. You've got me to watch for a couple of hours now. All is well. All will be better. Giggity. That is a garbage roll, I know. That is my luck tonight.
It's locked.
Hey, Air Dragon coming in with the 15 months. 15 months. Thank you so much, Air Dragon. Give me a B number between 1 and 7, Air Dragon. I appreciate that support. That's awesome, man. Thank you. You think your issue with this season is there's no target farm? I agree. Yeah, the target farm on the Chaos Uniques is... like... if you could target farm slots, that would be enough. I just want to target farm pants right now for Chaos Uniques. So when you drop a Chaos Unique, it will be a pants. And then you just have to keep dropping them and eventually you'll get your one. But having it so it's RNG on what slot it is and RNG what Chaos Unique it's going to be... it's 2 full RNGs in there. It makes it exponentially more difficult to get exactly what you're looking at. You know, you're just relying on pure luck. Exactly, Rolinus. Yeah, precisely. So it's exponentially difficult. So that there is the biggest problem. I think it would be okay if you just solved it so you could choose what slot you want. Or the other way around, you choose which one, you choose which item it is you want to be a Chaos Unique, and then you get a random slot, you get it on a random slot or something. But either way, one of those things would need to be deterministic to make it feel better. Or, yeah, at least more deterministic anyway. And you can't trade them. I think the not being able to trade them thing was a good move because it created a reason to farm, like to chase. It created chase items you had to find. But yeah, the lack of having no form of target farming at all, or any layer of actually, it's not even target farming. No determinism, absolutely zero determinism. Like. Full RNG is never good in games. I made games for 15 years, and everything we did that was full RNG always changed to have determinism added in it. Every time. Because full RNG nearly always feels bad. Like, you're either going to get lucky or you're going to get shafted, but you can't control Like, we want them to get these 30% of the time or whatever. You can't do that with RNG, no full RNG. It's just not possible. It's just... You got no control over it. So, yeah, that there is the problem. That's true, Rangda. Yeah, being able to just go and trade it would do that, yeah. You prefer Tool? Bisham? Yeah, Tool is really good. We got a Tool on Twitch at the moment. These items are also the end game, basically. Once you get them to drop, the dopamine fix kind of goes away. That's true, but that's the same in all of these games. Once you eventually get that ultimate chase item, there is nothing else to chase, right? Unless you can get... That's going to change next season, though, because of the sanctifying. I mean, sanctification's going to be true RNG, and that might have the same problem. And that's going to be a one-shot wonder. One and done. Bricks your item once it's done. If it's the wrong one, you've got to get a new item as well. But you're going to be able to do it on mythics, so you are going to be able to have different mythics to other people with those sanctification stuff. So that's going to be quite intriguing. We're going to have to see how that feels on the PTR. I have a feeling that people will feed back about that and say, yeah, we want some determinism, but I guess we'll see. Yeah, I try not to talk about that too much, Rangda, but that hasn't been as bad this season, to be honest. But that's partly because the best items are not tradable, right? If they were tradable, then people would have just gone and done exactly that, and then they would have all been purchasable on the Diablo.trade, and then that would have been that. Everyone would have been GG geared very, very quickly. And then brick it. Well, the thing is, right, the petition will still be good. But it won't have the perfect stats on it, so you'll just use it until you get another one. It doesn't... Well, it could modify it. I suppose it could brick it to the point it can't be usable anymore, but... You might also roll an exceptionally good one. You know? But as long as you don't... Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't sanctify it until you've got a spare one. So if you brick it, you can just stick the spare one on. Someone in the clan pulled a 3 GA air. Nice. GG's to them. Oh, it's Troll. Nice Troll. GG's. Pretty decent. Very nice. Yeah, Troll just got it in the clan. It's got GA core skills, movement speed, and lucky hit. Didn't roll on the crit chance, but still pretty nice. Pretty alright, yeah, just a bit. I'd say so, I'd say so. Still one of my favorite albums all time, this. Ooh, a gelatinous. Hello. Give me all of your loot, goblins. Yes! Goblin loot! Give it to me. Vacuum it up. Lovely. Right, that's that one. Oh, let's go down here. We've got a Chaos Rift. Oh, wow. We got another raid coming in. Hopefully I'm in a position where I won't get Giga slapped in hardcore while I'm saying hello. Nope, I am. 1 second. Let me get to a point where I'm not going to get Giga slapped. That would be bad, wouldn't it? Are we safe? I think so. Raiders, welcome in. Psychosa, how you doing? Don't die. I'll try. That is the plan. Although I have to admit, the game is killing me right now with lack of primordial binding, Ophidian Iris Chaos items. It is killing me. But yeah, welcome in, Psychosa. How you doing? And Raiders, if you've not crossed past me before, I am the Spiritborn lead for on Mobalytics, and we were going through all the new Season 11 notes. So they look very exciting for the PTR next week. What's your guys' thoughts on it? Are you excited? Not excited? Etc. And yeah, guys, make sure you go check out Psychosa. I'll give you a channel shout out here. 1 second. There you go. We use that one because it does the link. Oh yeah, you got it's in there, haven't you? There you go. Make sure you click the link, guys. Please go and show Psychosa all the love and support and give her a follow. You're stoked for the PTR. It's going to be super fun, yeah. What are you going to play? I won't have time to play anything but Spiritborn, pretty much. I've got to relearn the class and work out how to play the builds and stuff in 1 week for the beginning of Season 11. So that will take... And then test the leveling strat and test the tower. So yeah, I won't have a lot of time to do anything but Spiritborn, I don't think, this time. But hey, J-Lars, how you doing, dudes? Next season looks like it's going to be a good one, yeah. Rogue or Spiritborn? Nice. Yeah, how was your stream? What were you getting up to? You just had a Mythic Chaos Rift. Nice. Yeah, they're really rare. So you got an air from it, Rangda. GG's. Very nice. Hey, Spaz. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? How are you? Yeah, I mean, I'll be smashing the Spiritborn. I've got a few ideas of new builds to play. But I'm going to go away and before Tuesday pull together some brief, like, plans of what I want to test and what I can do to slap builds together and such. Spiritborn all the way, baby. We like you, Spaz. You can come back. Yeah. You're still catching up on seasonal stuff. So I'm still doing this hardcore solo self-bound event. I want to put in a good effort, but to do that, I need to get a Chaos Primordial, a Chaos Ophidian Iris. And it is just eluding me. It is, it will not give me one for England, so I will keep persisting. But yeah, hopefully I'll get one soon. Gives you too much real-life anxiety. I'm not too fussed about dying or anything like that. I just can't push into T4. The problem with Hydra is you just don't get any AoE damage unless you push in with... unless you don't get any AoE without the Ophidian Iris. And I've got one for the amulet, but I'm only allowed to use blue amulets in this event, so I can't equip it. So I need to get the Chaos item version. You made every build this season. Razor Wings, Crushing Hands, Rake, Payback, Stinger. Nice. Did you? How many of my builds did you use? Think very hard before you answer that, Spaz. No, I joke. Three. Oh, okay. We like you. You can definitely come back. Nice. I was half expecting you to be like, nope, none. All rubbish. Hey, Mixie, welcome back. How you doing, dude? Something in my eye today. It's doing my head in. 3 out of the 5. Nice. And how many of them were actually good? It's your finger. Get it out. Well, that's true. Everybody loves a finger in the eye. Look. Just scoop it around. Woo! There's something in my eyeballs, people. Yeah. Just dig your eyeball out with a spoon. Problem solved. We do love a cheeky spoon in the eyeball in this channel. What can we say? A glass of whiskey solves all. That sounds like a very different stream. I've never drunk alcohol on stream, but maybe one day you guys will convince me to. We shall see. I don't really drink a lot these days. Glad Mel is not here for that comment. Okay. I feel like needs to be some context there. Yeah, my life. He played a horror game. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. My wife loves it. Never mind. Wrong channel. Yeah. Well, yeah, Psychosis, you're telling me. I'm heading quickly towards the big 4-0. I'm not a degenerate teenager anymore. I'm just a degenerate gamer. I can't hack it. I can do the long hours and the late night gaming, but that's about it, you know. The spoon was mild. Oh, goody. We'll ship him a less mild spoon next time, right? iKill with the 4 months. iKill, thank you very much. Much love, dude. Give me a B number, dudes. Between 1 and 7. You promise the 40s aren't so bad? I'm not really that worried. You know, I mean, look, 37. I'm nearly 37. I quit my London job. It was a very good job. To go back to do exactly what I was doing when I was a teenager, except this time I'm doing it because it's my passion, not because I'm an uneducated, inexperienced teenager. You know, I've kind of, to a lot of people, I look like I've gone backwards. Me, I look like, to me, I've evolved. For most people, I look like I've gone backwards in life. But me, I feel like I've just evolved. I've just, you know, I'm following my passion, which is more than some people do. So, you know. Polymorphic coming in with the follow. Welcome in, dude. How you doing? How you doing? You just lose even more Fs. Yeah. I don't have too many of those anyway, to be fair. Tee-hee. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely, well, you have to follow your passions, for sure, yeah. Absolutely. Whatever that may be. So, to be fair, the job I had in London was my passion for a long time. You know, I got to work. I was making games. All of the games I worked on were successful. The last one I worked on has been played by over 15 million players and has made 9 figures or higher. You know, hugely successful. Got to work with brands like F1, Hot Wheels, and Mattel, to name the 2 of many. You know, I got to do some really cool stuff. But I don't know, the passion sort of fizzled out a little bit. Mixie! Oh, Mixie. Thank you for the... oh, I'm going to wait a second. I've got to be careful here. I'm getting attacked by something. Mixie, thank you so much. What the hell is attacking me? Go away! Die! You're interrupting me, stupid portal. Right, there we go. Mixie, thank you so much for the sub, dude. That's very kind of you. Give me a B number. Give me a number between 1 and 7. And iKill needs to give me... oh, no, iKill's giving me a number 3. He's lying. Shh. iKill, you're ruining the secrets. Have I even got any number? Oh, I have forgot number 3 here. Nice. Following my passion led me down the path of having a line of credit with Snap-on. Well, Undead. We all have different passions. Yeah, it's pretty good, Psychosa. Honestly, I feel very blessed for everything I managed to achieve in that stuff. It just isn't something I wanted to do anymore this year, so I quit. After 12 and a half years. So it's not like it wasn't a rash decision. It took me a year to do it. Is it number 6 or number 5, Mixie? You only get 1. You just wanted to move on and do other things. Yeah, exactly, right? Who knows? I mean, I can always go back to it. That's the thing. London is London. I've just realised you guys started the hype train as well. Thank you, guys. That's very kind. 6.5. Oh, okay. I'll choose number 6 then. You're being difficult, Mixie. It's okay, though. I'll still love you. It's okay. I'll let you off this once. Some women love snap-on tools. Well, they probably do, to be fair. I don't know, maybe some men do as well. You know, we're in a world where you have to appreciate all sides, both sides of the equation. Right, here we go. Let's do these beans. Okay. Right. Thank you very much for the support, guys. Really, I really do appreciate it. It's extremely kind of you both and everyone else. There's a word for that, Mixie. I'm sure there is, yeah. Number 3. This is bubblegum or blue cheese. And I believe this is iKills. Let's see what we got. That one is bubblegum. Yes. A big fat W for me. I probably shouldn't celebrate too hard when I've got another one to do. Okay, and number 6. 6.5 for you, Mixie. This is rotten fish or tutti frutti. I can't actually win on this one because I don't like tutti frutti, so iKill's like good, lol. So anyway, I can't really win, but I definitely would prefer to get tutti frutti and not rotten fish. So let's see what happens. Don't want to watch me suffer? Lies. Oh, it's tutti frutti. It's very sweet. I'm really not a fan. You would not rather have blue cheese when it's synthetic jelly bean blue cheese. Trust me, Psychosa. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you. Big love. It's very. It really means. It really makes a difference. It means the world. You was hoping for rotting fish. Yes, that's what most people hope for, Mixie. I got one earlier. My mouth still tastes fishy from it. No joke. It's just a bit of fun, isn't it? I'll do it for everyone that subs to my channel or everyone that Jots 5 gifted. I'll do one as a bit of, as a little bit of fun, but I mean, I've legit had a stream before. I had to do 200 of them. And that's because I did it for every gift sub. Let's just say after that stream, I had to reevaluate how I did it because that was too many. Blue cheese isn't good in any form. I agree, it's not my cup of tea, but it's certainly not good when it's synthetic and it comes out of a jelly bean. I can assure you it's not good. Oh man, this is something that winds me up about this game. There aren't that many things, but the Animus not being picked up by my pets. Freaking hell, I've missed it. It's all the way back here and I've got to run all the way back to the start to pick it up, to go all the way back to where I've just come from. Like, really? You hate the nerfs every season? I don't know. Some things probably deserve to be balanced. I call them balances, not nerfs. Some things get nerfed. You hate it, Rangda, yeah. I do that all the time. I get distracted and miss it, and then I'm just like, oh, for goodness sake, I've missed it again. Animus is just annoying because you miss it and then you have to run all the way back again. That's all. If it auto picks up, it wouldn't be an issue. Man, I really need... I've even got GA movement speed there. I just moved, like, really slow. Just keep it simple, Mixie. I try. Right, we need the olds. A Nagu room would solve my movement speed issues for me, actually. Because I just have all my walls up all the time. Primordial was crazy. That is a giga nerf to Primordial Binding next season. Like, ultrally. That might get brought back up again. That is a giga nerf. Like, not only if they removed movement speed and mana regen from it, they did make tenuous agility very strong. But not only if they removed movement speed and mana regen from it, 3 ranks when you could stack up to... it doesn't stack anymore. At least that's the way it reads. So... You get unless that bit's just missing from the patch notes, it doesn't read like it stacks. So if it doesn't stack, you've gone from at 10 stacks on 3 points of primordial, you've gone from a 60x damage multiplier to an 18% as well. So it's just giga nerfed into the ground. You get 6x per rank instead. So the reason they've taken the movement speed off, I think, is because they're trying to push the reason they're trying to push the reason to build the non-defense. Like, I've played non-defense Sorc for a long time. My Hydra Sorc in the past, I've always done Tenuous Destruction, the one where if you've got no defensive skills on your bar, you get the biggest damage multiplier, just for funsies. That one's actually being changed because the new unique is going to essentially do that, but it's not going to be no defensive skills. It's going to be for every defensive skill you don't have on, you'll get the enchant for free, and you'll get up to 40% damage. So if you've got no defense skills on, you'll get 160x damage, way stronger than Tenuous Destruction, and you'll get all the enchants. So it's actually really good. So they've changed Tenuous Destruction to be a defensive mechanic instead. So it gives you loads of armor and 5% maximum life per second. So it's going to give you pretty good tankiness, right? Armor affects all elements and stuff as well. Not up to 600 armor and loads of life regen. So that's going to be pretty good for survivability. Baseline. And then you've got Tenuous Agility, where if you don't use... They quadrupled the movement speed on that. So it'll go up to 80% rather than 20. And then it used to be 20% and tripled if you've not used a defensive skill in the last X number of seconds. I can't remember the number of seconds. It's now just 80%. And if you've not used a defensive skill, it will stay at 80%. That basically solves movement speed for you. I think that's why they've taken the movement speed out. Because they want to make it so that there's a reason why you'd want to go the other way. You need to solve movement speed in different ways rather than just Primordial Binding solving. Primordial Binding was too good, right? I mean, it solved mana regen, movement speed, and gave you loads of damage. It literally solved those things for you. I'm doing it right now. I don't need any... I don't need... Once you've got all your stacks up, you just solve movement speed and you don't need mana regen. So you're going to have to solve those in different ways. The damage reduction's a bit heavy-handed, if I'm being honest. Like, maybe they should have made it give more damage as a result. So it's a really good damage option, but you have to solve the other things. So that might be the feedback they give in the PTR. Their 30-day patch was delayed. I like that Borderlands does weekly resets and fairly... Oh, right, yeah. About to play for the first time since D4 launch. Found out they buffed my favourite gun, the 7th Sense. Nice. So more time with a crit knife, Mixie. Hey, nice. Let's go. That'll make some people happy, I'm sure. Yeah, yeah. My Vex build's super giga tanky. It's a legit actual... It's actual legit tanky build. And it does pretty well on the damage front as well. Mixie here figured out a gun that's better than what I figured out. And it's not using the busted crit knife, which is getting fixed. They've obviously delayed that fix, but it is... They've already said they're fixing or removing or whatever they're doing. Exactly, right? The second you got a Nagu and a Save Rune, that's it. Your Primordial Binding just solved everything for you on a Conjuration build. So I can see them pushing towards trying to make you play Sorc in different ways, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that will upset a lot of people because there are a lot of people that just like to play Sorc the way they play it. And I can understand that, you know. But unfortunately, with time and a seasonal game, things will change, and that is just what it is, I guess. You know, they giga nerfed Potent on Spiritborn as well. That's no longer damage at all. So that was one of, if not the most popular Spiritborn passive for amulets. Oh, probably. I'm sure I'll see lots of videos on YouTube tomorrow of people going, "Oh my god, Blizzard broke everything, it's terrible! Burn fire!" Yeah, because that's what happens on YouTube most of the time. That kind of stuff. Need to get a pair of goggles to protect my eyes from all of the salt in the air. I didn't say that.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Use it well.
Well, we'll do another pit because it is a whisper and I would like the whisper. I'm going to need to craft some more potions and incenses. I think the masterworking changes are actually okay, to be honest. Genuinely. It's certainly not going to be as frustrating as what we had before anyway. So that's a bonus.
Excellent. I cannot use that.
You're a big fan from what I've read. Nice. You've got a new follower for me. She wants Razor products. Nice. I mean, like I said, she could click on my link and look to see if it benefits her or not. But maybe you can get the products cheaper elsewhere. I don't know. But, yeah. I would recommend the Razor products, though. They are awesome. I do play with followers. But not when I'm in a hardcore solo self-found event. I wasn't expecting to be doing this for as many streams as I have been. I might even have to do this on Saturday. I need this item before I can do the push and put in a... I want to put a reasonable effort in when I put stuff on the spreadsheet. You know, I don't want to put in a bad effort. But I can't really do that until I get this item. It is literally the one item I actually need for the build. It's just... it's like any ARPG. The builds... There is a certain point where it's like this build comes online when you've got this item. You'd be surprised how important this item is when I get it. Yeah. Oh, Borderlands. Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. I mean, even when I get time. My biggest issue right now is I've not had a lot of time. I mean, honestly, I'm at a gig tomorrow. So by the time I get back, I'll probably be tired. Saturday, God knows what. But I'm streaming Saturday and Sunday. And that will likely be Diablo stuff. And preparation for the PTR next week. All of next week from Tuesday onwards to the Tuesday afterwards will be Diablo 4 PTR, because I need to get stuff ready for Season 11 start through my Mobalytics obligations. Basically need to relearn Spiritborn and get all that stuff ready. After that, maybe I'll have some spare time, because there's going to be about 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah, about 4 or 5 weeks where Diablo season will calm. Normally, Diablo kind of quietens down for once the PTR's come and gone until the new season starts. So then I may well have a bit of slightly more free time around that, at least for a little while. So we might be able to find some time then. I don't want to commit to anything before. If I happen to find some spare time before, then great. But I don't want to commit to anything because I also need to have some time to sleep and do non-streaming content stuff as well. Otherwise you just get burnt out, don't you? I'll take a few, Violet. I'll see if I can take a few, yeah. Who enjoy the current masterworking system? Well, it's changing either way, isn't it? So rip to that. Yeah, Mixie, yeah. But yeah, no, absolutely. If and when, we'll certainly link up and play. I mean, I haven't played the other 3 characters yet, for example. So there's plenty of content for me to chew on in that game still. And that's without any of the new stuff coming whenever it lands. And there's been a couple of patches since I last played, so... So I imagine there's already some things that feel a bit different to when I played, even if it's just balances on guns and passives and stuff. They buffed the hell out of Trouble. Yeah, but is he actually useful in Ultimate Vault Hunter 5? Like, as in, does Trouble actually do damage? I probably will miss the Halloween event. It's just bad timing. That's just what happens to me right now. There's too many games and not enough time. I wish there was more time, you know? Yeah. Oh, IQ, you should play my build then, if that's what you want to do. My Vex gun build, it is a gun build, but you use Trouble as like a support, and it boosts your gun damage. Honestly, not really. Your guns struggle too. With my setup, with what I had, the guns I had in my plan, in my guide, did work okay. Depends what your definition of struggle is, but I think, see, my definition of struggle is I can quite comfortably kill the bosses, but I just don't clap them really, really quick, right? And I think a lot of people in Borderlands expect to be able to clap the boss in like 5 seconds or less, and if it takes longer than that, it's not good, it's bad. I have noticed that that's kind of the general gist of what people expect from builds there. That's not a bad thing. It's just, that's just the general gist of what I got from it. So it really depends what you mean by struggle. I'm sure, as I said to you before, I'm perfectly sure there are better guns than what I had there, though, because I only tested a few guns. I didn't have them all. I tried to farm as many as I could, but I only had limited time, and I got some of the guns. I tested them out. Those are the ones that seemed the best at the time, and that was that, really. Yeah, fair enough. The Spectres look fun. I didn't actually get around to trying it, though. Hey, T-Bert, Samuel, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Appreciate it. It's giga tanky, my build, though. It is really, really tanky. So it'll feel, once you've got the right bits, it'll feel extremely comfortable to play. Yeah. So that's super nice. Let's roll some pants here. Actually, let's go to high torments here before we do that. Everything's probably viable. It's like I just said, though. Depends what your definition of viable is. Some people will be like, no, you don't kill the boss in 5 seconds. Rubbish, not viable. It all comes down to what your definition of it is. And there's no real right or wrong answer there. It's just, you know, it comes down to what you think there.
Much thanks, friend.
But I'm selling this stuff because I really need the gold. Desperate times. Call for desperate measures.
Well, there's something special.
Got fractured winter glass, chaos. I've rolled just about every other chaos unique. I cannot get an Ophidian Iris. It just will not give me one. Goodness me. Frozen Orb might be pretty good next season. Fractured Winter Glass is having Primordial Binding removed, and it's been changed to Frozen Orb straight up. And there are a few other things for Frozen Orb that are getting buffed as well. So maybe Frozen Orb will be viable again. I'm sure that I know at least one person that'll make happy. Maybe two, actually. The kill, it took forever. Yeah. Right, let's go roll some more caches. I was going to just keep going and get loads, but I'm just going to go roll them. Screw it. What's the new Spiritborn unique? It's loads of movement speed, and it's like every time you move 4 meters, well, it's between 12 and 4, but the best case scenario, you get one at 4. Every time you travel 4 meters, you auto cast a core skill that matches your primary Spirit Hall. So, like, if you're using Evade Spiritborn, you could have the Eagle Spirit Hall on, and you could have Quill Volley on, and it would auto-cast Quill Volley for you every time you evade, as long as you're moving at least 4 meters, for example. So that could be pretty cracked, actually. Maybe we'll get 3 or 4 here. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to play around with it. I don't know if it's going to be a gimmick or whatnot, but it certainly looks interesting, that's for sure. Put those back up now. I think we got 4, right? Yeah, there we go. Right, well, 4 more chances to be sad. Here we go. First one, 2 GA helm. Flicker step, wonderful. Second one. Pants. Starfall coronet, wonderful. And a 2 GA helm there as well. Yes, I mean, I'll keep it, but it's not really usable by what I need. Next one. 2 GA pants. Pain Gorgers. Now, if that had been a video in Iris, I'd have been super happy. And last one. Pants again. Starfall coronet again. I've got 2 of them. Great. Thanks, game. Just going to salvage that one. Don't even need it. It's literally worse than the other one. Oh, this game hates me, I swear. It's not even funny at this point. I'm actually tempted to give up on the event at this rate. It's getting tedious. It is a fun season, except this specific problem, Samuel. I really need a Chaos Ophidian Iris for this hardcore solo self-bound event, and it will not give it to me. I've honestly, if you see how many Chaos uniques, Chaos items I've got now, it is actually depressing. I haven't rolled one yet. I've got so many of them. It will not roll this item for me. Let's put that over there. Salvage that as well. We don't need this. Yeah. It's getting tedious. There is literally no other way of target farming these things at all. No point in me doing Infernal Hordes. They don't guarantee me one at this difficulty. I mean, the only other thing I could do... I'm not using Glass Cannon right now. I don't really want to... I can't sacrifice those. Didn't really want to take those out, to be honest. Could, well, that's going to be what, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be 12x damage. Well, that means I'll take a bit more damage, but I'll deal more damage. I could probably go to T3 if I use that, to be honest. Maybe I can stack up Infernal Warp quicker. Let's try that. Eke out. That may probably give me that little bit extra damage that I'm lacking to be able to do T3 dungeons a bit better. The RNG struggle, yeah. You have so many mythics this season. Nice. Yeah, Samuel, you're probably right. It probably will drop when I'm least expecting it, yeah. Such is the way. Yeah, we've got a bit more damage. Quite a bit more damage. I'll play a little bit safe here just to make sure, because that is 6% more damage taken back. So I'm just making sure I'm not going to suddenly start taking loads of damage. I feel uncomfortable. In theory, the Infernal Warp drops here should be a lot higher though when they get the buff, the boon that gives you Infernal Warp, so that is actually making T3 feel a lot better, to be fair. be fair, if I can get that other weapon I've got with the extra Hydra heads as well, that's a lot of extra damage on the intelligence. So that scales your burn damage as well. Just double checking this. Armor is more than good. Resistances are good, yep. Hey, Phones, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, man. How you doing? Be slightly more careful of these. I mean, T2, I was just straight up tanking them. I just want to be... I probably can just tank this stuff. You know, let's test it out first rather than just being a bit YOLO with it. Yeah, we're okay. Okay, fine. Figured. I'm frozen. Rude. It just dropped for you in softcore in the pants. Oh, good. Thanks, Charms. Well, I'm happy for you. I am. Good. Oh, there was a casting down there. Damn. Keeps falling out your instance. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, that must be it. That must be where they've all gone. They've all fallen out the floor and fallen into the abyss, yeah. Oh, we got this event away, okay. I'm just hitting too hard. Well, I wouldn't go that far. If I was doing that, I wouldn't even need the item, right? Might have a little shift around on my build in a minute, actually. There's a couple of things I could try. See if I can eke out some more damage without suffering the defense. Right, there was one down there, but I don't know if I can really be bothered to run down to it. It's probably not worth it, is it? Smash the bosses super fast. Yes, I might actually try shifting some things around here. Get a bit more damage on the build. I might be able to do it. Use a Thol rune. So I think I've got one of those. Yes, I have. I can stick that in there. And then I can take out these. Put those back in here. There was something else as well. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Alright, let's see if we can roll this weapon again. Let's watch all my gold disappear again.
Come, traveler. The stars have sang equitable transaction. Shine on, my friend.
Nope. Did exactly the same as it did the other 4 times. Right, and again. Missed again. Alright, got it. Nice. Alright, easy claps. That's actually a pretty big upgrade to the build, to be fair. It's got a lot of intelligence on it. That didn't actually take as much as I was expecting. Yeah, way more intelligence. I got a lot more damage here. That also means that will be scaled near enough as well. Did I get a better pair of those? I might have done. So yeah, I don't want to replace that one. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, I can upgrade that more, can I? Okay. Nice. That'll work. Or movement speed. I'll take it. I might have a better orange herald now, actually. Let's have a look. I do. And that's the other thing I want to change, yeah. I'm using... Oh, yeah, I don't need that there. So what other enchant can I put on here? That's potential. Well, you could just put Hydra in, I suppose. Familiar. That'll just help spread the firebolts. Let's just do that for now. That'll solve some problems. I suppose we could also use these. I mean, that would give me a lot of damage as well, in theory. My attack speed would be a bit lower, but... Huh, why is my wrist... Okay, they're a bit under, fine. We'll see how that feels. Which this game had an auction house? Yeah. I think that's something that people have been asking for. Who knows? Maybe they'll cave one day and give it to us. You're on a losing streak, Rangda. Oh, no. That's a shame. Oh, really, Mark? What's happened? I'm noticing the extra damage now. Nice. I'm killing stuff a bit far. Yeah, it's a bit better now. I've gotten enough damage that I can, even without the Ophidian Iris at all, I can do T3 here. Nice. The Lum was nice for that, but, you know, we survive without. Hey, Warlane, how you doing? How you doing? Today is a good day. Any specific reason? Glad you're having a good day, though. Had some Okay. That makes it a good day? I'm confused. Oh, you mean as in today's a better day than that? Okay, sorry, I just misunderstood a bit. Okay, well, I'm glad you're having a good day. Every day should be a good day, eh? But I'm still able to just straight up tank this stuff, it seems, so that's good. Yeah, well, I mean, it was a busy day, and I mean, there's also some funky stuff going on Twitch, so I can't rule that out. But anyway, yeah, it's good. I think I have actually got a decent number of legit numbers there, though, given the funkiness that's going on Twitch right now. .23 seconds. Interesting. Oh, it's because I got that, yeah. This way. Well, that's always a bonus, Death Dealer, yeah. That is always a bonus. Probably drop more gold here, won't I? So that's always good. Hello, cat. Let's find that statue, don't I? There it is. The event ends on Sunday. I was hoping not to have to do every stream until then, but if I don't get the Chaos Ophidian tonight, I might have to do Saturdays as well. We'll have to see how it goes. At least I'm now comfortably doing T3, I suppose. That's a step forward. So that means everything I do, hopefully, just gives me slightly more resources, slightly more this, slightly more chance, you know what I mean? I don't think I'm going to get into T4 without that item, not comfortably anyway. But once I get that item, it should be a pretty drastic increase. Like, I should be able to do a pit 50 right now, no problem. That's just a step down from... I probably could do a pit 54, honestly. Which is literally the one down below T4. But that item is going to unlock so much damage. It'll instantly... That alone will probably just allow me to put in a good effort. I reckon. Hey, Gamer Dork, how you doing, dude? How you doing, man? Oh. Prepare to die. How are you doing, Gamer Dork? You good? Oh, stretch. Oh. Goodness me, I needed that. Oh, we can go to Undercity. Nice. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm not too bad, Gamer Dork. Do you manage to get to check out the what's coming in Season 11? Yeah, same, Game Dork. Yeah, same. I'm looking forward to the resistance mobs being gone. To be honest. That will make me happy. The new PTR is on Tuesday. They've already announced that. And they did all the announcement for the details earlier, dealer. At the top of the chat is the patch notes, so you can go through those at your own leisure. Well, the idea in hardcore is not to rip, right? That is the trick. At least to try not to. Oh, it certainly makes you engage more because you actually have to think about what you're doing. It's not just mindless, and then if you die, it doesn't matter. So there is certainly that about hardcore, yeah. And I totally understand why people enjoy it and prefer to play hardcore, because it does create a different play. It forces you to play a different way. Well, if you don't play a different way, the chances are you'll die. So it forces you to play a different way if you want to be able to be successful in it, you know. Let's just try and find an exit here. Oh, I tried to teleport through the wall there. There you go. Works. 240 on Paragon on hardcore spaz. Nice. I probably won't get that high, to be honest, but I don't need to on this event. Praying for some good runes. Oh, I got an Eon rune. It's not one that I want. Still. Stories, I need this. Is anyone doing pits for glyph leveling on softcore, guys? Let Zach know. Looks like he's looking for some friends to play with.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. I forge more than hot, as in starting from nothing.
You got to think Barb's. You think Barb's gonna be good next season? Nice. Well, I'll be interested to see what other people say about things. My two-handed weapon's pretty good. So go for some boots here. Oh, my screen just black screened. What the hell? That was weird. Good. Glad that didn't happen in the middle of a pit or something. That would have been bad. Seems to be back now, so that's always good.
Use it well.
Hey, League of Toes. How's it going, man? Yeah, good. How are you doing? How you doing? That definitely poses some of the changes. The things we've been used to for so long. Yeah, agreed. I agree, yeah. It's definitely shaking things up, if nothing else, yeah. Ripperino mid-game. Yeah, that would be a really sucky way to die. Oh, it's actually black screens. Oh, 1 second. I need to reset my... Wow, I actually need to reset my... 1 second, I can fix this. I need to reset my capture card. That seems to have balked it. There you go. All fixed. That should come through in a second. There you go. Nice. All right, I'm going to be back in 1 second, guys. I need to go use the restroom. I've drunk far too much fluids. I'll be back in 1 minute. BRB. Oh. I'm back. Sorry about that. Right, let's have a look. See if I can eke any more damage out on this. Let's make it slightly smoother. Someone have a Gospel of the Devotee with GA on double damage. I don't know. Does anyone have a Gospel of the Devotee with GA on double damage, guys? In softcore, this is. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't really seem to be an awful lot I can just easily swap out there. You already spent all your armor and Varshans. Oh no. There you go. Melly can give you some hearts, Rangda. That might help you out. Nice. Hey, Zane White, how you doing, dude? How you doing? I guess we'll crack on then. Yes, I'm not allowed to use the unique season powers. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, Zane White. I'm still looking for a Chaos Obsidian Iris. Ophidian's Iris, sorry. I'm still looking for one of those, so I feel you, yeah. Them Chaos Uniques are not playing nice. Which one are you looking for, Zane? Hey, I am Disaster. Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. How you doing? How's your week going? Oh, let's go that way. I've gone the complete and utter wrong way. Lovely. I don't know, this is not proving to be very fast for farming right now either. Still just not fast enough. T2 was quicker for the Infernal Warp. Need that AoE damage, god damn it. I mean, all Conjuration builds have taken a pretty heavy hit with Primordial Binding, at least from the patch notes, so that's a pretty big nerf right there. So we'll see, it might not be the top build in Season 11. We'll have to see. So this is the problem. It takes too long to kill this stuff. So I think I'm just going to go back down to T2 again. This is just too slow. I want to kill this stuff a lot quicker than this. That's why I'm not farming Infernal Warp very quickly at all. It's just too slow. It's nothing to do with I can't survive and can't kill the stuff. It's just too slow. Without that AoE, I just can't kill through. It's when you get those mobs with the resistance mobs in the middle. I can't focus on them. You can't control your Hydras. Your bolts don't. Yeah, your bolts don't target onto them, so it just takes freaking ages to kill the stuff. It's just not even remotely efficient. Oh dear, oh dear. Is anyone doing any power levels right now, guys? Bleed's asking. On softcore, this is. Oh dear, that's not good. Can't see what's going on. There's just stuff everywhere. Oh, there you go, Bleed. Gamer's going to come and help you out. Nice. Cheers, Gamer. To single target, no problem at all. Got the damage for T3 single target. It's the old multi-target that's the problem. Same old problem you had for God knows how long with Hydra. Yeah, I'm just going to push it down to T2 again. I think I farmed 200 Infernal Warp in like half an hour in T3 because I just can't kill the stuff fast enough. You're after a Rod of Kepeleka on the pants and Zepazontic on gloves. I mean, you can get the Zepazontic on the pants and the Rod of Kepeleka on gloves as well. You know you can interchange those, right? Hard to say, Death Dealer. Some classes are really tanky, some do more damage, some are good at both. Depends how you judge best, really, doesn't it? So I mean, I'm just one-tapping everything here. It'll just be so much quicker. I'll be able to fly through these dungeons. That's what I mean. That's basically what you want to be doing. You just found a 4 GA Gospel to Devotee with a decent aspect roll. Nice, Wrangler. GG's. Happy days. Yeah, Zane. You can get them. You can interchange them as long as you've got the chaos items on the build. You just obviously if you get one of the ones that's normally on the pants and it goes in the gloves, then you want to find the one that goes in the gloves and goes in the pants or something like this. They're just puzzle pieces and they all slot in those armor slots accordingly. I mean, at this point, I'll take any Ophidian Iris, to be honest, and I'll figure the rest out. If I get it on the boots, that would suck, because I would run really slow by default. But again, I'd still wear it, probably. Oh yeah, T2's easy peasy. Like T3, I'm just like I'm not doing it this fast. That's all. I'm still not adding much Infernal Warp this run. You just got the rod on the pants? Oh, no. That sucks. I'm sorry. Good old RNG, eh? Or not good old RNG. Bad old RNG. Oh, it doesn't matter. Even if not that I will win anything, but even if I did, I would still just give it away, right? I'm just doing it to support the event, but I'm not going to submit a bad time and bad pits and stuff. I'd rather just not submit anything. If I got screwed by RNG, I got screwed by RNG. It just is what it is. That's that one done. Come on, cat. Down you get, mate. Good boy. Alright. A little bit longer. Yeah, I didn't really get much Infernal Walk from that either. It's the only reason I'm really doing these, to be honest. The Chaos Rifts don't roll the legendary ones very often at all, so... Get down. You're not allowed on that computer, you naughty boy. This cat's getting on my nerves. Very nearly put his paw on the turn off button. The button to turn off my gaming PC. He's done it before. I'm losing the will on this a little bit. I've got to be honest. It's killing my vibe a bit. It's just like I'm just mindlessly grinding for one item that I may just not ever get. Not quite enough. Nope. It's not, I mean, it's not that I'm not having a good time. It's just like I'm fed up. I actually am now feeling the pain of what everyone else is saying about the chaos items. It is frustrating when I know it's the only thing I need. And I've rolled so many of them. And it's like really tedious for me to farm the stuff. To then roll a couple more of them. Like Infernal Hordes are pointless. In a way. In T2 you don't guarantee get one. In T3 you might get one. But the amount of time it takes is just not worth it. Yeah, I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too bad, Niramas. How are you doing? Oh, you're best just reading the patch notes. They're attached to the top of chat, Niramas. The whole game's changing. Nearly. Like, literally, nearly the whole game is changing. Yeah, tell me about it. So I don't really know what to do. I can't really participate in this event anymore unless I get that item. I really can't be bothered to do another build. Honestly.
There is magic in all
Meh.
things. Let me show you.
I've got a better one of those. That'll give me a bit more damage, actually. Hmm. Six Paragon points spare from doing that. And then what I would do is change this one here. So that maybe. Three points spare. Don't really care for the crit damage, but it's 40% burning. Swap that around, swap that around. Let's try and activate. Get that so I could activate it. Would need what? 2 more dexterity. Excellent. Okay, that's fine. It's dexterity there. Save 1 point. And then I could get that there as well. Is there 1 point somewhere I can save? Okay, I've got 2 points spare. Can go there. That is quite a lot of extra damage. I'll just go in there actually. So that's kind of nice. And 1 more. Okay, stick that in there as well. Damage reduction, more healthy. I suppose we just stick that there for now. Bit more willpower to make me even tankier. I mean, that would have been nice, but... Let's go to T3 and give it another go. That's quite a lot of extra damage I just put in there. Hey, Gables, first time chat. How you doing, dude? You just got to level 60 on your first character, Spirit Born. What build would you recommend? Rake is quite gear dependent. So you can use the pre-evade rake build to start with, and then you can collect your chaos items, and once you've got those, you can slowly but surely transition into evade rake for sure. That is the strongest build. I personally started on my Thorns Rock Splitter build because it's less gear dependent, but it still does require certain items to get going. I get Diablo partner and Sorks lose infinite teleport. Coincidence? Question mark. Giggity! No, I didn't do that to anyone. I wouldn't do that to you guys. Drick City Streamer. Cheers, everyone. The pit's a whisper. Let's do this. Hey, Brightside, how you doing, man? It really depends what you want to do, Gables. I mean, there's loads of Spiritborn builds. They all slap. You do need certain pieces of gear for it to work, to be honest, but I would expect my damage to be quite a bit higher here because I did just gain like over 100% additive damage and a bit, in technically, a bit of multiplicative damage as well. Although my mana regen is lower. That's the only reason. That's the reason I put the old yeah, about the Unleashed. The mana regen's not quite the same, is it? Judas! Indeed. You just had a quality of life improvement thought. The season's rewards track should be available on softcore and hardcore separately. Yes. Depends how you look at it. Some people wouldn't like to do it twice, and some people would. Some people might like the actual rewards twice, but yeah, I don't know. It has pros and cons to both sides of that, I think, depending how you look at it, really. He wrote this song about his mother. Yeah, well, people tend to write a lot of this sort of stuff about people in their lives. Oh, got a Chaos Helm here. What is it? A mother's embrace. Thanks, game. That's clearly what I needed. God's sake. Painful. Painful. Guess we'll level that one up because that'll give us that stuff. Got some whispers to hand in. It's the most gear heavy. You having fun putting it all together, Zane? Yeah. I mean, it is and it isn't. I'm a little frustrated because I just haven't dropped one of these items in any slot. It just will not drop me this item. So and I've dropped all of the others so many times at this point. So it just feels like I'm being punished a little bit. But there we go.
Equitable transaction.
Nope, still no Iris and the Chaos Daemon. It is just trolling me at this point. Ending at 1.6%. One of the dudes has it. No, because this is I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to quit the event if I can't get this item. I can't be bothered. It's a waste of. It's not enjoyable for me. I didn't really want to spend this many streams on it as it is. I mean, I might do Saturday as well, but yeah, that'll be it. If I just don't get the item, I just won't submit any times or anything, any pits. I'm not going to put up rubbish pits and everything. I'd rather just say I just didn't get the items. Which is actually the truth. It's like no excuse. It's just straight up the chaos item that is I just can't be bothered to put another build together. I have other things I'd rather do. I don't care enough to win. I really don't care about winning at all. I was just participating to support the event, to be honest, more than anything. You know? But yeah, it is starting to frustrate me a little bit because I've rolled over 100 chaos items and I've not dropped one primordial. I've not rolled one Ophidian Iris. That's all in the chaos slots. Not a single one. And I'm actually starting to feel the pain of what everyone else has been complaining about. I guess I just got lucky on my other characters, or my other character, Spiritborn. Yeah. It's kind of frustrating because I've got absolutely no way of target farming this, and because the event has made it so I can't use it. Even if I could use a normal unique one, I would at least be able to blast T4 and farm better levels of currency. They've kind of screwed me a little bit with that. I do actually have a normal unique amulet version, but I can't use it in this event. I'm banned from that. So I'm doing T3 comfortably, but to push to T4, I actually need the AoE. I've got the damage for T4, but I haven't got the AoE on it, so that's a problem. Yeah, it is Savage Mackendo. So, yeah, I am getting to the point where I just can't be bothered anymore. It's nothing to do with the event, it's just I don't particularly enjoy solo self-found. I like playing with people. I don't mind doing solo self-found, but typically speaking, I prefer to play with people, and this is actually taking me away from doing what I prefer to do. So, yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure I could actually compete with their... If I can get the item, I'm pretty sure I can compete with some of the top people on that list, probably. But, yeah, there's absolutely no way I can do it without that item. Hydra is the build you've got to do it with. It's the only one I can see that will be able to compete, because it's the one that requires it only needs one item. the one I haven't got. It's the only one you actually need for the build. And where we're limited to 2 unique, and you don't need any mythics, and where we're limited to 2 uniques, the other builds all require more than 2 to really pop. That's the problem with it. I just don't see any other Sorc build really even remotely competing. Not at that level. So, yeah, it kind of puts me in a catch-21 situation, really. I don't mind hardcore. That's not a problem. I've done hardcore before. You know, it's not an issue. I'm good enough at the game to do it. I just don't like playing... Most people play softcore, so... You know, so you end up in a situation where it's like, well, there's not as many people to play with. So I'll just go play softcore instead, you know. It doesn't bother me. But anyway, I hope I might give it another crack on Saturday. It's frustrating because this is the 3rd stream I'm looking for it now. You know, many hours. It's not like I've tried for an hour and got frustrated. I think I'm like 15 to 20 hours looking for this item now. Which is pretty absurd, actually. With absolutely zero way of target farming it or influencing it at all. Like, absolutely zero. And that to me is the biggest flaw in the design of this. I'm not a fan of true full RNG systems in games. They are... I mean, it sounds to me in Season 11 they're moving away from some of that. That's essentially what they're doing to Tempering and Masterworking. They're removing true RNG and making it at least somewhat deterministic. And it's exactly what I'm saying. Like, in my experience, true full RNG systems in games don't work very well because you're always going to end up making people feel like they're getting screwed over. Unless they're really lucky. So it's... Yeah, you tend to... When I worked on games, a lot of the stuff we worked on would be pseudo-random. So you make it look like it's random, but actually it's not. To some degree. You give them some sort of influence and then it feels random, you know what I mean? Hey, Badass, how you doing, dude? Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. It doesn't feel like this game is valuing my time at all right now. That's what I don't like. My time to me is valuable. And it feels like I'm just wasting time because I can't progress until I get that item. And it's like there is no way for me to tangibly... there's no way for me to target farm this item at all. Other than just keep persisting and hope it drops. And that's it. And it may just not drop, to be honest. So, yeah. You know, even in D2, even though that seems like there was no way of doing that, there was. Because there were certain areas and places and bosses you could go that would have the best chance of dropping that item on the loot table, and you could just kill them over and over, and eventually you would drop it. So even in D2, you had a way to target farm most things. Not all, but most. There were a couple of items that were so rare that, honestly, you just had to hope they dropped for you. But, yeah. So, yeah, I actually really like the Chaos Armor system, but that to me is a big flaw in it. You about to jump on D4, Ook? Nice. The changes to Masterworking and Tempering are actually going to be great, I think. I think they'll be really good. You're still going to have the same amount of affixes on your item, just one of them's not going to be tempered. One of them will be based on your affix on loot, so you're just going to have to keep dropping loot, but that's okay. You can drop loads of loot in this game, so you'll be able to get the base. The one thing that will probably annoy people will be Sanctification. You wait. You wait for it. You get... It's a one and done system. And if you and you can do it to mythics as well, and uniques. So if you take a 4 GA mythic and one and done it, and it's it, and it doesn't roll what you want, that's it, right? You're going to rage quit, aren't you? Because you're going to be like, well, that's... Screw you, game. You're not going to find another 4 GA mythic unless you're god tier lucky. I mean, you've got to have some level of RNG in the game, but one and done. With no way of influencing what kind... Because it's got different things it can do. You've got no way... Again, you've got no way of influencing it at all. So it's just... You've got to hope it rolls. Probably rolls the extra legendary power. Or rolls the... it adds... You want it so it adds a Sanctification affix, not replaces one of yours with one of those. so you get the extra affix. You're probably going to want those too. And the other, I don't know why it's got the. I'm pretty sure this will get removed after PTR. I do not know why it's got the durability, indestructible affix on it. Like why? No one cares about indestructible and stuff like that, really. I mean, in hardcore, it's completely and utterly useless because you can't. It doesn't matter, right? You don't die, so you don't lose any durability, really. Unless they're making so durability happens while you're playing, but I didn't see that in the patch notes, so I don't know. But yeah, I think people are going to be like, well, I'm only interested in those two, and you've got a 2 in 5 chance of getting either of those. And if you don't get it, then your item's bricked in their eyes. And that's that. I don't know. That's the one thing I can see people possibly getting a bit upset about, but I guess we'll see. Well, it can do bleed, because it can replace one of the affixes on your item and replace it with a sanctified. So you could end up replacing the absolute. You could put it this way: you roll an Air of Perdition, it removes core skills and adds on a sanctified stat you just don't care for. That probably bricks it, right? There will always be something that people get upset about, true, but true RNG just doesn't tend to work very well, and that sanctified system is true RNG again. It's like the same mistake being made again. I don't know. It really could just use some way of influencing it somehow. I'm all for the one and done thing, but make it so you can influence it a little bit, you know. No, there's 2 different versions back in Doe. One can replace and one can add. That's what I mean. There's 5 different things it can do. Add, replace, add a legendary power, make it indestructible, and there was one other, and I can't remember what it was. I've got the patch notes here. One sec. I think it was 5. Yeah, apply a bonus legendary power. Improve an affix into a greater affix. I mean, what happens if all your stats are already greater affixes? Is that just a waste of a sanctification? Question mark. Add a bonus affix. Replace an existing affix with a random sanctification affix. Or make your item indestructible, which is useless in my eyes. I don't understand why that's there, but maybe we'll understand more on Tuesday. So there's 5 things it can do. It's a one and done. Once you've done this, you can't do anything. Your item cannot be modified after that point, apart from socketables. Oh, that is true, actually. You can aspect tempers. They did say you can they did say the sanctification can GA aspect tempers. Okay, that answers the GA bit. But it's still you know, you still got true RNG on 5 things. So yeah. Hey, BD2, how you doing? You barely made it to T1, Dag Gamer. Not enough time. That's still pretty good though, T1, you know. Getting excited for Blue Amulet drops. I've had fun doing this event. Like, so I'm getting tired now, to be honest. I've been on a while. I have enjoyed the event. I'm just getting frustrated that I cannot for the life of me get this item. It's winding me up, to be honest. It's like, for goodness sake, just give it to me. Yeah. And like I say, I've got 0 way of really manipulating getting it, so it will literally, I will fly to like pit 70 or 80 immediately with that item, straight up. I can't even use half my good chaos powers until I get it, because my hydras don't count as chaos as core skills until I get the Ophidian Iris. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass. so yeah, it's well, this is it, right? I mean, they've obviously got a reason why they've put those things in there. And honestly, there might be a situation where you take a unique that would normally be useless to you because it's got nothing mega on it for you, but it's actually got a really good it's got a good power for you, but the 4 affixes are useless, and you can't replace it with... Let's say, for example, there's a unique pair of gloves. You can't use it because your... well, you can use it, but your legendary gloves with core skills on it is better. And then let's just say you can now replace an affix on these unique gloves with a sanctified core skills roll. There is a potential for replace to actually be the GG roll in that situation. But you've got absolutely no way of influencing it. But so I think it'll be really interesting to see how that plays on Tuesday. Well, I probably won't get to it on Tuesday. I'm going to do the leveling legit. I'll probably spend the first day or so, the first stream, testing the leveling and, you know, the sort of like the leveling and capstones and whatnot. But there is a situation where I can see Replace actually creating some very, very like gear dependent, but very specifically good builds. Good gear for builds to elevate them higher if you get the right things. And that's cool. I like that. But yeah, I don't know. I guess this Chaos Armor frustration will be gone next season. And if it ever comes back, hopefully they've definitely been made aware about the target farmable situation or influencing situation. So I imagine if they come back in future in any form, hopefully that would be looked at a bit more. You are macking though, but then, yeah. Different ways of looking at it, I suppose. Like eventually you'll just have loads of resources and it won't matter, right? But yeah, you can sanctify your mythics as well. So imagine sanctifying and you can get a second legendary power in it. They showed it in the, which means you'll be able to add and replace affixes on those as well. Yeah. So you'll be able to make some mega giga mythics that are actually different to other people's mythics. And I'm sure there'll be some GG combinations if you're ultra lucky. Obviously at the moment we don't know what the sanctified stats would be and such. Move over there. These are barriers. Oh my gosh, barrier sucks. Barrier sucks. I'm actually quite surprised they didn't change barrier. That is the first time I've taken HP damage in a long ass time. Let's use that. There we go. That's better. Where'd that guy go? Oh, did I kill him? Oh, good. Yeah, it was getting a bit chaotic in there. I couldn't actually see what was going on. Sec rune. It's 1 week long at the moment, but who knows? Maybe they'll extend it. They've already announced it's Tuesday to Tuesday, but yeah, I mean, 1 week does seem like a very short amount of time to be able to even remotely test all that. I'm going to have to just commit to Spiritborn, and that's it, because I've got to test just about every build I can. I'm going to get out of there. Can't actually see what's going on. I'm stuck in the middle of them. So yeah, I'm going to have to just test all the Spiritborn stuff I can. I'm going to test the leveling, I'll test the tower, test all the Spiritborn builds I can, because I've got to have all the builds ready for season start of season 11 for the tier list. So I've got to basically relearn Spiritborn and work out roughly where the builds are going to land, at least in the PTR, and then obviously look out for changes post PTR. That is less. Oh, they TP'd into the middle of them. Great. Oh well. Helps being giga tanky, I suppose. That's the problem. I just lack that AoE, so it just takes so freaking long to kill everything at this stage.
You saved my life.
Decent amount of warp there. Yeah, it's a week long, I think. Well, at least initially, that's what they've specified. Yeah, the auto casting core skill, I can think of a few things you can do with that. I'll be testing that a bunch. It also solves movement speed for Spiritborn, which is something that can be a pain to solve on certain builds when you get to the really high-end versions anyway. Well, at least typically in the past anyway. Like, it wasn't impossible to solve, but it was one of the trickier things to solve if you wanted all the good stuff, like damage-wise. So it's a pretty nice pair of boots for like core skill-based stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll take on board all the feedback from the PCR. I'll be interested to see. There's a lot of stuff in there, I imagine, that ruffled some feathers that are very divisive. I know some of the Sorc changes have probably upset some people. I was reading down the list and I was like, oh, that's going to upset some people. You know, when you're reading, you're like, yeah, that's not going to be a popular change. There was a couple of those as I was reading down. Oh yeah, Grizzly Rage was nerfed. Well, Grizzly Rage has been changed back to what it was again, where you have to wait for the cooldown to end before it goes. You have to wait for the skill to end before it goes on cooldown, so you won't be able to have it up 100% of the time, which is what it did for a while. And everyone's like, "This is bugged. You can't have it up 100% of the time." And then it suddenly bugged in the opposite direction, and everyone's like, "This is great. Let us do this more." So they made it so you can do that more. And now every single druid, well, not every, but most druid builds have ended up going Grizzly Rage Werewolf or Grizzly Rage Bear, perma Grizzly Rage. Like, you literally just go one button builds because of it. So I guess they've decided that they don't want that anymore, so they're going to change it so you can't do it again. And you have to build differently. So that will affect quite a lot of builds that are currently in rotation. Then again, I mean, every single build's pretty much affected by the changes, so either way you're probably going to have to rebuild your build no matter what. Oh, what? I cast my ultimate over there and it casts it on my feet. Less than ideal. Never mind. Yeah, I chose a dungeon where they've got barriers on them, so they're blocking all my burn damage. They have removed the resistance mobs, so that's nice. That's one of the things I wanted gone for a long time. I've never been a huge fan of that. Like, when I first saw it, I was like, in the game, when we first ever played the game, I was kind of like, oh, tactical stuff. And then I was like, hang on a minute. It's just screws over AoE builds. like pretty much. And that's like every build. As they specified today. I think they've realised that, so they've just gotten rid of it. And decided to go a different route. I'm quite excited to play against the new enemies and the new affixes and everything. So hopefully make the game feel quite different. A lot more variety in the elites, and hopefully they'll be more dangerous, so they'll force you to build more defensively and stuff. Hey, Rangdo, no worries, dude. Thanks for being here. I'll catch you soon. This guy's got a hard on for me. Holy moly. He's fast. Is he dead? Oh, he is. Good. He wasn't really getting through my barrier, so I wasn't too worried, but he was slowing me down with chills and stuff, which is never fun. There's so many enemies on the map that are stuck in the wall. Look, 1, 2. I'm going to have to walk away so that I can reset them. Has happened to me so much recently. Oh, good. I need to run down here and I need to run far enough so that they actually reset onto me. So that I can finish this dungeon. Because otherwise, I'm stuck and I can't finish the dungeon. Nope, they're still stuck on the wall. They're literally legit stuck in the wall. Oh, God. Still stuck in the wall. They're meant to reset when I move far enough away, but they haven't. I'm not sure they're going to either. I think they're just legit actually bugged completely. Well, looks like I can't complete that dungeon. They're in the floor. Good. Good job. Oh, I can't be bothered. It's not worth it. I can't be bothered. Yeah, it's definitely something that's started happening this season. So I'm not sure what's happened there. I'm mainly in there for the Infernal Warp. I actually got a fairly decent amount in that one. Oh, I just got a maximum engulfing. That's quite nice. It's a little bit more damage right there. Right, we'll go try once more for these items, and I'm going to call it tonight because I've been on for a long time. I'm starting to get tired. It's nearly 4 in the morning. Hey, AK87, welcome in, dude. Thanks so much for the follow. How you doing, man? You only noticed it with the event. Oh, it was in last season, was it? Oh, I didn't notice it last season. Oh, I always stream sort of this time, Psychosa, but I started early today, so I've been going for quite a long time. I'm getting hungry. Oh, did I go to the wrong place? No, I did go to the right place. Here we go. Might get 1 or 2 caches here. It depends. It'll be close. Might get a couple. Yeah, I might get 2 if I'm lucky. Yeah, I might get 2. Oops, didn't want to do that. Never mind. Yeah, we got 2. All right, well, we got 2 more chances today. 2 more chances to make me cry. All right, here we go. First one. Chest armor. Endurance faith. That's not what I need. Thanks, game. And God Slayers. Brilliant. And the search continues. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. Big F. I don't know what to do now. I'm actually kind of at the point where I might just forfeit the event and just go back to doing other stuff. I'll decide before next stream if I can be bothered. I have got to that point where I'm not sure I can be bothered anymore. And I'm not streaming tomorrow, so. Chris Cornell, Karate chopped his throat to make the sound at the end of that last song. Really, Foo Fighter? Interesting. How you doing? You good, dude? Yeah, maybe I'll be in a better mood another day to try and give it another go. I feel like I'm literally just mindlessly grinding for that stuff. That's the only thing I need. Once I've got that, I'll just go do all the objectives, pretty much. I don't really need anything else to do the rest of the event. I just need that one item. If I could use the normal one and not a chaos, I would just take off this and put it there and boom, done. I wouldn't even bother with the chaos one. But hey, I can't do that, so... Unbelievable. Oh well. Never mind. It was still W. we still got we got a few upgrades to be fair, but yeah, today was a W still because of the all the announcements and stuff. Right, let's see who's online. Roxy in a stream title. Ding dong, the Sork is dead. Oh god. Oh no. Savage. Oh dear. Right, let's see who's online here. Grinding on my side business stuff. Have 2 vendors events this weekend. Oh, well, good luck with your vendor events, Smooth Fighter. Hope they go well for you. RNG Charm Chaos, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Right, let's have a look. Who's online here? Bum, 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 bum. Let's have a little scroll down. Interesting. Oh, yeah, the concert, yeah. Oh, yeah, Kill Switch is going to be awesome. For sure. Yeah, that'll be ace. Just trying to decide who I want to raid out to. Not sure there's anyone online doing the hardcore event, so... Alright, there's actually less people doing D4 now than I originally figured might do. I guess a lot of people have moved on or gone offline now. Alright. I'll send you over to a friend of mine. Cool stuff. Alright, let's move over to the screen here. Thanks, Zoe. Yeah, sorry for the bad mood at the end. I mean, after 7 hours of, well, it's probably nearer 15, 16 hours of grinding for an item, and you still no closer to it. It does get a bit frustrating after a while. Never mind. You know, we had some good laughs though. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, today for being here. As always, we had and especially any of you that jumped in early. I obviously started a couple of hours earlier than I normally do. It was, yeah, I mean, the reveal's big news. I'm personally going to have to look through those patch notes again and, you know, really hone in on what I want to test next week. Because if it is only a week long, I just will not have long enough to test everything that I would like to test. So I'm going to have to choose and be focused on that, I suppose. But I really do appreciate you all being here today for the support, for the lurks, anyone that's here all the time, anyone that's brand new, and anyone that's lurking. I really do appreciate your time. So thank you for that. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe button in my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. I do try and be on 4 or 5 times a week. A lot of ARPG content, D4, PoE2 and such, but yeah, mainly D4 at the moment. I do still digesting them too, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to digest in those notes. I do have a Discord. If anyone wants to get hold of me over the next day or so, that is going to be the best way to do it because I will not be on tomorrow. So I'll link that in both chats. And if you're interested, you can come and join. If you do decide to join, please go through the verification and please go to role selection and choose which games you're interested in. This tells us you're not a robot. This is good for everyone. We've all had to do this, and it unlocks the channels for the games you're interested in and leaves the ones you're not unlocked. So you don't end up Sorry, it leaves the other ones locked, so you don't get spammed by things you don't care for. So that's good too. Less spam is good. If you don't want to join, that's totally fine as well. It is just there to be useful. If you want to get a hold of me or talk to me about any of the builds or be part of the community or join the clan or any of that kind of stuff, that's the best way to do it. So hopefully we'll see some of you there. And if not, that's fine. I will not be offended. YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. As always, really appreciate you all. I hope you have a great rest of your day or evening, whatever time it is where you are, and that you have a great day tomorrow, because I will not be on tomorrow. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Bittersweet Raz. She's in the community a fair bit. She's online. She's playing Evades. I guess she's doing community stuff in softcore. So some of you may have crossed paths with her already. If you haven't, come check her out. Come say hello. She's a nice person. We'll go see her. We'll go show some love over there. Even if it's just for 5 minutes, it'll make her day. So please come over and say hello. Hit a chat with all the emotes, blow it up, etc. You know the drill. The awesomeness that you all are. Next stream, as I said, I won't be on tomorrow. I'm going to a show in London, so I won't be back till quite late. So who knows? Maybe I'll come home and have the drive to want to try and get that Ophidian Iris off stream. Probably not, but you know. But I will be back on Saturday, usual time. Probably trying to finish this hardcore event. I mean, we'll see. But if not, if I don't get it finished on Saturday, I'll just do community stuff on Sunday regardless, I think, at this point. So, yeah, hopefully see some of you there on Saturday. Be there or be square. I will hopefully have had time to digest those patch notes a bit better as well, so I'll be able to give a better take on it all. There's a lot to take in, even for me, to be honest. I will pray to our Jesus for you, Rosie. Thanks, Rosie. Yeah. And I think that's about it for tonight, guys. So it's been quite a long one today, nearly 10 hours. It's longer than my usual stream. So thank you so much, guys. Again, really appreciate you all. I really do hope you have a great rest of your day, wherever you are, morning, afternoon, or evening. Hope you have a great day tomorrow. And I will see you on Saturday, guys. So keep safe, keep lasting, much love, and I'll see you on Saturday, guys. Cheers. Appreciate you.